Good evening, viewers, and welcome to Africa 24. And today, I have a very interesting show of what is happening in our country, Kenya. Good evening once again, and welcome to Africa Tonight. We are going to dive into the controversial and widely debated proposed constitutional amendment in Kenya. This amendment, spearheaded by Nandi Senator Samson Cheregai, has sparked a significant public outcry and the opposition, and that is the opposition in both parliament and Senate. So Raila Odinga today made a statement. We will play for you that statement that Raila Odinga made today. The Constitutional Amendment Bill 2024 proposes the extending of the term limit of officials, including the president, from 5 to 7 years term. Additionally, it seeks to reintroduce the office of the prime minister. I know most of you are missing this, but there will be an introduction of the office of the prime minister, a move that has been met with skepticism and criticism from various quarters. So if you're out there, you want to put your voice to be heard in the political arena, and you never know, they might change their mind. This political cabal will definitely change their mind. So guys, make sure that you've logged in to Afrique YouTube, subscribe to our channel so that you can be part of this conversation. The public forums and social media platforms have been discussing these issues, and that is why today we are inviting Kenyans who are going to voice their concern of the changes that is happening in our country. Critics argue that the amendments will serve the interests of the political elite rather than the needs that affect the daily, our daily, the Kenyan population. You know, the daily needs of the Kenyan people, how the cost of bread, the cost of living in general. Does the office of the prime minister address that need? That does the 7 year term address the needs of the ordinary people? We will look at that tonight. We will explore the implications of this proposed amendment, the public's reaction, and what this means for the future Kenya democracy. So stay tuned as we bring you the in-depth analysis and expert opinions from regular Kenyans, regular people who are all over the world and are watching the political space in Kenya. And with me in the studio is Bonnie. I would love if they introduce themselves from and tell us where they are tuned in. I will start with Bonnie. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, good evening, viewers. Good evening, Zalendo from Nairobi, Kenya. Kevin, Alex, Boniface Kimanzi. And of course, this is a new year when I am having Zalendo here because it is for a long time that we have not trusted our show together. It only just came the other day, but that was just an intro. So I think today here we are going to have exclusive show for politics. Joining from Kawangware, Dangoreti, but in different location. Thank you
All
so
right.
much. And of course, those who are following here, don't forget, we have El Clasico that is happening right away.
All right. Thank you very much, Bonnie. We have got Alex. Alex, please introduce yourself.
Good evening to all the viewers. My name is Alex Ogega. I'm happy to be here, panelist on Afrique 24. I'm joining live from Nairobi, Langata, and I'm happy to be here because whenever I'm here, I learn a lot. I get to interact and meet innovative people on the panel. So thank you, Mzalendo.
And for the first time, we have Nicholas Mwakulengwa. Yaani hiyo jina bwana inakaa inatoka kule wandani kule Taita Taveta. Karibu sana Nicholas, introduce yourself please. Bonnie,
Mnanisikia?
Najua
No, just
Mwakilenga.
mnanipata?
Bonnie, mute your mic. Yes, Nicholas.
Mnanipata ama?
Yeah, nakupata vizuri sana.
Okay. Nawasalimia nyote. I'm calling from UK in a small village town called Luton.
Thank you. Thank you
I
Hapo
just
very
saw
much.
the link and I've decided let me just pop in and see what's going on, guys. So
Thank you.
I'm happy to be here.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, and thank you for subscribing to our Freak. If you have not done so, please do so. And on the extreme end, we have Kevin. Kevin, please introduce yourself.
Kevin is joining from Africa. That's all. I don't want to be particular. Yeah, I don't want to be particular. Anyway.
All right.
Let's proceed.
If you don't want to be particular, but thank you for tuning in, Kevin, and everybody else. And today, we are going to talk about what is happening in our country, especially on the constitutional bill proposed by Cheregai, the senator for Nandi. These people, if we are not careful, we will not have a country anymore. So I'm glad that everybody is tuned in. Those who are watching on the background, please join the comment section and make sure that you commented. If you're joining from Mtembei TV, make sure that you have subscribed also to our Freak 24. And let us discuss what is happening in our country. This is the time that we make or break this country called Kenya. My first question would go to I would like an opening statement from Kevin. Kevin, what do you see happening in our country? And your opening statement to the program.
Thank you very much. It's not unique that we are having this kind of political setup within the Republic of Kenya. We've had them. We've had them since independence, and of course we've been having rounds of political malignments in terms of regrouping all over in every 5 years. It's so historical, and this is not quite unique to what we are I mean, what we've experienced before. We've had so many political kind of alignments or what the political groups wants to achieve as a group. Look at the 2005. We had a new constitutional dispensation attempt, which was the Bomas draft. Then later on, we went into the referendum in 2010. That is what we are going through to date. That is now 14 years. Within the 14 years, before we reach 20 years or silver jubilee, we want another constitutional amendment, another referendum. So it's not unique. For me, it's something which is quite in order because they want to achieve their interest. Of course, as Niccolo Machiavelli says, it's you scare the fox so that at least you can eat or you can survive in the thicket. That is what the political class is doing in Kenya. Remember that it's a country for 50 families against 54 million Kenyans. So 54 families are enjoying or rather 50 families are enjoying at the expense of 54 million people. And it's okay. They have been going about it. Of course, they have been successfully gaining their target. But of course, the other larger majority of people are failing. So it's not a unique thing. That's my say.
All right, Bonnie, your opening statement.
Yes. Personally, from my point of view, from what is happening in the country, Kenya, the impeachment motion of Rigathi Gachagua is what is bringing this kind of dilemma. We don't know if at any point we don't have William Samoei Ruto unfortunately, who will be the president? Because Gachagua has been impeached by the Senate and the National Assembly, and the Parliament proposed Kithure Kindiki. So maybe we might go back to the fights if something happens. That is just speculatively. But again, you know what is happening in this country? Politics is what is cooking. It's like we are almost approaching to 2027. That is why even the leaders are not working for the people. They are just trying to prove themselves how they are going to win the 2027 election. So from my own point of view is that the current situation that is ongoing in this country needs someone who is having very high intelligence so that you can deal with this situation. Ruto is not the one. And if I may be asked who is the next president, then I would say we don't have anyone who is qualified to be the president because things that we are experiencing in this country, then they need someone who is mature and who can deal with this situation in the right way. So the current things that are happening in this country, I think if we are not going to be keen, then as Kevin has said that the 54 million people of Kenya, they're going to suffer for the rest of their lives. And we're going to see the neighboring countries, the likes of Tanzania, the likes of South Africa, having those developments. But as we are always constant, I would say even we are not close to developed or anything like that. We are almost poor. We are always poor country. So we don't have leaders. And the current situation is that politics is what is cooking from north to south, east to west. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bonnie, for those opinions about your country, Kenya. I'll go to Alex. Alex, being a Gen Z, what do you see as the future of your country, Kenya? What's the observation?
First of all, I went through this the constitutional amendments that they want to make, and I found out some things there. Though I believe we should stick to the old one that we have. So in this new one, they seek to reintroduce the prime minister's office. They enhance Senate powers. There is enhancement of the representation of persons with disabilities. And what I can say is these people are just trying to bring us back to the Moi days. So from what we see right now, we have a broad-based government that everyone is in power. So no one is in the opposition to really challenge the government or to keep them in check. So by them wanting to introduce the prime minister's office, they're just looking for a way in which opposition can join them so that they can continue stealing money together and no one can speak out for the country. Though the part that I do support in that the new constitutional amendment is the 5% increase in the representation of people with disabilities. Though the issue with term limits, I am very much against it because I believe the United States is the biggest economy in this world. The president is only running it for 4 years. So how big is the Kenyan economy that it needs leaders to take 7 years to try and manage that economy? So the gaps to that, it's not making any sense. For me, I see it as an opportunity for them to steal more and for them to be in power for more years and continue ruling the people, and no one coming out to speak about it. So this new proposal by Cherage should be denounced, and I do believe public participation being done, Kenyans 90% of Kenyans will agree with me that this proposal is rejected. So they should not try even to force it on the people. We should just stick to the constitution that we already have. So that's my take.
Afrique 24, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. We have Nicholas. Nicholas, karibu sana Afrique 24. And feel at home. Make this your number one talk show as we build this forum. Please give me your opening statement on what you feel about the situation in our country. You're on mute. You're on mute. Unmute.
Sorry, so kusema kweli, me, I don't know where Kenya is heading to, because there's so many things which are happening. Kama sasa kuna hii bill wanataka kuintroduce ya kuongeza from 5 to 7 years. There's somewhere nimeona just a few minutes ago, Ichung'wah anasema that one is dead and buried even before it's introduced. Na ukiangalia nyuma juzi, wakati walikuwa nafanya mambo ya impeachment in the parliament, he was at the forefront ya kuhakikisha Gachagua is going. Sahii amechange, ameenda anaongea vitu zingine, he's different. So ile kitu inaendelea, I think Ruto ni kutumia na kudump. The way I'm saying things, once he gets what he wants, you're no longer you're useless to him. Unaenda. That's the same thing he is doing to our country. Ameuser. Leo pia nimeona kitu ingine ati Bill and Melinda Gates walikuwa wamepewa immunity, sijui immunity ya nini, yani some things unbelievable kabisa. Ati they have immunity, they can do whatever they want in our country. So in fact hiyo kitu clip nimeona ni it's a document, one of the judges, sijui ni judges ama a panel, wameandikia the Gates wawaeleze hiyo nini walipewa namna gani, what was the reason wapewe hiyo immunity. So Kenya, gentlemen, well, I don't know where we're heading to. Pengine nyinyi mko hapo on the ground, maybe mnaweza kuwa na more information. Mimi ni yangu na pick hapa na pale, but I'm frustrated.
It's a headache. It's a headache.
Imagine wakati wa Moi, I was in the military. Alafu wakati huo yeye alikuwa analeta watu wa kwao nyumbani, we came, you train those people, and then within a short period umeanza kuwaita afande, na wakati wakijoin wao ndo walikuwa kuita afande. Me, I got frustrated and I left the military. Na sasa nimeona hiyo kitu ndio imerudi sasa. That's the way I'm seeing things.
You are so right, Nicholas. You are so right, because we are going back. Unajua, people don't look at. I look at politics today. Yesterday, all of yesterday, I was analyzing what Ruto is doing for the country. Nilikuwa nachambua huyu jamaa intention yake ni nini. Ameenda akamaliza Raila Odinga indirectly on his ground, akamuingiza box. Si yako na Raila ndiye alikuwaga ni kama mtetezi wa watu. Haya, akitoka hapo akaanza kumalizana na Gachagua pole. Because Gachagua alikuwa ana interfere na ile hierarchy ile walikuwa wamesikizana nayo. Wewe 5 yako, mimi 5 ya 10 yangu, 10 yako. Alikuwa na interfere na hiyo plan yake ya, ndio hizi vitu muelewe vile zinaingia, vile zimepangwa, vile mnapangwa. So amemalizana na Gachagua, so hata kuwa na kelele kutoka kwa Gachagua, because akimaliza term yake aingie hiyo term yake ya pili, the conversation now changes. The conversation would be Uhuru Kenyatta anataka kuwa prime minister, Raila Odinga pia huko anataka pia hiyo prime, yani itakuwa that mimi nimemaliza term yangu nataka kuwa prime minister wa nchi. kama William Ruto. Si mimi niliwasaidia nyinyi kama Central, pia nyinyi pia muingie kwa box. Na Nyanza the same. So the pattern and design of William Ruto is the same. And it's similar to what Moi used to do. Anaenda in if there is an opposition in Nyanza, anaenda kwa hiyo constituency, anachagua rival wako, anamleta, anakumaliza na huyo jamaa. Wewe unasema nini? But now I'm working with this other person. Wewe mambo yako tumemaliza. So Ruto has learned that design and is playing it very well in the Kenya political scene. And the only people who are going to save us from this madness is the media. If the media starts rising up to the occasion and identifying the problems that we are having in the society called Kenya, the political class will not help us. It is we, the citizens, who have got the power to change things in our country, because it is being run like a cabal. Hiyo ndio shida nimeona pale, na Wakenya wakuwe rada kabisa, because hii mambo ya 7-year term, hata Kichung'wah anakataa, but it is something that is on the table. It is something that they want to pretend that they are not for it, but it is something that they are looking at. So Ichung'wah can say no to anything that they don't want, but it is something that they are looking at to do their political extension. Hiyo ndio shida tuko nayo pale Kenya, and you guys, we need to be talking about this on a daily basis, so that we can stop this political madness. And Kenyans are so angry. Hatujamaliza na mambo ya Gachagua, ndio hii ingine inaingia. But I want to put it out there, even before we go to the main debate. How does the impeachment of Gachagua affect your life? Or how does the deputy president affecting you directly of him not performing? How does that affect you as an ordinary person? Maybe yes, Kevin, you want to say something?
Zalendo, you're skipping the rope.
Yeah?
And I feel like you're skipping the rope, and we just need to put it in white and in black and white. Ruto is completely destroying the Kenyan Republic. He behaves like a poor child who has been given a lot of food, and he feels like, okay, he needs to keep some in his pocket. So just like the other time, there was Gen Z mobilization, and to bring down, of course, to tell the president that this is not what we really want as a country. Is the same way this trend should come up. Me and you, we need to come up and tell William Ruto in his eyes, that this trend cannot continue in the Republic of Kenya. If William Ruto is listening, this is my message for him, Kevin Wasonga, that there is no way we can have the political gimmicks at the expense of the common wananchi. There is no medication in the hospitals. Students have not been in the universities for quite some time. At the beginning of the semester or at the beginning of the term, pupils were not in school. And look at what is happening. We have a lot of money in tabling these kind of bills in the parliament, both in the Senate and in the national parliament. And Ruto has all that time to assent to some of these kind of bad bills for the common citizens. This is not what we want. What we've been telling William Ruto is that we need development for the people, for the Republic of Kenya. That's all we need. So if he's doing anything other than that, then of course he's doing injustice to the citizens. So a point on his eye, if he's watching these kind of things happening in the Republic, if he's watching Gachagua getting impeached and he's dancing the tune, bringing in Raila Odinga so that at least, the other party can become the prime minister, who doesn't even help the people. Look at the development that we have in Kenya. How many portals do we have from Busia to Mombasa? How many are there? 3,750 potholes. What is the government doing about it? Look at the Adani, which the government is trying to pull in and siphon the resources of the Republic of Kenya. Imagine you've opened your gate to the unknown people. The airport is like the main gate of Kenya. I mean, if we are fighting corruption in Kenya, then why is Adani there? Why is Ketraco signing documents or MOUs with the Adani kind of corrupt company, which has brought down Bangladesh? See how Bangladesh is now bankrupt as a country. These are the kind of things that we don't want as a country, and we are telling Ruto in his face, together with Israel Odinga, that it's high time that he needs to change his tune and give us what we elect, if indeed he was elected truly. But if he was not elected as a president of the Republic of Kenya, then of course he should follow suit and follow Rigathi Gachagua. And that is what the youth, as one of the youths, Kevin being one of them, it's what I can tell him. He's my president, as it is. By law, William Ruto is the president. And by law, I'm a citizen of Kenya. So I'm right to tell him that what he's doing for the Republic of Kenya is not right. What we need is not doing. We don't know where his manifesto is, and we don't know who stole his manifesto. He's implementing something completely different. We don't know it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm also joined by Celeste. Celeste, if you are able to, you can say something.
Yeah, Aki Poleni. You know, the whole time I've been trying to get back, because at first, because I had Nini, I denied the access for the camera.
Yeah.
So this whole time I've been trying to figure it out, but maka nikasema tu acha niingie if you guys, but I'm seeing other people don't have their cameras here too, so
Yeah,
I hope
okay.
that's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
But my question is, this UDA on your page, is this are we talking about? What is that all about? I'm sorry.
Now, you see, this is a UDA amendment. They are proposing the UDA amendment constitutional bill. This is a bill that has been sponsored by a UDA senator. That is why I was.
Serengeti UDA.
Yeah, Serengeti UDA. Yeah, this guy. So
I'm so confused.
this huu ni jamaa wa UDA. So
Okay.
we are looking at it that way, and
Yeah.
I want you to weigh in your opening statement of what you feel about your country, Kenya, and which direction do we need to take. Sisi wote tumeudhika, yeah, but we need to be raising these voices in the right place so that people can hear the voices from the diaspora. Everybody here is from a different region of in the world. So let us put our heads together and see what we can do for our country.
Yeah. So my take on it is, why now? Why now? Why are they introducing this thing now? Because remember, these people are not stupid. You know, they don't introduce things just because. Unajua, when they do, and I'm not saying they're not trying to pass it, but they know it's going to get a lot of pushback. So is it another distraction?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Is it another distraction? Like, look at what happened with Gachagua, right? When we were busy, you know, it captured the whole nation. And I'm not saying impeachment is not a big deal, but we've seen impeachments, you know, in other countries. You can be impeached and still be the president.
Yeah. But you can be impeached and still be the president. You know why? It only, like here in the US, if you are impeached and still become the president, it means that yes, the impeachment passed through Congress, but when it goes to the Senate, it didn't go through. So
but what I'm saying is, it's a political process, but it's good that we were able to go through it, because it helped us. You know, we are testing the constitution, Sunona.
Yeah.
And it also set a lot of precedents Ndio sasa now, if we decide to impeach somebody tomorrow, even if it's the president, or sema it's not doable.
Yeah, it is something that is possible.
They've set the precedent. But so anyway, back to my question: why now? Is it just another distraction? And even whoever is even introducing this thing, they just want people to be really, really upset to burn this whole country down. No. Because you already know kwa ground venye iko. People are upset. People are tired. The economy is bad. People are hungry. Students were striking. They're killing them left and right. I'm a daktari, teachers. So you already know people are already upset. Why would you want to introduce this bill now?
Wow, that's a good question. People are already upset. You are now or introducing something else to upset people even more.
Yeah.
Let me give
And
that,
to take us away, to take our attention away from things like Bill Gates, JP Morgan. And I'm not, it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but a lot is happening at a very short time. Like when there's so much chaos, unasikia sijui ati wamepewa privileges, immunity, or JP Morgan just visited, or Adani sijui what. So are they just trying to distract us from this thing? Because remember, this one, we have to go to public participation. They already know this is a referendum. That is not going to be an easy feat.
Wow. Okay, I leave you to this guy. Nicholas also raised that.
Yeah.
He raised the issue of Bill Gates. Ameingia Kenya tu, yani ati jamaa ameingia Kenya, ye amepatiwa immunity. Hata akifanya crime yoyote yeye hakuna shida.
Because he's already, remember, he's actually dealing with that. I don't know if you guys already talked about it. As we speak, he's dealing with a case in like an indictment in Netherlands, right? And yesterday we were having a conversation about this. Other people, we were to the extreme to Nasema, they just want to kill us. But other people think about it like he just wants to leave a legacy. But sisi ndio guinea pigs wanatutumia as testing because mnataka immunity ya nini?
Wow. Haya, Bill Gates ameingia Kenya, guinea pigs ndio nyinyi, mtakuwa mnatumiwa kama samples, mkikufa pia ni shauri yenu. His riches will continue. He'll continue harvesting dollars at the expense of local Kenyans. Nicholas or Boni.
Ya kwanza nasikia huyu Bill Gates ananunua mashamba huko Kenya, sijui anataka kulima nini.
I heard that too, but guess what? Hapa kwa Stato ako na mashamba.
Hapa hiyo alianza kitambo hiyo.
Alianza kitambo sana.
Alianza kitambo. Hapa America ni kama amekununua kote.
I'm just concerned about the Bill Gates story because it's something which is coming up at a time when a lot of things are happening within the republic. Maybe anyone who may be having verified news on the same, so that at least you can share if he's buying lands, where is he buying them, and at what cost, what is probably the purpose of these parcels of land in the Republic of Kenya, and what is the motive? Why is he getting immunity?
Yeah. Because I don't know if it's a legacy thing, but at the same time, we have to tie it to the agricultural bills. Because I don't know if this is verified, but when Sabina Chege aliulizwa, who is writing all these agricultural bills? She said, it's not her, it's not coming from her. So hizi bills inatoka wapi? Nani anaandika hizi bills? Where it's criminalizing people to be kufanya agriculture, ati sign lazima kuwa na diploma, ama ati after that ukifanya makosa, if you don't get these certifications za kulima some crops, unapata fine baka like even $1 million, up to $1 million. And this is not hearsay. I've seen this with my own eyes.
Okay,
ndengu,
it comes.
rice. Sasa hii ni vitu gani? Very soon we will
It
not be able
comes.
to eat what we want to eat. No.
Okay, now according to what I've read,
Mhm.
is that the Bill Gates through Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation are actually actively involved in various projects in Kenya, focusing on improving health, gender equality, farming. Recently, the foundation were given special diplomatic privileges and immunity, allowing it to operate more effectively within the country. When you give a diplomat immunity, it means that they can do anything and they'll get away with it. The foundation is spending actually $7 billion in the next 4 years for this initiative. Uh, and they are partnering with the local institution, investing on health system and promoting agricultural development.
But
Yeah, that
those
is
are
the,
things that sisi wenyewe we can deal with. Hata chakula chetu, we can grow our own foods. Kwani for thousands of years we didn't grow our own foods?
yeah, because
No,
he
You
ni
see,
hizi ma GMOs ndizo wanataka kuleta.
I'll,
It's
Si
nothing
ndio?
else.
Alafu
I'll,
unajua
I'll, I'll,
yeah.
I
Somebody raised
always,
something. I'm sorry to cut you guys short, but somebody raised something very nini yesterday. Because this conversation, I'm glad we are having this conversation today because yesterday we were having the same conversation. This is what somebody said. Bill Gates is known for Microsoft, si ndio?
Mhm.
Kwa nini hakuna hub ya Microsoft kubwa sana if he really cares about us?
yeah, it's a
Okay.
big question, but you see, these things.
Yeah,
Can I come
we are
in?
losing you, Kevin.
Yeah. This Bill Gates is coming at a time when Africa should not be crying of foreign aid or foreign assistance that so and so should come and help us do our development within our countries. But here comes a Kenyan, a Kenyan president who is who, in my own opinion, would be having wrong intentions for the republic because he is bringing things that even a small child would just say, no, this is not good or rightfully right for the country. Look at the ID chips, which are supposed to be within your body system. That is quite, for me, it's something that is really scary, so scary.
So we are the guinea
And
pigs.
of course, Bill Gates. Of course, we would say we are the guinea pigs. And then Bill Gates again is coming at a time when even the entire world or Africa as a whole is struggling in implementing the 17 SDG goals. We have not implemented all the 17 goals. So why is he coming at a time when we are still struggling with this? We have not implemented the one for water. It's not completely done because, of course, corruption is the main goal. I mean, the main agenda in this kind of government setups. He's coming up to, okay, if it's the assertion is true that he's buying parcels of the Kenyan Republic, then of course, for what intention and for how long is he doing it? And is it under lease program? It raises a lot of questions. And of course, that's an international investor. Of course, Adani is also there. Leave alone Adani. Of course, we've had so different. I mean, the Ketraco is going. Look at the. Look at the works or the delivery by the KPLC, which is quite hogwash. There's nothing going on at KPLC. Instead of siphoning a lot of money from the citizens, systems, nothing is working out in Kenya. The only thing that is
So let
working
me
out is
ask
corruption.
you, Kevin, let me interrupt you kidogo. So let me just to get things clear for me. So are these outside companies taking advantage of the situation that we have right now? Ama it's already pre-planned. They were just waiting for the right time.
I think it was
they are not
pre-planned, the way I look at it, because tukiangalia mambo ya Adani na airport. Okay, before Adani, before the airport, go back. Kuna mali nimeona ya kwamba Raila he was also involved in Adani during the last elections. Wao ndo walimfund. Ndio maana amekuja kufikia hapa wakati Ruto amejua ya kwamba this guy alikuwa na deal na Adani, so it was easy for him to bring him in. Na ndio wakati alimleta, ulisikia Raila pia amesupporti Adani. Now, coming to Adani na airport, the thing is, guys, anything which is happening in Kenya, Ruto is behind it. He is either grabbing a big chunk percentage of whatever is happening. Kama hii airport, ukiangalia there's a story going around ya kwamba amenunua ndege, about 6 Boeing aeroplanes. Haya. Ukiangalia ndio Adani wameingia airport. So it's like somebody is here to convince me that what I'm thinking is not right. Huyu jamaa, he wants to take over the airport, iwe yake, ndege ziwe ni zake. So he'll be running the Kenya Airways. He just want to run Kenya kama yake. That's what I am thinking.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nicholas, because remember the last time when the questionable Murkomen, it was questioned that Murkomen bought a few airplanes, and of course it was weighed against his salary, monthly salary, and of course the number of years that he has been an MP senator for Elgeyo Marakwet. And this weighing, of course, against the price of each aeroplane. Looking at this, you come to realize that some of these things are a bigger chunk is proceeds from corruption or the deals or the cartels that Ruto has around him. And that's why this parliament is ready to impeach Gachagua at the expense of even doing the lifestyle audit that they have been crying about for all the Kenyan leaders. They have never done that, because if they are to do that, then they should start with the president himself, narrow it down to the likes of Raila Odinga and the MPs, the MCAs, and everybody that works for the government. So Ruto himself has really failed the country because he himself is corrupt in a way. He himself is surrounded by corrupt people. Look at the fact that he has been surrounded by Gachagua, who has been so corrupt around him and is now the deputy president. So how many corrupt deals do we have in this kind of Kenya Kwanza government that we don't know? The few that we know, Gachagua dismissed. But the ones that we don't know, who is there to unveil them for us? It's a big question that is going to hit Kenyans, probably the entire generation that we are in now. Kenya, we are being milked down the streams, because look at the price of sugar, look at the price of unga, look at the prices of commodities. It's too high. Service delivery is very low, but the goods and services, it's completely high. So in as much as somebody would say, okay, you are earning a salary, but then where does this salary go to? The salary goes into buying very expensive things that could be bought at cheaper prices, because most of them are imported and some of them are produced by the cartels in this government, including William Ruto, who is the president himself. So we need to tell Ruto in his eyes, if he's listening to our television now, that he needs to stop it. Unless this stops, then we will have a country called Kenya. But if it doesn't stop, of course, we will be living as poor people. Of course, you saw the other time, yesterday and today, youth in thousands of numbers going for job interviews at Kabete Polytechnic, National Polytechnic. Why? Because
That
there are no
really
jobs
broke
in Kenya.
my heart, by the way. That
It
really
should.
broke my heart.
Guys, we have got so many panelists here who have joined in. We have Josphat, Sivanti. I don't know who came first, Kenya Rebel or Josphat. One of you can go and give their opening remarks. Kenya Rebel. Yep. Kenya Rebel, I don't know why you keep on dropping. Kenya Rebel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And stop jumping up and down the studio.
It's your
Karibu.
network.
Oh,
Am I audible?
you're very, very audible.
Okay. Let me first by saying Bill Gates needs to be banned from Kenya. Banned. Like he needs not to even land in Kenya. This man has been banned in several European countries because he has been advocating this GMO nonsense, and they're trying to make it hard for the local farmers to use their organic seeds to grow mimea zao. They're even trying to illegalize it. They're trying to force us to buy Monsanto seeds so that it is expensive for the local farmers to buy GMOs, Ninium. If you know, the Monsanto seeds are patented seeds, so you have to pay for it. Okay? Now, why should you pay for seeds? God gave you a natural seed to buy it for free. Not buy it, but to have it for free. Why is it that now they're trying to make this, again, this goes back to the head of the state, Ruto, who is their effigy, is a puppet. Their ventriloquist is the WEF ruler. What's his name? I forgot that old bastard. But anyway, that is what's going on over here. Our president have sold out Kenya, and it didn't start with Ruto. Uhuru Kenyatta is just as liable as Ruto. I always tell people that Ruto's government is an extension of Uhuru Kenyatta's government. Don't buy in this nonsense that these people are enemies. This is just to play to the gallery. So nyinyi mkipigania wakina Raila, sijui Ruto, sijui nini, for the tribal division, but these people are in the same country club. But anyway, the point is, Bill Gates should not be allowed in Kenya, in Africa to be precise. Look at Burkina Faso. They've banned everything GMO. They've said they don't want money from World Bank, IMF. They can raise their own money to renew their own projects, to pay for their own projects. The same thing. Kenya has money. There's enough taxpayers that can, if you borrow locally from our local banks, we can. I mean, Jimmy Wanjigi did his Nenio and say that Kenyans could have paid for this USGR peke. They didn't need to Nenio. So the point is, we can actually finance our projects, finance our bill, our budget. We don't need this external World Bank thing, but the World Bank come in because they want to take over the facets of our economy. And Zalendo, I don't know how many times I've been in this channel and I've told you about the book by this former CIA guy who works for IMF and World Bank. His name is John Perkins. The name of the book is Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Go read that book. It explains it. It actually, if you read that book, you can see play to play how Ruto is selling the Neo. That's why you saw Ledama was saying Ledama is such a sellout. I can't stand him. Like I swear, if I meet these people, anyway, let me not say that. But he wrote a tweet when he said that, he was telling Adani at the High Court, your case in High Court is just a small, slow down. It's to slow down you, but you'll have the last laugh. Go read his tweet.
Who are you talking about?
Ledama Olekina. And I thought
that one is a complete sellout right now.
I thought, at first I thought he was a young, vibrant senator who can bring change. But once I saw him with Ruto and Raila giggling in New York, I knew this is a pinhead. But what he wrote today was absolutely... anyway, I'll make my submission short because I know there's a lot of people. But let me just say this. When he wrote that and he actually tagged Adani, the CEO, saying that don't worry about the court cases, you'll have the last laugh. I was baffled. And I said our court is our last line of defense. Okay? Those are our Gabriel, those are our Saliba, those are our John Terry. If they rule to let Adani take over this 95 point something billion energy sector and our JKIA, we are doomed. And I'm glad that there are people who are going to show up at Milimani Court on this Ninio on 11/11 for this Ninio, because we have to stand up, or else we are done. Our sovereignty have been given up to these foreign entities, and our sovereignty is being given up to corporations, not even governments, corporations. So I'll be brief and leave it that, because I know a lot of people have to say, but I hope our judiciary stands up and do the right thing. I'm just looking at this Gachagua cases, and to me it's a saga. You look at Judge Jogola, Judge Mrima, Judge Frida. It's they should be recusing themselves if you are to follow court. I don't like Gachagua. I don't care about his politics, but he deserves a fair trial. But anyway, let me just stop there and say our last hope as Kenyans to have some kind of sovereignty left is judiciary. And to be honest with you, I don't have a lot of faith. I think they are going to be sold out. In fact, Ekuru Okot just tweeted 5 hours ago saying that there's a lot of intimidation, neo-bribing, and all that stuff that's happening in our judges right now. And we are waiting to see, because there's so much. If we give up all this to Adani, we are doomed. We are doomed. So I'll leave it there and let others speak. But it's like, it's annoying, not annoying, but it's what can I say? It's I'm enraged when I see what's happening, and these political leaders, so-called political leaders, the Raila Odingas, who are coming and telling us without batting an eyelid, telling us that Adani is a good company. These people should be stoned to death.
Let me tell you. Let me listen. These people have been doing this. This is all they know. Let's just start there. This is all they know. That's why ukiona wakiongea, when they're having their rallies or they're having like a function, a wedding, the way they speak to each other, they are speaking to each other like friends and frenemies, unaona. So we are just spectators, and this is all they know. So this is a new thing for them, and it's going to like change is it's inevitable, unaona. Their children have been probably telling them, but this is going to change is coming whether they like it or not. So even all these bills wakituma, there is a time that somebody will come in, and hata hizi court cases, hata wakipitisha, we are going to reverse them, whether they like it or not. No. So me, I don't give up hope. This is all they know. They act the way they act. And we should not even expect them to change, or wanasemanga a leopard doesn't change its stripes. No. So let's just see them for who they are and keep pushing. Hakuna kustop. Even if they try to kill us all, we just have to keep pushing. Mpaka mwisho.
I like that. Kimanzi, before you drift to sleep, sema kitu.
Zalendo, I've just listened to what some of the panelists are saying, and the fact remains that Ruto and his members should go. We need a new government. There is no government here. They just came in so that they can squander people's resources. They are doing nothing. Everything they are doing in this country is a total scam. That is why I agree with Kenya Revolutionary. We should ban them. Thank you.
Alex, you've been quiet for a while. Are you there?
Let me digress a bit, and I say, first of all, I think Kenyans, we suffer from something that's called Stockholm syndrome, because I believe we are the ones who input the captors, the ones who are putting us in this situation. And I also noticed the ethnicity issue is very big in the country, because you find, like, the time Gilbert Masengeli, he missed a lot of court hearings, and when the people tried to come at him, you could find the people of his ethnicity chose to stand with him and defend him, saying he's one of our own. And yet he's one of the people who was perpetrating for the young people in this country to be killed. So that shows me we do suffer a lot from Stockholm syndrome. And I think we are at a point where our leaders are very gullible. They don't stand for the truth, like the way Kenya revolutionary has pointed out about Ledamo Lekina. We thought he stood for the truth, but currently anatuangusha. I think same for us citizens. We have become very gullible. We don't stand for the truth.
Acha niwaambieni fellow panelists. Mja sahi Kenya maisha yenyewe ni ngumu. You know why life is becoming so hard in Kenya? Because number one thing is because cost of production has gone so high, and when cost of production goes high, of course, the seller will sell his or her products at a very high price. And Ruto cheats us that Finance Bill 2024 was dead in arrival. That is not the case, because bits of these kind of things are taking place. I mean, they are happening. Look at the land transactions in terms of the land succession rates, the land subdivision rates, as well as the land transfer rates. How much was it before, and how much is it today? I believe some of us have been having land transactions, of course, within the country. You've been buying parcels of land here and there, and you can see how much is it, and whether it's something that is affordable for everybody, any Tom, Dick, and Harry. It's not, because it's almost tripled these kind of charges. Look at those who are in the dairy farming and maybe the poultry farming, just to choose to take as an example, to see how the cost of production has gone high. These are things that somebody would be doing in the village or wherever you are, so that at least you can keep yourself abreast with of course, keep yourself, get something out of it and feed your family, take your children to school, do ABCD for yourself. But once the cost of living, cost of production goes high, of course, you need to sell them at a high price, and probably no one will be willing to buy whatever you are selling. So Ruto is trying to kill Kenyans or Kenyan strength one by one, and make us as weak as as he wants. He makes himself stronger, but the citizens becomes weaker and weak, or completely weak. It makes me very sad. That this is not where we wanted to be in 2030. We are now at 2024. It's only 6 years to go. I don't think that we would reach the vision 2030 when it comes to the year 2030. It's completely a dream.
It's not going to get there. No,
it's a dream for sure. We've gone back
the way
to the
things are boiling.
1990s.
The way things are boiling, it's not going to be a 2007 where it's going to be tribal. And I'm not predicting anything, but if it goes on like this, it's going to get to a point where, first of all, it'll start with the politicians or the elected officials. No.
Individually, I've gone. The other time I was in a party. I've been a member of a political party, but looking at how Kenya is going or the direction that we are taking, I'm partyless. I'm completely partyless. And if I was not a member of the Gen Z, then I'm definitely in with all my strength. I'm one of the Gen Zs in Kenya. And if people are to go to the street and which is enshrined in the Kenyan constitution, that you can picket, I'm one of them that can go to the street and picket against this particular government that is killing the Kenyan dream. And
So let
leave
me
alone
ask
even the Kenyan
let me
dream
ask
only,
you
even the
something, yeah?
African dream as a whole.
Let me ask everybody in the panel and Kevin, obviously, because a lot of people think it was too early for someone like Morara to have a political party. What do you think about that? Because I went back and forth in my own head, but I think we need to have a political party. Actually, not even one. We need to have multiple political parties.
Okay, can I answer that in a short way so that others
Yeah.
can respond? And I want
Yeah.
others to get in. I want you to picture this. This is Kenya. I want to paint a picture.
Yeah.
And please, Muzalendo, don't mess this. Listen to me. We have a deputy president. I'm getting to Morara. Listen to me. We have a deputy president who even his members of his community are reminding him of how he killed people in Molo or whatever when he was working for Moi, whatever the case is. Corrupt. We know he's corrupt. Okay, we have the head of, speaker of the, National Assembly, Wetangula, is involved in scamming some fucking Arabs in Emirates, whatever, in gold scam, all right? He's corrupt. Amason Kingi, who have looted whatever when he was governor, was it governor or senator, whatever he was, okay? Right? These are the people who passed this thing to go on, all right? Listen.
Even Kingi for real?
Yes, he's fucking corrupt. Then we have a drug dealer as your CS, Hassan freaking Joho, El Chapo of Kenya. Okay? These are the people who are holding the biggest position in your country. You have a Judge Ogola. You saw they were highlighting how his wife was hired to the new. All the point I'm making, coming to Morara was seen with what's his name? What's his face? Actually, number one, let's start. He worked for Ruto in his cabinet, whatever the case is. He was seen with what's this silly guy from Kisii that was fighting with Simba Raji.
That's not Morara. That is Kasmuel. Was seen with Osoro.
No,
it's Morara, but he explained all those things. He explained all those things.
No, not Kasmuel. Morara is a fucking clown. He is a con artist hired by Ruto, and you're buying in this bullshit, and that's what's making him mad. All these people are corrupt. Gen Z were the answer to this. Taking over, take out Ruto, have a new clean slate. But you still are smiling to these idiots that are paid. Listen, did you see what the IBC, who went to visit IBC? Meg freaking Whitman, the American ambassador to Kenya. Why would an American ambassador go visit IEBC? Have you ever seen an ambassador to America go visit the Federal Electoral Commission?
Yeah, we know that is. But what does that have to do with Morara?
Morara is corrupt. That's what I'm telling you. What does Morara do? Do you think fucking injection will remove Ruto? Fucking use your head.
First of all,
all right.
Pipe down, bro. Like, you don't have to.
Kenya Rebel. We said we need to have decency in the conversation. If you want to convince somebody, use the language that.
No, that was Kevin. That was not Kenya Rebel. That was Kevin.
We need to say the way
Kenya
it is.
Rebel.
It is using the government. These people are fooling the people. That's why we have people like Ruto are still in power because of fucking Morara.
My God, bro.
All right.
We cannot have these corrupt idiots that are trying to put. Why do you need to go to Uhuru Park?
Calm down.
Why did he not go to Uhuru Park when everybody was going to Uhuru Park to remove Ruto? He went to fucking Narrow. Why?
Kenya Revolution.
Calm down.
We cannot have these fucking corrupt people who are paid by the Western government to destroy the African people.
All right, Galejo, take it easy. Take it easy. All right. Take it easy. Yeah, we have a black elder in the house. Can you cool down things a bit? Black, introduce yourself, Kevin. I don't want you to spark this
Just
anymore.
one word.
Yes.
One word before I introduce. I mean, of course, my best friend Black is here.
Black
And,
is here. You introduce Black
very
after
good debate. Of course,
you comment.
Black. Yes, I agree with Kenya Revolution. Morara is corrupt. Of course, looking at what is taking place in the country is coming at a time when the Gen Zs had unveiled something that is Morara was not there. But then he comes in, and then of course he has a pay bill, he has this and that, buy for me speakers, buy for me these laptops and all that. Why? And
No,
then he
let me
gives out
tell you
his
something. From somebody
Yes.
that has been following this thing from the beginning,
Yes.
I will sit down with one of you one-on-one, and I will tell you everything from the beginning to the end, okay? So, but because you already believe what you believe, let's not dilute this
Tell him to
conversation up
explain where the
again.
money was, the money that we gave him. Where did the money go? Stop telling us about Morara.
All
Where's
right,
the money that we
all
gave
right,
him?
all right. You don't have the mic, Kenya Rebel. Please. This is a lady.
Answer my
I mean,
question.
just have the decency. You're a
Why are
gentleman.
you yelling at me like that? You
You
know
are
you can
Because
just
yelling.
have a
you're lying to
conversation
the
with
people.
me.
You're working for Ruto.
You are no.
Wow.
That's not the truth. I mean, please, let people. You have your
That is
opinion.
not true. That
You
is
have your
very, very.
opinion. You stick to your
Let me
opinion.
tell you something. My father was jailed
You
for
are
a
being
very
paid by
long
Ruto to
time.
come here and
Listen,
confuse the people now.
wait, control your emotions, bro. My
You are here
father
to
was
confuse
jailed.
people. We know you. You're what?
No. Kenya Rebel. I don't think you know everybody here, but
You don't know me. You don't know me.
I
So why
don't
would
think
you
you know
think you know
Celeste. I'm
what
meeting
I
her for the
got?
first time. Please, just have
I
some
know
decency.
you.
Okay,
How do
please,
you know
Kenya
me, bro?
Rebel.
How do you know me?
No,
How do you know me, bro?
Because you are telling that Murara is for the country. Murara
Your
is a
emotions are
corrupt
taking
used
you.
by Ruto to confuse the people.
How am I being used by anybody? See me, I don't have my own voice.
why can't you let the lady explain herself? We've given you the time for the mic. It was your turn. Let somebody else say what they want to say. Don't interject. I mean, nobody was interjecting you, Kenya Revolutionary. Why are you interjecting all the time? You had your time. You told us your point. Just calm down and let somebody give their point. We have freedom of speech. You live in a country where freedom of expression is allowed. Why
But
are you
we don't let
behaving
people
like
to lie to
you are
people, to
in
lie to
somewhere
the
in Jacaranda?
community. You're lying to people. You're working for the government. You're working for the CIA. This lady is working for Ruto.
So I'm also working for the CIA. I think you're possessed with
You're a
something.
bum.
I don't
Zalendo,
know.
you're
I
a
don't know
bum.
what that is. Eh?
Actually, I'm
I-
a bum, bro.
all right. Okay.
Hivi
Celeste
ndio
now.
unaongeleshanga watu wewe? My brother.
Celeste, let me, as you gather your
Black,
thoughts.
hebu ongea, wacha mi ni mute.
Wacha Black aongee
Africa
kidogo.
shall be liberated,
Hey,
not by Murara.
okay, hey, Rebel, Kenya Rebel. This is Black, man. Tulia. Okay, now let's proceed.
It's hot like that sometimes. Black, long time,
Now,
my brother.
now let's proceed, guys. Santeni. First of all, I want to say hello to everyone in the panel. Start with the lady. Hi. I hope you're doing fine.
Niko
Just take
salama
it
sana.
easy. Sometimes these debates get too emotive. Kenya Rebel leo I think amesimama kwa jua sana, so akili imechemuka. So Kenya Rebel tulia bana. So anyway, what I wanted to talk about is the issue that the ladies mentioned, and it got me wondering, about Bill Gates, the Gates Foundation to be precise, because it's no longer Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It's just the Gates Foundation getting the immunity. Now, for someone to want to have that, it means there's something that they do that probably would more often than not encourage people or someone to sue them for something. Now you get to ask yourself, what is it that they do that would get anyone to sue them, and they wouldn't want to have that. Then I went into the website and I looked at what they deal with, and they're more about, they say they deal with technology and tools for agriculture, and matters to do with health and immunization, and that's where now I stopped up on the nilisimamia, because when you get to read what the act is all about, maybe Mzalendo, if we can take time to read it for us and the viewers and the listeners where they are back home, then we'd get to understand what this act is all about and what is this that these people do that they might need this, because hii kitu inatumika such that while they are performing their work, that if at all they do anything that would be wrong while they are performing their work, then they cannot be sued. So najiuliza, if they are dealing with matters to do with health and immunization, right, and wafanye kitu such that idhuru wa Kenya, then it means they cannot be sued. Then why should we have them in the first place?
It's because they are testing
So
new technology and new viruses and new, but whatever it is, the vaccines, and I'm in healthcare. So this is we are in, like, no, this is the stages. They do lab rats, they do wanatumia animals kwanza, alafu now they have to use humans. And then after
so
that is
then
now they know the
okay.
concept ilikuwa proven. Sisi ndio sasa tuko hiyo stage ya humans.
So why should we have anyone that is dealing with anything to do with something as sensitive as health not being liable for any lawsuit whatsoever? I mean, does that make any sense? It means that wanaweza kuja na mavaccine zao and zikuje zireact na watu and there's nothing you can do about it. These are the kind of fundamental discussion that I think as Kenyans we ought to have. This issue of, I don't know who got impeached and what, I mean, politicians, none of them is good. So if none of them is good, if one is being impeached, then it means it's just one rotten apple taken out, so it's fine, But when you look at things like, I mean, kulingana na topic nimeona hapa imeandikwa matters to do with the term extension. I think Katiba is very clear. I think Article 255, 256, and 257 in Kenya, So regardless of whatever Cherargei was trying to pull off, I think the lady even said that it would still have ended up in referendum, So I mean, that is I don't even think that is something that we ought to be talking about, because it's for once I can say Ruto said something that I agree with. It's an act, or what do you call it, that is infutility. Inakuwaje sentence, there's something yani ni kitu ambayo yenye obviously the end result of it is it will fail,
It's dead on
so I
arrival,
don't
right?
think we need to
Dead on arrival.
fail. I mean, it was never going to go anywhere. So I think what we ought to be discussing is the issue about umeleta hiyo the Gates Foundation getting the immunity, and I think UN, watu kama UN to have such an act ukiingia kwenye organization yao, that makes sense because of the humanitarian work that they do, then that is fine. But then
But you gotta
Gates
remember
Foundation,
the
I think
UN
that
are
was
so
wrong.
disrespectful to
Then
us.
you get
The
to
other
see
day,
that
UN walitupatia 2 seats with zero veto power. Hiyo ni UN, hiyo UN ni yetu, ni ya kila mtu ama tu ni yao?
sikusikii
Can you hear me?
eti
All right. Okay. Black. I want you to land so that we can have
Mm.
other people coming in the conversation. There's so many people who want to be part of this conversation, and yeah. So I'll give you each
Shall
and
leave it.
every member of the panelists at least 2 minutes, 3 minutes at most, to say what they want to say, and then we move very very fast in the first round. Yeah. Um,
It's okay. I
Black,
mean, it's fine.
Black,
It's fine. It's fine.
Maliza, just land. Umemaliza? Black, are you
Yeah, yeah. I
there?
mean, like I said, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Mine was brief. It's
Yes.
fine. Mine was brief. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Black is saying it is you know what Black is saying is what everybody else is concerned in this panel. Why do you give this? And he's raised a very fundamental question. This guy is dealing with health. Suppose something goes wrong with whatever he's testing, and Celeste brought a point where these medicines have to be tested with to the Kenyan or whatever crop that is coming up. It has to be tested in Kenyan soil. Is he able to do that in the US? For example, that is a question that I put out there. But let me bring in Nicholas before I bring Ashley to give a opening remark. Nicholas, usilale sana, umenyamaza.
No, niko macho nasikiza.
Oh, okay. Kama uko macho, hiyo ni asante sana. Ashley, can you give us your opening remarks before I go to Paula?
I was coming to rescue Kenya Rebel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to tell him to take some coffee. He does a very good show and he doesn't shout. So asikuwe KK, huyo KK nakupatianga nini headache. Don't be him. I know you can control yourself. You know what? What we need to ask is that we have more people going in and telling us that they want to be leaders so that we have choices. So that even though Morala is a plan, he will not succeed if we have better options. So, because we are a democracy, what we are going to want is to get more people in, that he will be ignored, that he will not even be a point of discussion. So that is what, let us not sweat the small stuff. There is a lot more that we need to tackle. That's my short statement. Thank you.
Now, Ashley, why do you people dismiss Morara as a no-show, as no entity? And Morara here has got following, is talking about the relevant issues like corruption, of which each and everyone is talking about. Right now, I did a small article this morning, telling all the people opposing William Ruto to style up, because William Ruto is doing something that nobody is realizing what William Ruto is doing at the moment politically. He has brought in Raila Odinga in his camp. He is finishing central Kenyan politics. These are all geared towards 2027 election. So the reality, with a fragmented opposition in Kenya, Ruto will rule beyond 2027. So the opposition figures, those who are opposing or coming up with political parties, 2027 is just 2 years away. They need to unite. They need to unite so that Kenyan people can have some choice. That is what I'm saying. But let us not dismiss people.
Morala is good. Morala is a good political activist. But and again, like today they are saying, oh, let's support Morala. We are doing personality politics. We are still falling into those. What are we supporting? What are his policies? You see, let us support people based on their issues, based on what they believe in. He's talking about corruption. He's talking about accountability. So are we supporting him for accountability? Is he showing us that he can be accountable? Because you can't accuse somebody else, but you do not want to be held by the same standard. So I don't even want to talk about him. I don't want to make this about him, because then we waste time when we should be thinking about the kind of leader we need. He's not my leader, and I have good reasons for it. Has nothing to do with him personally, but he's a good political activist, which does not qualify him to be a presidential candidate. And I bet you that if he became president, he would be Ruto 2.0.
Hey.
Do you know Morara does not even want to vie for anything? He didn't even want to be this leader that everybody's trying to make him out to be. So, but Mimi, the reason why it came up is because Kevin had asked a question, and I was just asking a question back, But we are not saying Malik. We don't even know what tomorrow holds. So it doesn't mean Morara is like this person when you're tumesema atakuwa president or anything. We're just seeing good qualities in this guy, and we need to just support him for the time being. And we don't know what the future holds. He personally, he probably doesn't even want to be president if you really ask him the truth.
So let's not waste time then talking about him all the time. Let us talk about issues that are affecting our country and what the kind of leader we want for. I mean, like, why waste time talking about him? He's an activist, just like I am an activist. I'm doing it online. He's doing it on the ground. Let's go on.
Let's talk about something else.
I saw Paula Cat. Paula, you came up. Can you come and say something? Say hi to us and tell us where you are tuned in from. Yes, Karibu Sana Afrique 24.
All right. I'm in the US.
Yes.
Hi, Paula.
Hi.
You are listening to the debate, how it is heating up, and what the opinion of people on the political scene. Some you might not agree with, but what is your opinion about what is happening in our country, and what is the way forward, Paula?
Let's look at Morara as Martin Luther King. Not that he's going to die, but I'm just saying, let's look at him.
Jesus fucking Christ! What?
Let's look at him, because when Martin Luther King started, he had all sorts of opposition and all sorts of and he never benefited. You and I probably will never benefit from these talks. We will leave it behind for people who are going to benefit. It might be 20 years, 30 years. It's not going to happen tomorrow. Trust me, it will not happen tomorrow, not even in 2027. Because Martin Luther fought for this country how many years ago? You all know. You can Google. And he never benefited. Malcolm X did not benefit. People start like the way you people have started, or Morara has started, or whoever it is starting something is starting now. You are trying to liberate. But the people who benefit much, much later, like most of Africans here, we benefit because if it were not for people like Martin Luther, probably this country will not even, nobody, it will be like Russia. So when we are talking about, when you are trying to talk about going forward, please stop criticizing. Let's just he had a dream. Somebody said he had a dream. He didn't even have so many policies. This is going to be like this. It was just racism. And he fought about it and they killed him. But what the cause remained. This little man is all over Kenya exposing things. And I'm telling you, we in the US are very proud of him because nobody ever did that before. This is a very daring move. It's a very daring move. I mean, people have done it, but they didn't do it. Man, I remember when I was there, Koigi wa Mwere, I remember Odinga is here and all that. He's going down now, but they are leaving a legacy. But they are not going to benefit, or I mean, we are not going to benefit from especially this one of trying to kill corruption and tribalism. It's a hard thing. So please, as you talk, stop criticizing one another. Just when somebody has got a cause, let's go behind that person. Let's encourage him and let's put in words of encouragement. But otherwise, if we keep on starting to, criticize foes and, you don't see what somebody's doing. That is, you know, let's not stop acting, exercising wickedness. Let's just support. If you can't support, well, there's nothing. I always tell even my friends, you want to gossip about something, about another friend, don't do it to me, because I want only to hear something that will be beneficial for everybody else. But if you have something wrong to say, just keep it to yourself. I'm telling you, if you know very well the government is listening to this and all, and they like it when people are criticizing. They like it when people are fighting in the groups. I listen to a lot of these groups on the X and everywhere. I listen every day. And sometimes my heart just grieves and say, why are they doing this? Why are we even trying to divide among ourselves? We should be a force, a big force. We here, we can only support you financially. We want a big force that when it comes, whatever was just like something, you know, a tip of the iceberg or a sand in the sea, the 24th of June. We want something bigger than that. We want 2 million people on the streets of Nairobi. We want, you know, to do things like that. And it's not going to be easy, please. Because even our people, the way they're, you know, our older people, it's like they gave up completely. So criticizing and coming up with the negativity, it will not help us. It will not help us at all. Somebody's dancing on the ceiling saying, oh, this is what we wanted. They actually right now think the moment is dead. It's not. And we thank God for people like Morara who are going out there and telling them on the face that this is what you have done, this is how much you have stolen. That is daring. And that's what people like Martin Luther did. They didn't have like arranged policies and arranged plans to overtake, and they actually didn't. They didn't overtake, you know. But people like Obama benefited from that.
We are tired of this.
All right. Okay, Kevin, we want to have a decent conversation. I believe everybody has got an opinion. You have got something to say. I might not agree with whatever you're saying, but let us just have this conversation. You love your time. I'm giving each and every member at least 2 minutes because we are many. Utilize your time properly, but insult kidogo tupunguze. Kama uko na kitu ya kusema, sema tu kwa ile lugha ambayo tutaelewa, and your point will be home. Let me invite, there is Penny and Dotruas. Penny Nyagaka, karibu elder.
Ndugu mzalendo, habari ya kila mtu, habari ya Kenya Revolutionary, actually everybody, especially the lady that just talked about Murara. You know, I'm a big supporter of Murara. I'm an uncle ya Murara. Wameniweka hapo, wameniweka kama uncle ya Murara, lakini
Karibu.
well, let me assure the lady that just, thank you. Let me just tell the lady that just spoke that all the criticisms are okay, but we have to answer it with a straight face and a clear determination. Because as of today, Kenya Revolutionary, we have 10 days utaingia kwa choki ya Morara. 10 days only you have. Lakini waja niwaambia kwamba huyu Ruto alitudanganya. Wengi tulikuwa tunatusiwa anywhere we go, and we stood up for that. But we thought he was saying the truth, but he didn't understand what he was saying. But huyu Morara kama anatudanganya, we will have to face it. Unaona? Lakini hii anything as of today of putting the 7 years from 5 years to 7 years to all this other nonsense is nonsense, because the Kenyan people have grown up. They know anywhere you go, any social meeting you go, they will say no to what it is going on. Now, some of us grew up with the Moi. We saw what the Moi was. This guy, Ruto, nobody advises him. At least Moi was listening to advices like Musenya Chai and all these other people that were more senior than him. or they came up around the same time. But this gentleman has come from nowhere and he has lied to us and he has done what he has done. But wacha niwaambia kwamba the Murara that we, some of us support, is knowing mzalendo vile nakuambia historia ya his grandfather that we knew, we saw as young kids. And the video, this young guy is coming up the same way. Lakini kama anatudanganya, so be it. As of right now, actually, you will not tell me who is going to be there in 2027 to face this monster, this criminal called Ruto. There's nobody. Ukisikiza vile nani Kalonzo anazungumza kama, I don't want to use the bad word, lakini you will not agree with it. So let us push for what we can, and if it comes that he's lying to us, so be it. Lakini hatufikiri ya kwamba anatudanganya. So Mzalendo, thank you very much for the good show that you're having. Let us contribute to the best of our knowledge to know that what we are talking about is the future of the Republic of Kenya. Some of us have stayed in these countries that we live in. I personally live in America, and I grew up here. But I want to go back home. I go home every year, 2-3 times, and I love it. Ukienda huku Ushago, unazungumza na watu ya Ushago. What is going on right now? When I was going home, wananiambia, yeah, you can run for governor, but you have to be in ODM. Sasa hii watu wanasema, mazee, huyu mtu sio baba yangu, niko na baba. So that's another story. So from today you speak like this, tomorrow you speak something else. We are not static. We change according to the situation. As of right now, personally, and watu kama mimi tuna support Morara fully. Thank you mzalendo. Asante sana wenyeji wenzangu.
Karibu sana Penny. Tuko na don't trust. Hizi jina bana, they sound like Croatian name. Dutras Willistic. Dutras, karibu
Yeah,
bana, say something.
asante sana. I see the way the name is a bit funny, but it's okay. Thank you for welcoming me. Naongea to the same way. Wamesema ni kwamba it's better if we pull together tusaidie wale ambao wanajitokeza, kwa sababu story kama ya Morara, we have seen his courage. We have seen that actually in as much as ni mwanadamu pia anaweza kuwa na weakness yake, but we need to have that single person ambaye ataenda kutusaidia. Unakumbuka ile story ya ile yenye panya walikaa wakaulizana nani ataenda kushika paka? Yeah, so there must be somebody who is ready to stand in the gap. And as looks right now, wakati baba anaondoka from the politics vya ameondoka hivi, there's a very big gap. Na kweli wale ukionekana kama SKM, Kalonzo bado hajatosha mboga vile, Ngaja anajaribu hajatosha mboga, au wengine bado wanasukumana hivi. So having somebody like Morara who shall give us that, anaweza kama our surprise candidate, can be a very, very good thing. Although from what I know, from our interactions with him, hajasema kwamba ameingia siasa, he's still on activism. But in the same way pia, unajua right now what's happening in Kenya ni kwamba president alijua kwamba the only secret ya kumaliza Mkenya is by making politics very expensive. So after making politics very expensive, unapata sasa siasa imebaki ya watu wa wash na wale is cronies wao wanaweza fund into government. So unless the other people, wale ambao wanaona maono mazuri ya serikali, maono mazuri ya kuwa na Kenya ambao tunatarajia, unless we people that really want best for Kenya come together na tuseme kwamba the candidates, like the best people that we think that can help us, regardless of the political party, regardless of where they come from, we stand by them and support them. Then we might just actually be doing the same cycle of speaking. But if we come together, I'm very sure that tutafanikiwa na tutasafisha ile uchafu ambao tunaona sahi. So thank you so much for this chance, Mzalendo, and I look forward to more discussions. Asante.
I love your submission. That is a very mature submission, straight to the point. We don't have anybody at the moment. If you tell me to go and support Kalonzo Musyoka, I know he's going nowhere. Now, if I ask this panelist, who are they going to support? Ashley will tell me, oh, let me run to Okia Mtata. He has not
Zalendo,
even
can I
money.
respond?
Yes, yes, but
I'll be brief.
lakini usitusi mtu tafadhali.
Sitatusi.
Yeah,
listen.
Yeah, and don't be very dramatic.
Okay, listen. Listen, we need to stop this nonsense about Morara. Morara is a charlatan. This is a freaking con artist. It has been proven. I asked, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You're audible.
Okay, thank you. This charlatan, I asked him, I even called him and I asked him, uliumia wapi? We saw him on Spice FM, was asked, uliumia wapi? Ulisema ulipigwa na ninio viti za chuma. He could not address it, okay? Now, when everyone agreed to go to Huru Park, everyone to go to Huru Park, alikuwa anasema anaenda Narok, and people ask him, why are you doing this? Why are you diverting the attention of this? Now, let me get back to this very quickly. If Kalonzo Musyoka, a non-watermelon, okay, who has some following, Ukambani and some parts of Mombasa where Wakamba lives and all that, can garner enough support, but is not enough to remove Ruto. Who is Morara? Okay, who has some support of some deluded Kisii men and women who think that he's the savior because he's 28 years old and he's talking all this. If you, can you be silent, please? These are the kind of people.
But
Nyagaka, please.
the nonsense.
Can I finish?
No. The bad words you are using are not.
When you were making a submission, I was quiet.
But you're using bad words.
When
you are using what bad words?
You're quiet.
Penny. Finish your submission, and you promised.
Okay, listen to me.
That we're not going
I'll
to
go on. Let me finish. That's why Kenya, we cannot move on. Raila Odinga stands up and says Adani is good, Ruto is good, and we say Raila Odinga is okay. And there are some Luos who will follow him because they think he is Agwambo Thiringenye. This charlatan, non-cretinous imbecile, called fake lawyer, Morara, stands up, 28-year-old, who can barely speak in English, claims he's going to run in 2027. And there's some freaking Kisii men and women who do not know better, think that he's their messiah. He's going to win in 2027. Who can tell me without batting an eyelid that Morara will beat Ruto in 2027? Given how long has Morara been in the political scene? We have to be serious. This is a
Morara hasn't even said he wants to be president, so I don't even know what your argument is.
Why are you interrupting me? When you're making your opinion, I wasn't talking. Again, he said he wanted to run for president, not even something else. So let's be serious with this. And Mzalendo, as I finish, do not promote this. Ashley, you are here. Nyagaka was here. I was here when I said Raila Odinga is a con man. And remember how people were attacking me in Mtembei. We were with you, all of you. Even Black was here. Was I not proven right? And I'm telling you right now, Morara is a freaking con man. Listen now, don't wait till later. The same thing I said about Ruto. The same thing about Nani, what's his name? Kaswe. So listen now, or regret later when you come here like Nyagaka and say, oh, I'm sorry for telling people to vote for Ruto. I will leave it there. Morara is a freaking charlatan.
All right, thank you for your submission, Kenya Rebel. Maybe for Nicholas, you've been quiet for some time. You've listened to all this conversation. Can you say something?
Yeah, nilikuwa nasikiza and then at the same time nilikuwa spent for the classical. So ndio maana unaona nilikuwa nimenyamaza kidogo.
Oh, kuna El Clasico leo eh?
Yeah, Madrid wamechapwa 4-0
na Barcelona
Barca.
Oh, good.
Game imeisha tu just a few minutes ago.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So hii siasa yetu ya Kenya, I really don't know where we are heading. Kulingana vile nimesikiza Kinyarebe vile anasema about kina this young boy from Kisiland. Sisi hapo upande huu, especially sisi watu wa diaspora, tulikuwa tumemwangalia tukaona okay, tulikuwa tunaona as if there is some light by the end of the tunnel, lakini sasa hii stories zina mushroom hapa na pale. Well, I don't know, so I don't know where Kenya is heading to. I don't know who is going to save our country, because if this is the kind of talks tutakuwa tunakuwa nazo, wengine wanaongea hivi, wengine wanapinga, so we are still divided. So I really don't know when tutashikana and then we take Kenya to where we want it to be. Hayo tu. Thank you, Mzalendo.
Yes, I agree with you, Nicholas. And that's why we have shows like this one, that we bring people together, but at the end of the day, we find a common ground of the candidates that we are going to promote. Everybody is out there. We are trying to make Kenya a better place. But Ruto, as I have told you, Ruto has gone as far as the 47 counties. He has managed to make sure that he has got appointment and women who are politically strong in these 47 counties. So if you're coming in politically, you have to think about the 47 counties. And remember, our constitution is very, very clear. You have to have at least 23 or 22 of these counties to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. So whoever you are talking about in terms of looking at the future leadership, be it Morara, be it Kalonzo Musyoka, can they get the 23 counties in the Republic of Kenya? That is the conversation. You can win the popular vote, but you cannot win at least, you must win at least 22 counties in Kenya. So that is where the conversation is missing in most of the political. There is also Ambassador, she's called Warige or Wariga or somebody. There are many. There are many. Nicholas Ogola is also a candidate. Jimmy Wanjigi is also a candidate. And the opponent is William Ruto, who is consolidating all the opposition leaders to his camp. So you in 2027 you'll be facing not William Ruto, but you'll be facing Raila Odinga, William Ruto, and Wetangula, and everybody who will be aligned to his political movement. UDA is gone. I don't think they will be having a party called UDA to run for the presidency, but there will be another new political outfit. But remember one
Mzalendo.
thing. Mhm. Yes.
Mzalendo, I think that's where we are going wrong. You're my fellow Kenyan, but I feel like that's if that's the kind of reasoning that we are having, then we are getting it right. Because as it is, Kenyans are having a lot of problems, other than the problem of counting the names of those who are going to vie and those who are not going to vie. Those who are going to contest against who. That should not be the case at this time. But what should be the case today is just how can we have service deliveries? So if that's the kind of debate that we are having now, and we are at a time when we are talking about the constitutional amendment bill, which is trying to increase the period of the presidency or from 5 years to 7 years, then we are losing track. 2027 is not yet. But then as we do this, of course, we need to talk about personalities. Like now we are discussing about Morara. We've not delved into a young Makoure, who is also, in my opinion, is not genuine in his course. We've not delved into other personalities, of course. Professor Frederick Ogola is also there, to whom we are not even, I even decamped from his side. I'm no longer with Fred Ogola.
What happened?
Because I felt like he's just siphoning people, money from people, but he's not doing the cause that is there for. He's just trying to explain how Ruto pulled him out of Strathmore University. How sure are we that the same case would not be with Morara, and the same case is not with Marco Ure, who is jobless and talking about how schizophrenic he is? So this kind of things, these are the things that we are really missing out. So if we delve into them, then now we will be having a very constructive debate. But if we are trying to look at or trying to count who is going to vie and who is going to contest against who, then we are missing the point. Back to you.
Thank you, Kevin. We are not missing any point. We are here talking about the constitutional amendment proposal, and you remember and you know very well that Parliament is already under William Ruto. The Senate is already under William Ruto. So we, the people of Kenya, are having this discussion so that you inform your member of Parliament or you inform your senator that this debate is out there and people of Kenya are angry. These politicians, they watch this show. It's not that they don't watch this show. They watch you, how you are talking, how you are presenting your views. This is now in the public arena, the public debate. That is how we agitate. We cannot be on the street, but we have our voices to voice our concern on what is happening in our country. And that's why we are here. We might not agree on each and everything, but we will find a middle ground at some point. Let me have who is next? Who is ready? Can you unmute? Ashley. Alex. Oh, Alex. You are out for. Alex, say something.
First of all, let me again digress a bit. And Kevin cut short. The elephant in the room is 2027 us removing President Ruto, and we will need all hands. Even right now, if Rigathi comes and joins us, we openly accept him because we need all hands on deck tukitaka kutoa Ruto. So it's not a must really we put Morara in the system, but we need him to help us. If he can mobilize a certain group of people to vote out Ruto, we need that. So I think instead of us continue fighting each other and saying this guy is not good, this guy is not good, and we're not providing a solution, then who is good? We're not helping ourselves as citizens. So we will still stay in that we will still stay in the dilemma. And before we speak things, let's be factual. Don't come here on the platform and start saying that Morara is just as corrupt as Ruto, and there are no counts of him being corrupt. So let's speak things that we know.
He hasn't accounted for the money that has been given to him. Can you account for the money that was provided to him?
All right.
Can you account for the money that was given for him?
Kenya Rebel.
No, let him answer that.
He will account for the money.
No, we're having a discussion. Now,
but don't interrupt people when they are having a discussion. You will have your time.
Everyone has to be held accountable. Can you tell us where?
You will have your time.
Let me respond to you.
Yeah, he will respond to you. Yes, go on, Alex.
So rephrase your question. I respond.
The money that was given to Morara by his donors, because once they discovered that he was a charlatan, they told him to party back and tell us how you're spending that money that we gave you. He hasn't accounted for it. He's been telling us that he needs money for a new computer and a new desktop and all of that. He hasn't accounted for it. Where is he using his money? Every day anatuambia madrama za sijui anapiga bunduki.
Can I answer that, please, Mr. Renda?
Yes, go ahead.
Penny answer.
Thank you very much. Kenya Revolutionary, all the criticisms that you have for Morara is just that, criticism. Haitatusaidia na kitu. Na pesa yako amesema yeye mwenyewe. He's putting a group together to answer all the money issues. And if you don't support him and you don't like him,
that is not an answer. Where did the money go? Pen Magaka, don't tell me you're getting a group. Where did the money go?
The money, he said, he bought the truck, the SUV that he uses. He put the audio system in that, and that's where the money is. But the money that you are contributing now, he has to have the people to answer professionally, professional accountant. Unaona, lakini wacha nikuambia Kenya Revolutionary directly, kutuita ati washenzi wa Kisii ambao wanamfollow hiyo ni ishara nini.
Sijaita mtu mshenzi, wacha kudanganya. Sijaita mtu mshenzi. Sijaita mtu mshenzi, usidanganye. Sijaita mtu mshenzi.
Wacha nimalize. You use very negative words. we're not fools not to hear what you just said. You used a very negative word. It is upon you to really criticize this guy for whatever he's doing. But to eat that what you see about we are following this guy because of this, I will not follow even Mutu Matiang'i. Matiang'i has had very big professional jobs in Kenya. Lakini kuwa mkisi sio ushenzi, sio mtu ya kufuata watu kwa sababu ya kufuata watu. But to answer your question, the money he has explained how he has used it, and the future for the money, he will have to have a professional, inject professional
Nyagaka,
about what the answer
Hanifa gave us an account of where the money went. Huyu jamaa hajatuonyesha. Ukipewa pesa kwa ninio, ukitumiwa kwa pesa kwa ninio, kwa hiyo ninio yako, you can account for it. Ulipewa 40 bob hapa na you can break it down. Nilipatiana hii pesa ikaenda kanua SCV hapa nikaenda vile nilipigwa mangumi nikaenda kwa hospitali. You can break it down and show us. He hasn't done that to this day. He's telling us he's going to put a group on Ninio, and he's talking about Ruto is not accountable. This man is a charlatan. That's why ukienda kwa Ninio yake, saizi ameanza kuuza Ninio. He's selling furniture. Why can't you see this? That's why I'm saying the people who are following him.
He's selling furniture because you already had a furniture store.
Hold on, I haven't finished. That's why I'm saying the people who are following him right now are Kisis, because Kenya, we are tribals, just like
Activist
people.
Morara Kebaso has now offered to refund anyone who supported him by sending money, but now feels conned. In a statement Saturday, Morara said he would not like to risk hurting his reputation by being called a conman or a beggar. While on a tour in Embu County to expose stalled projects, Morara, however, said that by seeking financial help, he was demonstrating his willingness to keep up with the activism instead of merely dropping out due to lack of funds. Rose Wangui has more details.
Morara Kebaso, a 28-year-old lawyer and businessman, has ignited the internet after his near-perfect imitations of President William Ruto started going viral. Kebaso, who was virtually unknown just a few months ago, has quickly become the internet's darling. He has in the past months rattled state agents through his campaign of questioning stalled national government projects and demanding accountability for wasted public resources. Saturday, he was on a tour of Embu County. Kebaso said he was here to expose stalled projects. He addressed a massive crowd in one of Embu's streets.
Kwa sababu mnajua Embu ni crime scene. Niko na mabarabara 5 za hapa Embu zenye nafaa kutembelea. Moja ni ile ring road yenye tayari ishalipwa pesa yote 512 million. Lazima nifike huko nifanye ukaguzi wa kina. Hapo mahali nimeshika nitaendelea kufinya. Nitafinya.
The activist also questioned the stalled construction of the governor's residence, whose contract sum was 49.7 million shillings.
The governor's bedroom.
But the youthful political activist come furniture dealer celebrated for exposing abandoned projects across the country is at crossroads following allegations of conmanship leveled against him. Morara had earlier asked Kenyans to help him fundraise to buy a car and have a good public address system attached to it to help with his civic education activities as he engaged Kenyans across the country.
If you are a Kenyan and you've ever contributed money to me, na ukafeel ni kama nimekukona ama umenitajirisha, I would like to refund you.
Nevertheless, Morara appreciated the support Kenyans have given him over the past few months.
I swear to God and before you that I will use it to champion for justice in our country. Hii mmenipatia ni mafuta. Si Wakenya ndio walinunua hii gari? Wakenya ndio wamenunua hiyo gari. Hiyo gari ni yenu. 10 bob, 20 bob, 30 bob ndio wamenunua hiyo gari.
While he insists that he's not a content creator, Kebaso says that his duty is to inform the masses in a language they can understand. Rozongoi, NTV.
Has Okiamtata asked for money while he was doing all that stuff that Rani is doing? Answer that.
We are not comparing. That is what Morara Kibasu said.
We have to, because he's asking Kenyans to give him money. He's asking Kenyans to give him money. So he has to be accountable.
That is what he said.
Okay, can I go next?
Yes, you can go on.
Okay, so I don't think you played the tape where Morala, I was really happy about him when I first saw him. And I was like, we finally have our own Ibrahim Traoré in Morala. Until one time when I was listening to him on X, this lady called Marge asked him about the money that was being sent to him. And these were his words. I will paraphrase them since I don't have his words, but like word for word. But what he said is that any money that he sent to his cell phone, his personal cell phone, he will not account for. But when he opens a pay bill and we start sending it to the pay bill, he will account for. This is a lawyer who knows better than to mix personal money with money for campaign or for business. He knows better. So he's not naive. From that day, and people kind of pushed back, and he was adamant that day that he will not account for money that is being sent to his personal phone. And from that time, my red flag went off. Now, what I want to ask Nyakaga and Celesta is to ask them one question. Why, I've written it down. What qualities does Morala have that make you think that he would make a better president than Ruto? What makes him, what is it that you have seen in him that makes you think or makes you believe he would make a better president? Just answer in one word or one sentence, please.
I think he has integrity.
Pen?
Wait.
Can also respond to that.
Go ahead.
Even anyone on this panel is better than Ruto. Anyone on this panel can be a better president.
That's generic. We want a specific, and the one who said integrity needs to describe what is it specifically what integrity has she seen in him. We don't want generic answers.
He has determination and the directions that he is giving and what he is talking about. All the Kenyans actually really believe in him. That we followed these people that had experience, say Ruto, from whatever time, over 30 years. Where have they taken us? What have they done? So let us have a leader that we genetically we can grow up and follow. But if he doesn't come through with that, we have been there before. But to me, he has the determination and direction. Thank you.
Integrity, please. Can you describe where you've seen integrity in Morala? We want you to sell him to us, guys. I'm giving you the opportunity.
Let me tell you something. This is a very, very personal thing, right? I don't have to sell you anybody. I don't have to sell you Morara. I don't have to sell you Casmuel. I don't have to sell you anybody. You understand what I'm saying? So for me,
okay,
and I'm not even saying, and I'm not even saying Morara. Caesar, can I finish my sentence?
Let me continue. I was just giving you part of my time.
Finish my sentence. I don't have to sell you anybody. Morara is not my president. Morara hasn't even
my time.
President. So I think this conversation is very mute at this point. We already said let's move on.
Okay. Guys, some order.
Let me continue. Let me have my 2 minutes. I gave them time. She took a little more. I'm not gonna take long, but that's how we need to you don't just say let's have this. You have to come and convince us because you are his foot soldiers. So that we are not arguing over nothing.
Let me tell you. I'm not.
Okay.
Right,
please mute. Someone said he's hardworking. Ruto is very hardworking. Gachagua was very hardworking. Let us remember that when Ruto was campaigning, he criticized Uhuru, and he promised us that in his administration, there would be no state capture. There would be no extrajudicial killings. There would be no, his cabinet ministers would not be going around politicking. He promised hustlers that his government would be more about looking for jobs for hustlers and not for the dynasty. They can take care of themselves. What have we seen? He has done none of this. What am my conclusion is this: the fact that someone criticizes someone else doesn't mean that they themselves will not do the same things that person does. Why do I am, someone says we should encourage Morala. You know, the problem is when he initially started, he was a political activist like Martin Luther King. Now, I don't know whether ambition or greed took over, and he started mixing it with presidential. And that is why he was stoned in Narok, because on top of going to look at the project, he wanted to hold a rally. So he's conflicted. He's not focused on being an activist. He also wants to start campaigning to be president. And that is where the problem is coming. If he stayed as an activist, he went and exposed the projects, he would not have met the people, and they would not have known he's in Narok, and he would not have been beaten. But when he starts campaigning at the same time as exposing, that is where he's running into the problems that he's running into. I support him as an activist, but I do not think that he qualifies to be a president. And this is my reason. He has no integrity. He has not shown me that he has integrity. When he sent public money meant for his helping him is in his campaign as an attorney, as a business person, he knows better than to mix his personal money and business money or campaign funds. And then he says, even in America, they are raising funds. He is dishonest, because in America, when they raise funds, that is public information. And if you use that campaign money, even for any public personal use, you will go to jail. Today, Jesse Jackson's son is in jail because of misappropriation of campaign funds. So we are not saying don't send him, but what we are asking, we want accountability. If he had integrity, no one would have had to tell him as a business person, as a lawyer, that we need him to give us that information. He would have provided it without any prompting. The fact that people have been talking about it, and now he's saying he will do it, is the problem. That shows me, who does not know him, that he has no integrity. And if he cannot handle, someone else said in the comment section, if he cannot handle this little money that people are sending him, how can we entrust him with billions or trillions that make up the Kenyan economy? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ashley. And I know people have got something to say. Black, you've been quiet for some time. Can you say something before Kevin comes in? Hey, Black. Then I can go to Paula, then Kevin. Black, go ahead.
Okay. I've listened to the panelists wenye wamekuwa wakiongea, and it seems we have a lot to talk about, but I'm also saddened and discouraged by the fact that we've digressed the discussion to an individual who holds no public position, and at this point it's just a non-starter because he's nowhere. Whereas we have so many other things, like, for example, with all these sagas going on around, what do we know that's happening around the cabinet, with the cabinet secretaries? I mean, what do we know that's happening with the ministries? What do we know that's happening with the Ministry of Agriculture? What have they been doing lately? You know, what have they delivered lately? Vitu kama hizo, you know? and I think hizi vitu zote zinatudoing tuweze kukosa kufuatilia vitu kama hivyo. Do you mean to tell me all this time there has been no scandals happening with these ministries as we are following up on these other land issues? There could be a lot that is happening, but since we are so much focused on these other land issues, things are happening behind the scenes that we don't know, you know. Just the other time we were talking about how Ministry of Education wamekosa kupatia wanafunzi pesa inayostahili, you know, kwa upande wa fees, as much as wamefunga sahihi, watoto wanafunga sahihi. How is it going to go? I mean 2025 when kids reopen school in January, mambo ya fees itakuwaje, you know? So I think we have far much more important things to talk about than morale, you know. Morara, to me, if I may just say something, as much as I don't like commenting on it, because naonanga ni bure to discuss. It's just like our opposition, you know. Opposition says and tells you anything that you want to hear. But at the end of the day, you know what they do, right? They are not different from the other side. So there is no point. So let's focus on things that directly affect us, you know. Celeste had brought the issue of the Gates Foundation, which was a good discussion, and I agree with that. And Kenya Ribble has spoken about, I don't know, Santos, about the GMO seeds, which was something that was very good. You know, these are things that directly affect us. But hizi vitu zengine, I don't know what Morara, what. Just don't send him money if you don't feel like sending him money. That's it, finish. Utakuwa na headache. Like me, I cannot send even a single shilling. Yeah. So I wouldn't have to sit here and start discussing what he's done with the money because it's pointless. It wouldn't have affected me. But in regards to matters to do with state officers, that has direct connection with me because it directly affects me. Yes, like Ashley said, that he's good as an activist, and I want to just leave it as that any activist, and that's it. Because through him, I've gotten to see, know about things about these projects and all that, things that I did not know about before. So I thank him for that, Morara, for having showed us that. But beyond that, hakuna kitu yote ambayo iko akili yangu kumuhusu, you know. So maybe if someone is aware of anything that recently the ministries that are working for us as Kenyans yenye imefanya kama achievement, maybe we might want to share with us, you know, because I think we've put a blind eye on them because we're focused on other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya Rebel. Kenya Rebel is all over. Na asante sana Black. Asante sana kwa hayo maoni yako. Maybe I move to Paula. Paula Cat. You've been quiet for some time. I believe you are listening on in the background. Maybe when you get time, get to your mic and you say something. Guys, I've heard you. Everybody has got an opinion about our politics. The reason why we talk about politics, that what Black has just said, that there's so many things that are not working in Kenya at the moment. Others in the comment section are saying that maybe I can read for you a few comments in the comment section. Shaima Hussein is saying that Morara is a problem because he's diverting attention. He's diverting attention. That is someone in the comment section saying that Morara is dividing the attention of the people from the main problem, who is William Ruto. Awesome is also what is Awesome saying? Awesome is saying at Black, it's not about sending money, but testing integrity. Now we have known him without making a previous mistake. I think we are being too judgmental. And again, the standards that everybody is putting on Morara, they have not put on their leaders, their MPs, the people who lead the country at the moment. You have not put the same standard measures on these individuals. But whatever is happening in
And that is why I'm going to interject. That is why we have the problem we have. So are you telling us that we should continue to not put standards and that we should also include Morara into that slum? No.
I am not. I have not told you to follow that. I am just telling you that you have not put the same standard measure on the leadership
Exactly.
that we
And
have.
that is why we need to
Zalendo,
change.
but who told you that we don't? Zalendo, stop generalizing.
No,
That's not
it is
fair.
true. It is true.
No,
It
you
is
can't
true.
say
We
that,
have
Zalendo.
we
Because we
accepted.
have it,
We
that
have
is why
Zalendo,
we
that's
have the
wrong.
problems.
We have
The problems we
accepted
have
Morara in the
because
country.
we haven't put standards, and now we want standards, and that is why he's not qualifying because he is like them. If we are going to drain the swamp, we cannot bring more swamp.
Again,
Knowingly.
you asked, I can answer. There's a question you asked that the panelists here were really crumbling to find an answer. You asked a simple question. What is Morara's integrity? One, Morara has not held any public office. That is one thing. Again, Morara has not
That has
been.
nothing to do with integrity, Zalendo.
Listen,
Holding an
Morara
office
has
or
not
not.
had any public office. Morara has not been charged anywhere in court. He has
Joe,
not. He has only been.
He doesn't have to be. Let me tell you something. When you look at somebody, when you see somebody, even like me, you can judge me here. You cannot. We can't give him a position to look at him. Well, how he's behaving now is how we judge him. You judge somebody before they get there, and some people don't know that. That is why they are making the mistakes they are, and it is good that they are making those mistakes, so we don't make the mistake of choosing them and finding out who they are. It is right the way Raila is. People want us to select him, but there is no democracy in ODM. So if he cannot put democracy in ODM, how do we expect him to give us democracy in Kenya?
Excuse me, you were supporting Raila Odinga before, yeah, and you've just now realized that he's not very democratic. Is that true?
Right. Yes.
How
So
did
when you realize the thing is, when you see a weakness, when you see a weakness, and I don't want to keep talking, I'm sorry, but the fact that you made a mistake, you don't have to continue making the mistake. Immediately you realize where the road that you're going is wrong, you change it because we want a better Kenya. Let us not support people who are going to pull us down. I forgot to say, Morala is not a team player. If he knew he wasn't going to Uhuru Park, he should not have come there and started saying that he is going on the day that we are celebrating fallen heroes, that he's going somewhere else to sweep. That is not a team player. Even if you are not going for whatever reasons, you keep quiet so you don't disrupt what those other people are doing. That is what a team player does. He doesn't want to be a team player.
All right, Ashley.
And Ashley, if I may add, before Mzalendo you wrap up,
not
I just want to
player.
say this, Mzalendo, before you finish.
Yeah.
Hold on. I want to say this, Mzalendo. Integrity is not measured just because you occupy a public office. Integrity can be measured in any aspect of your life. You can be a watchman, you can be a business, or whatever. Integrity can be measured there. So don't say he hasn't public
No.
and don't say that.
Let me why finish. I played for you that video is that you are saying he doesn't have integrity. He's saying I have integrity. I will account for each and every coin.
But he hasn't.
So where
he hasn't.
Who do you?
But listen, revolutionary.
Where's the data?
You guys are acting like you guys are so perfect. Do you guys realize we don't have anybody perfect in this world? Like we are looking for perfect leaders. We don't have any perfect
we don't have perfect, but what we don't
Why are you acting like Mumarara cannot even make a mistake?
No, that is not a mistake. That is intentional. That was intentional. And one thing we have a problem is stealing funds, public funds.
How do you know it is intentional if you don't know what is in his heart?
I know that. I don't know what he's a professional attorney, and he's a business person. Any
He
person
doesn't
who
even
does
practice.
business knows not to mix.
All right,
law as we
guys.
speak.
Let's take a
I'm not
small
a
break.
lawyer myself, but I know you do not mix your finances with
Morara is a
business
con
and
man.
pleasure together. He's a
This
con man.
thing comes.
Viewers, thank you for tuning in on Afric. And if you have not subscribed to Afric, make sure that you go to your YouTube page, subscribe to our page. You'll be listening to this conversation happening here live. People in this platform disagree, but at one point we will agree and converge. We started this. If you are new here, we started these arguments a long time ago. You might think that we are fighting and we started with Azimio and UDA so many years, but at the end of the day, we will present to you the candidates that Kenyan people really want. This panelist has got very able people. Penny Nyagaka is here. He's been with us for a very long time. Kenya Rebel, he's been there in this fight and this quest. Ashley has also been around for a while. We disagree, but at the end of the day, we will present to you a candidate that the people of Kenya will all agree to. You might not be agreeing with Morara's principles, but so many people like Morara and like what he is doing for the country. Just like William Ruto and Raila Odinga, when we saw that he's corrupt, he's a Judas Iscariot. Some of us jumped ship a long time. Others are still left there. There's still some people who believe in him. You cannot change them. You cannot change their way of thinking. But we need to do a lot of civic education to inform our people about leadership. Morara, to me, if you ask me, has not done anything that is outrageous that we can be jumping up and down, saying that he has committed more sin than somebody who has picked his gun and shot somebody, and yet we elected them in parliament. So we have got issues. The voters of Kenya have got issues, a lot of issues that we need to discuss. Uh, I saw Poe. She dropped again. She was here.
No. You see,
Kevin, say something.
Mzalendo, I gave you enough time to talk, and I think it's now my time to respond to some of these issues because they are so pertinent.
Now, yeah. Yeah, it is your turn, and then I'm going to add you another minute or so to
Yeah,
respond.
please do so.
And remember,
it's
I want to also remind you that you were one time supporting Professor Ogola for the
yeah,
presidency.
it's okay. It's
Salindo.
okay. I supported Professor Ogola. He was my friend. I supported him. He was a valid candidate by then, but then looking at what he did, the integrity issues that we are talking about, he's not. I mean, his integrity is questionable. You saw the other time when Marco Ure met the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. I mean, and Morara coming up, Professor Ogola, what did he say? He said that, okay, so other people are now trying to take it over from him. He feels like it's his. That's not the republic that we want. That's why I decamped. Now I don't have a candidate. If you are one of them that I feel like you would be, then I would support you. Currently, I don't have a candidate. Raila Odinga is not my candidate. William Ruto would be at the tail end. I can't support William Ruto. All these Kenyan leaders are bullshit. I would, if I would say the least. They are teaching our children, the worst way that we would ever see in a society. No ethics at all. So these kind of things is what we tell we pay school fees for our students. For our children to go and learn. That should not be the case.
Look at how the corruption cases are happening in the country. It's so bad, it's hogwash. There's nothing happening in the counties. Now we are concentrating on the impeachment of Gachagua. I don't know even what is happening in Siaya. I don't know what is happening in Kisumu County. Do you know about your county? Your concentration is in the national government, Gachagua and the team. After that, what next? You will realize that the airport is gone. What else will be gone? All the hospitals will be gone. My friend, the universities will be gone. Time bomb is coming. Kenya is going to be sold. The whole title deed of Kenya probably would not be in the hands of the Kenyan government. It's a cry. Everybody is looting left, right, and center. People are buying properties. You see how MPs are getting into this kind of thing, and then within a short period of time, there are so many houses. Look at Peter Salasya, for example. This is somebody that just came the other day from the university. He has never worked for so long. He has never. His wealth is questionable. But where do they get this kind of money? Okay. So looking at all these kind of things, it's so questionable, including the governor of Nairobi. Now we are concentrating on one area, one aspect, but what is happening at the county levels, of course, the wards and the constituencies. The other time we were crying about the CDF. We don't know who has looted what, because of course what we know that our MPs and governors that can do best is about being corrupt to the brim. We don't know how much has been stolen. We don't know the scandals in the ministries so far. All the eyes, the media is on Gachagua and the parliament. That's all they know. How and making predictions on how the case will be. But we are not looking at what is happening in the ministries and the county governments. That's my worry. So when we say that this is not the right time to line or to put somebody for presidential candidacy, I would be right, because why would I place somebody and there are a lot of things to be looked into in this kind of government. So William Ruto, of course, from the top, this guy has failed in all his manifesto. All. He promised diapers, where are they? He promised internet, where are these kind of things? Nothing is working in this kind of government. Kenyans are suffering. Kenyans are doing things by themselves. I wonder that if somebody is not employed in Kenya, I wonder where this person will get a job. I've just mentioned the other time that, of course, you saw yesterday and today how many people went to Kabete to seek for employment for the Qatar. One individual coming to source labor from the Kenyan Republic, meaning that we are spending a lot of money to go to universities and all that, but then at the end of the day, you have nowhere to go and work. That is the Kenyan system that we are having. So are we happy with that? Do we still need to clap for Ruto? Do we still need to clap for Raila and congratulate him or push him on as he continues with the AUC chairmanship campaigns? I can't clap for him, because they are the same people who have messed up this particular country. So if you ask me whether I support Raila Odinga, I will tell you no. Whether I support William Ruto, I will tell you no. Whether I support Morara, I will tell you no. Whether I support you as Mzalendo, if you are to contest for presidency, I will tell you no, a big no. So would you convince me that this particular individual is good for it? Yes, if an individual is fighting corruption and is looking forward to bring industrialization and is willing to employ the Kenyans, the youthful Kenyans who are in the streets with their academic papers, valid academic papers, but they don't have jobs. If they have it, then of course it's underemployment. That's not the Kenya that we want. Of course, as I said before, we are still struggling to implement the SDGs. Where are we heading as a country? Vision 2030, we said Vision 2030 is up until the year 2030. We are only 6 years or 5 years to the 2030. Where are we so far? We don't have good roads. We don't have enough housing for the people. We have, everything is just horrible. So these kind of things are the things that we need to be talking about at the moment. We don't need to be talking about 2027. We are far away. We should be far away from that. Thank you.
Waswahili walisema leo ni leo, kusema kesho ni muongo. Let me bring in back Nicholas. Then we'll go to Celeste. Yeah. Nicholas. Mike
Yes.
yako. Yeah. Sema.
Wacha nipatie nafasi kwa wale wengine wajaongea at least. Kama una
Okay, sawa. Wacha nipatie Celeste. Celeste.
Yeah.
Haya, karibu. Hii jina yako ni ngumu bwana, Celeste. Just
No, fanya hivi niite tu Jep.
Jep.
Jep, yeah, Mkale. Jep.
Oh, Jep. Mkale,
Yeah,
sema.
so, yeah, so anyway, I will I'll go back to what Kevin was just saying, eh? And I want to give the devil its due a little bit. As much as we want to blame Ruto for our economic issues right now, we have to also realize this thing started from Uhuru, unaona? Because when Kibaki was there, somehow things were good, you know. And then Uhuru came in, akaribu mambo. So in 2 years, we really don't expect him to have done a lot. But we know now that he really didn't have any plan for us at all. Because when we had the maandamanos, we gave him tulimpatia like in basketball inaitwa alihu.
Hiyo ni uongo. Even a weak student in school is given tuition to boost him or her.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Come on, Kevin. Kevin, when I was
Kevin, when you are talking uliwachiwa nafasi. Why? Hi. Leo ni mwakula nini?
I just said give the devil its due. He's still the devil. No. What I'm saying is realize anyway kwamba hakukuwa na mpango ya kutusaidia. Period. So we still back to where we are. We all agree, Kevin. We all agree. Umse hana mpango ya kutusaidia. Period. Hata hii manene ya kunini, they are so busy trying to outsource labor. Kwa sababu they cannot even solve those problems. Unaona? Next thing ati yako Germany. Sahi nilikuwa naona something. What was it? Was it KICC?
Kwa China.
Yani watu wamepanga laini is because this guy does not have any plan for us. So we all agree the enemy ni mtu mmoja, unaona? So I'm not saying ati I'm giving him, you know, like a leeway or anything like that. I'm just saying Uhuru is to blame. Ruto alichukua, but in 2 years he couldn't have done too much. He couldn't have, hata hana hiyo time ya kufanya a lot. Lakini sasa tulimpatia chance hiyo time ya maandamano. Tulimpatia chance ya kutoka hata hiyo maneno ya IMF. All he has to tell them is like, unaona, hiyo loan ulitupatia haijafanya kitu. So we can't really even pay it. Ikuwe tu odious debt, unaona. But he didn't even want to do that. All he wants to do is abduct, kill, suppress, gag the media. Hata venye tunaongea sahi, we don't know who is being targeted. So the direction that we are going, we can't keep going that way. We have to push back. The good thing is, as we talk, kama sahi tunaongea hivi, there are people that are drafting, the lawyers are doing what they are supposed to do. Sisi wenye tunapenda kupiga kelele online, we do that. Everybody do their thing. Watu wenye wako civic education, keep pushing. Civic education is the most important thing because guess what? It doesn't matter who comes after, 2027, whatever years, coming. It's going to be the thing in itakuwa to sustain for the long haul. You understand? That's my contribution. I'll mute the mic.
Wow.
With the Qatari employer have attracted hopeful applicants in both the hospitality and service industry. Brenda Wanga will be following up on that story. Okay, I'm told we have that story. Brenda Wanga brings us that particular report.
Thank you, Wycliffe. For the second day, we are here at the KICC in Nairobi, which remains a nerve center for job seekers who've come from all over the country to answer to a call by the Ministry of Labor that has advertised that there are jobs available in the Gulf. Many of them say they have been here for very many hours just waiting to get an opportunity to interview for some of the jobs that are available here. We have been told that people have been asked to come and apply for jobs from the hotel and service industry, some from the technical sector, many of them seeking just the basic jobs like cleaners, waiters, cooks, chefs, drivers, machine operators. Where we are right now is one of the venues where those who have come looking for the jobs in the category of drivers have been camping since morning. Some of them from as early as yesterday. They say they came here with the hopes that they would make the cut. They will have a chance to interview for some of the jobs available here. And right now I am joined by some of them who will tell us exactly how long they have been waiting to get that interview. Perhaps you could just start by telling us your full names and what brought you here today, and if you have been able to achieve your aim here today.
Okay, my name is David Mwita. I'm here for an interview of drivers. I've been here since morning. We've not been attended. We are wondering what is going on. Now we are asking the government. We are asking Alfred Mutua to intervene so that we know what exactly we are doing here. Because some of us are so confused. We have no any limelight to tell us what is going on. So we ask the Minister of Labor, Mr. Alfred Mutua, to intervene so that we know exactly what you are looking for. Thank you.
You say you've been here for quite a while. Perhaps what are some of the things that you have been told you have to provide before this interview?
We were told to provide the passports, the driving license, and we were supposed to be given some forms to fill as we wait for the interview. Until now, we've not received any. Now we don't know what to do. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Wycliffe, that is just one of the people here who are seeking to have a chance to get that interview. They say they are qualified. The only thing that they need is a chance to have an interview and to see whether they will make the cut for the companies that are seeking these employment opportunities. Perhaps I can talk to another person who will tell us exactly what they have been seeking here. Perhaps you can just start by telling us your names. Nini imekuleta hapa?
Okay, my name is Cheko Muridi. Nimetoka Machakos. Chenye kimeleta hapa ni application ya driver ya kwenda nchi za ng'ambo. So nilikuja huko around 5 am in the morning. Till sai tumehangaishwa tu, tumezungushwa, hatujui what's going on. Yeah.
Je, una matarajio kwamba utapata nafasi ya kufanya hiyo interview leo?
For sure sioni kabisa.
So there you go, Wycliffe. Just a mixed sort of reactions, mixed expectations. People still hopeful, even as the hours tick by, that they will perhaps get that chance to interview. But as it stands right now, from morning up until this time, they say there hasn't been much movement in that sector. And it is not just this sector also. We have been talking to others who are applying for jobs as construction workers, cleaners, and they tell us the situation seemingly remains the same, but they are hopeful that by the end of the day and by the end of this exercise, a number of them will get that opportunity to get those jobs. Back to you in studio.
Back to my able panelists. You've seen what is happening in our country, and
that is something that I brought in. Now you see how your brother from Homa Bay is suffering.
You see, it is sad, Kevin, that Kenyans have to endure all this because of bad governance, and at the same time, we don't choose the right people in leadership. So this is what you get. But imagine even if all these people can go to wherever they are going to go to work in Qatar, what do you think will happen in Qatar in the future? They are the same people who are being called immigrants are taking over our jobs. They need to go back to their own country. Yeah, this is exactly what will happen. So because wakienda huko Qatar, some of them will start intermarrying there, wazae watu Waarabu hapo, Waarabu waanze kukasirika nao, waambiwe bwana rudini mahali mlitoka. So it is not a solution. A government should be able to give jobs with citizens. A president should be able to do that, at least provide opportunities for each and everybody that is graduating from the university or people coming out from college. Those opportunities should be there. I have one question. Even we have done almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. As we wind up, I want us to think about our country. The way it is right now, the way it is right now, if we go to election with William Ruto, he's soon coming back. You have dismissed on this panel people like Morara. What do you have in mind? People like Alonso have been dismissed. Raila is a sellout. I don't know who else has come out.
You know, Nick,
I don't
I
know.
think,
Yeah, because
I think we should investigate someone like Sifuna. You know, like let people talk, because when they talk, we judge them. So I wish more people would come out and declare their interests, because the more they declare their interests, the more we align. We are not looking for an angel, but you know, we are looking for someone who does, you know, like someone who, like Okia. The only thing, Okia sits there and he's not actively going round to secure more followers. But to me, he's the ideal candidate, because one thing we know, he will live by the constitution, which is what most of these presidents we've had have not been doing. And then also he has integrity in all he's done. He's a human being, like we are saying. Maybe he's made a few mistakes here and there, but he has lived. Apart from even exposing what is wrong, he tries to seek a solution. He takes these people to court. He actually does a lot more than the people we are celebrating. He's just not selling us, oh, here there is a problem, here there is a problem. He's actually taking that person to court and holding them accountable. He has won some cases and some he has not won. So, and I wish we would support him. I wish he would do more, because at this time, I think he would be the best person. Is he going to be? I don't think so, because there's so many people with a lot of interest and he doesn't have the grit to beat them.
Actually, for me and you will agree, Tata would do would be a perfect candidate. He just needs to want to do it, Nona. But if today he was to come and say he wants to take the position, I think we should support him. I think he's one of the greatest
So
right now.
this is my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think Okia Omtata lacks the charisma. He lacks what these people like Raila, Ruto have.
Zalendo,
He cannot move.
if
He
I
cannot
may,
move a crowd. You know, that is
if I
what that
may,
is some of the things that you
if
need in
I
leadership.
may, can
So
I?
if we get someone like Sifuna can,
can
you
you
know,
hear me?
and that's why I say it's not about tribe. We can put more, Okia and Sifuna, they are from the same tribe, but we can put them there, because if we talk about substance and teach people, it is about substance. Because hata wakale wakienda kukimbia, they take number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's
You know
about
what?
ability.
You know why I dismiss
Hold on,
Sifuna
hold on.
completely. Sifuna is out. You are missing it.
Afrique,
Sifuna,
Mzalendo.
when he was Tema.
Sifuna is a no-no. Don't
No,
even
no.
mention Sifuna. Sifuna is supposed to be in committee. Hold on. Don't say that. First of all, I have a problem with what you say, that we always choose wrong leaders. Mzalendo, we never choose these people. These people are rigged in. Uhuru Kenyatta never won a presidential election, whether it's 2013 and 2017. He never won. The only presidential candidate who has ever won a presidential election was Mwai Kibaki. The rest rigged themselves in there, including Jomo Kenyatta, who was put there by the British. Okay? So let's get that straight. We never vote for these people. Now, with charisma, you don't need to have charisma to win the election. If anything, if you remember a few months ago, after June 25th, there was a concert that was held at Uhuru Park where the Gen Zs were having their in commemoration of those people who lost their lives. And Okia Omtata took the stage. Actually, they asked him to take the stage. And he was cheered on. And people were saying on Twitter, they're telling, hey, wewe Okia Omtata, you've proved yourself, able 2027, kama tukifika huko, you have to run. The people want him to run. Not like this charlatan who's been asking money for every 5 minutes, asking us to, anajifanya ati amechepachapo hapa, sijui atataka kumua the Morara.
Hey, don't divert.
Where you are diverting.
Don't go back there.
I'm not diverting, but
don't go back there, please.
Hold on. It's connected. No. I refuse. I will mention it because it's connected. because this person is being bankrolled by Ruto to divert the revolutionary movement.
That's not true.
If that's true because you still believe in him, that's your money is being spent. Ask him where is the money that you spend him. How did he spend it? That's why you're sitting here still.
Hey, that's why I think let's not
We
divert.
are
We're
the
talking
real
about
revolutionaries, and we are not going to be fooled by
Don't
these people like Burara. Whether you
don't
like it
sweat.
or not, let me tell you, I don't care if you're a Kisi.
Don't sweat the
Let
small
me tell you
stuff.
something.
Don't
Ruto,
sweat the
Burara,
small.
and all these useless people will be removed from power.
Bro, you sound so tribalist and
I
you
don't
don't care
care
if
what
I'm
I
a
sound like. I will tell you and I will tell your mama.
Let's
We
move
are
on.
going to take over Kenya.
Umeanza kuwa dramatic tena. You have got some very nice points.
No, because you don't let me finish. They're interrupting me. You are supposed to control the conversation.
I am
Let me
controlling.
speak.
I'm trying
Let them
to
not
control
interrupt
you,
me.
but you are going back.
Let them not interrupt me, Nani. Let me speak then. Do you want me to speak or not? No, we're under war.
Speak up. Speak up. Speak up, man.
Listen to me. These people,
some water.
listen to me. These people like Celeste who come here have been paid by Morara are coming here and stop promoting these people who are coming paid here to
Nobody is promoting anybody. Please.
I will, because they have to be they have to be exposed. Like Kevin is exposing Professor Ojen, Professor Nani.
Weka kamera. Weka kamera tukuone
Nitaweka kamera.
Tukuogope. Hatukuogopi na hiyo sauti. Weka kamera.
Wacha nimalize story. Namaliza, nimebaki na 1 minute. I have 1 minute. Listen to me. I mention this and I mention this all the time. A revolutionary movement has to start with the people. June 25th, we never had a leader. There was nobody. Ndio maana nasema, if we are going to have a revolution, we are going to remove the legislative body, remove the the executive, then we go back and choose our leaders. If you decide that okay, Mtata is the way forward. People like Morara, this paid charlatan by Ruto, who's pretending to be a leader. Why is he running for president now? Why is he starting the inject party? If you have a political party, you will be paid. That's why where's that guy from Ninio? From Ukambani who died, Kilemendele. He used to start political parties because he knows if you have a political party, the government pays you. It's a business. Now look at him. He's being paid. He's asking for people to buy his furniture. What kind of political presidential candidate is asking for money for laptop? Be serious. Then you have people like Pen Minagaka, who is my brother. I love to death. Lakini napenda Morara kwa sababu ametoka huko Southern Mugirango. You see what I'm saying?
Mimi natoka Baringo, so don't put us all in the same box. Me natoka Kabarnet. You hear me?
I said in this.
Me natoka Baringo. So we are not, and we are not blindly supporting anyone. No. You guys make it look like we are supporting somebody so blindly. Kama venye watu walikuwa disappointed na Casmuel. We are not like that. Some of us, we've been following politics since time immemorial. You hear me? So don't put us all in the same box.
Ban the name Morala from the discussion. Ban the name Morala from the discussion. Let us move past that. We can't use the whole time talking.
The politics of Kenya. We'll discuss it. Actually, I'm sorry. We have to discuss that.
It's my time to respond. It's my time to respond.
If you are going to respond, please don't take us back. We want to move forward. All right. We want to move this country called Kenya forward, Mr. Kevin. Give us.
No, you see. Kenya Rebel have said I support Professor Ogola. I said clearly that I stopped supporting Professor Ogola at the time I realized that this guy is not has integrity issues in the republic. I stopped. Currently, I have no political candidate. I have no presidential candidate at the moment. If you want to stand in and be a liberal guy who I can support, I will support you. But not anybody else like Professor Ogola and Moraras and whoever. So I have no political candidate at the moment. Raila Odinga is not my political candidate. William Ruto is at the tail end. I said it at the beginning of this, and I keep on saying it.
So don't label me as a supporter of Professor Ogola. Of course, we are in that
You did,
academia,
Kevin.
but
You
there's
missed
no
the
problem
point.
with that.
I was agreeing with you. That's why I said you supported Professor Odani and you discovered that he was a charlatan and you left him. You didn't hear what I said.
Of course, I have to leave him. Even you, if you stand in and then you start asking people for money, I will stop supporting you.
Exactly, and I agree with you. That's what I was saying.
You.
I was agreeing with you. You didn't listen to that part because I was being interrupted. I was saying you supported him until you discovered that he was a con man and you left him. That's what I was saying. I don't know why you didn't hear that part.
Now you see now. I see people wants Okiya Omtatah to get in. Yes, I agree. Okiya Omtatah is a very integrity issues. He is good, of course. Looking at his background, of course, from seminary, and of course the seminary life molded him to be a very good person. He may be having some weak ends, but we have not seen it so far. But these are things that can be molded at least to make him better. Of course, in comparison to Professor Ogola, who was also in seminary, I think Professor has some integrity issues. Of course, you saw there was an allegation that he killed the wife and all that. Of course, we have. I mean, it's the courts to give us proof to that.
I didn't even know he killed the wife. Please don't even vote for him.
Yeah, it's in public domain, of course.
Public domain.
Even worse, he's worse than Morara. Even I'm
from
Morara
Taita Taveta. From Taita Taveta, it's in public domain. He was taken to Kilimani police station and collapsed there. So these are the kind of people that you want me to support for president. I stopped. So if there's anybody else who wants to stand in for presidency, come out, but not Ruto, not Raila, not Professor Ogola, not Morara, not Kasmuel Makoure.
At this rate, then we will not have a president because we are having purity. We are having purity standards. No, it's like we will not. There is nobody that will be good for us. No, at this point, nobody is going to be good. Kama hata sai Morara hajafanya hata kitu kubwa, mko hapa and we haven't even said he wants to be president.
Anakula fare ya watu nani Celeste,
fare gani? Wewe umepeana fare, alisema urudishiwe, umerudishiwa?
Na hajarudisha, na si tuonyeshe
vile hata kama amesema arudishiwe, that's even worse.
Ulipeana nini yako? M-Pesa yako arudishe. Alisema urudishiwe huku peana. Stop complaining.
We now move forward.
Ilikuwa how much tunaweza kuchangia tukurudishie, alafu story ishe.
Hatutaki mwizi. Hata kama si kuchanga, sitaki mwizi because atatuibia taxes zetu.
I was just being funny, girl. I was just being funny, Ashley. I'm not being serious.
I know. But you know, some people are listening and people's intellectual capacity is different. So when you're being funny, somebody else is not is taking it literally. That's why we have to come here and put it in plain black and white. For the ones that are delayed to get it.
We have to discuss Morara because it is part of the politics
that you are talking about right now. But for the sake of the program, let us move forward. There are many listeners who would want to get your opinion on the issues that are affecting the country. Let us not be people who are just complaining without proper solution. We need to come up with solutions.
But Mzalendo, I gave my $30. I was supposed to put gas, but I thought Morara was going to be the president. So
no, Morara cannot be the president with $30. It takes a lot to be the president of Kenya. And
$30 from 100 people. How much is that?
No, that will not make him. And I think he made it clearly that hiyo pesa anaenda kutumia kwa mafuta ama alisema nini. So kama ulipeana pesa ya mafuta sijui atakurefund namna gani.
Mzalendo, you're working for Morara. Mzalendo, you should be arrested.
Of course.
Unajua, we have been with you in these political fights for a very long time. But at the end of the day, we will be on the same political page because my ideology and yours resonate so well. The only thing that you are wrong about is trying to Oh, Gypsy Corner, my God. Gypsy Corner is around. I have not seen Gypsy Corner for a while. Karibu sana Gypsy Corner. The show is very, very hot. Jalejo here is trying to ban Afrique this evening. Kenya Rebel is really furious. I don't know amekula bag gani leo. But guys, tunapenda nchi yetu. That's why we are still talking about our country. For the last 3 hours, we've been talking about our country. But let us have solutions. Tusikuwe tu tunateta, tuangalie, look at the police. Wacha niwaambie ukweli. Na nataka mulisikie vile Ruto amepanga hii game. Ruto ameshapanga game, ameingiza Raila Odinga kwa box, meaning ODM will vote alongside William Ruto in 2027. Hii drama yote mnapelekwa ati oh, they are against you, what, it's political nonsense. They are going to vote for William Ruto in 2027. Amos Kingi, watu wa huko inaitwa Kilifi, they are satisfied na hiyo position ya speaker. Hiyo wameridhika. Now they want to remove Wetangula as the speaker of the National Assembly, of which me and you, Kenya Rebel, and so many other people say that he received the impeachment of deputy president, yet this is a man of integrity. A gold scammer, aliuza embassy yote mzima, na yeye ndio speaker wa Kenya National Assembly. So that position ya Kenya ya speaker, Ruto is eyeing, I am sure is eyeing somebody from Central Province ampatie hiyo position ya speaker. So what is he doing? He is trying to get all the 47 counties, people to support him. Remember one thing, Kenya, as much as we are going tribalist, the Gen Z way, Kenya is still very, very tribal. People will still vote on tribal affiliation.
Nick, you opened a very good topic, and there is this video. It's called "Rules for Rulers" by CGP Gray, and it's 19 minutes. I don't know whether we can, like expose it. We can listen to it and talk about it, because it talks about exactly what Ruto is doing right now. Do you have time for that, you guys?
Yeah, we have time. We have time. It's the weekend.
I sent it to you on the.
Are you talking about consolidating power? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that video is telling us how rules for rulers, how they do it, and it explains. When you listen to it, you see that Ruto has listened to it and he's using that as his playbook. So if we can listen to it and then we talk about it, I think we could educate people more than just shouting about morale.
Yeah. Nobody wants to talk about Morara anyway.
Me, I want to talk about Morara, because Morara is leading us to hell. We have
No.
You see, at this point, you're not even sounding sexy anymore. You hear me?
So I was sexy before.
No, because now una sound tu nikupiga tu kelele, unaona? Like, come on, man, calm down. Calm down, everybody's calm.
Because it's 19 minutes, please, let's get into something constructive, please.
But 19 minutes too much. Let's talk about the issue without looking at a long video. I will stop with the Morara. Let's go on.
No, Ashley, what I was just before even you start the video. That is
not me. I send it to you in the comment section, in the chat. What I'm saying, we can listen to it and then you can decide whether you want to listen to the whole of it, but it is eye-opening. We're not listening to the whole 19. We can listen to 5, we talk, we listen to another 5, we talk, but that thing will open your eyes and everyone else who is listening to what's going on, so that we are not hoodwinked.
Zalendo, let me make my last submission and I'll leave. It's 2 seconds, 30 seconds. The solution to Kenya is a popular revolution. This idea of having a leader will not take us anywhere. We will not go anywhere, because any leader that is being propped up will be dealt with accordingly with Ruto. So the solution is to remove the legislative body, remove the executive, then let Martha Koome lead for 90 days while we prepare for election. Then we choose new leaders, whether it's Okiya Mtata or any other else. Any other thing that you're talking about, and it's Morara, Okiya Mtata, or whatever, it will not work at the moment, because Ruto has actually has its tentacles all over the legislative body, the executive, and judiciary. So the solution is popular revolution, and we have to be leaderless, partyless, and tribeless. Until then, tutapiga makelele hapa. But I enjoyed the conversation. I'm out. My name is Kenya Revolutionary. Asanteni sana, mimi nimeondoka. Thanks. Bye.
Washa camera.
Ashley, umetuma hiyo video wapi? Sioni.
It's nimekutumia uende kwa chats. Just type on YouTube rules for ruler, and then I told you that instruction there. I didn't send the link.
Oh, it's called rules
Kwa
for
chat. Uioni?
No. Niambie rules for what?
Rulers.
Just continue with the
Rulers. Is it by what? Let me.
Rules for rulers, voting machine, blah blah blah.
Gray.
By who?
CGP Gray.
What is it all about in summary?
There's a lot. There's a lot about by CGP. Ziko mingi. Ashley, there are so many. There are so many videos. Unless you send me, akona video mingi sana animated. Send me the link. That would do. CGP Gray. It's a 21 minute video.
Get the one with 21,000 million. You see it?
I am the one. Oh,
it looks
21 million. Yeah, I got it.
Or do you? Yeah.
Ngoja kidogo. I'm downloading it. I hope it's the one. But anyway, even as it's downloading this particular video that Ashley has recommended that we watch, Celeste now and Nicholas, you now know where we are as a country. Sometimes when we talk to different people, you get to get the perspective of where the country is. Some might be very, very discouraging, but I have faith. I have faith in my instincts. I have faith that the people who are disgruntled will unite at the end of the day. Without unity, Okia Mtata, the Morara, there is another lady also there, Ambassador Ruth Wariga. They are going nowhere. Ruth Wariga also wants to be the president. These people are going nowhere. They have to be united. Maina Jimmy Wanjigi, wanaenda hakuna mali wanaenda. But the government of the day will fight so hard to make sure that they are divided. So we need to be very, very careful of who the government is using to fight. Yeah. So sometimes they might appear very, very positive, but in some cases they are being used to divide. So lazima kama history ya Gen Z, lazima mjue Gen Z ni lazima tujue Gen Z. By the time we are going for elections in 2027, there will be about 10 million Gen Zs who are ready to vote. So this is something that the government SAI are encountering. They know very well that there is 10 million out there who are going to vote them out.
And that is why there is the
Do you
IEBC
want
is not
to
being
rule?
reconstituted.
Do you see the problems in your country and know how to fix them? If only you had the power to do so. Well, you've come to the right place. But before we begin this lesson in political power, ask yourself, why don't rulers see as clearly as you, instead acting in such selfish, self-destructive, short-sighted ways? Are they stupid, these most powerful people in the world, or is it something else? The throne looks omnipotent from afar, but it is not as it seems. Take the throne to act, and the throne acts upon you. Accept that, or turn back now before we discuss the rules for rulers. No matter how bright the rays of any sun king, no man rules alone. A king can't build roads alone, can't enforce laws alone, can't defend the nation or himself alone. The power of a king is not to act, but to get others to act on his behalf, using the treasure in his vaults. A king needs an army and someone to run it, treasure and someone to collect it, law and someone to enforce it. The individuals needed to make the necessary things happen are the king's keys to power. All the changes you wish to make are but thoughts in your head if the keys will not follow your commands. In a dictatorship where might makes right, the number of keys to power is small, perhaps only a dozen generals, bureaucrats, and regional leaders. Sway them to your side and the power to rule is yours, but never forget, displease them and they will replace you. Now, all countries lie on a spectrum from those where the ruler needs few key supporters to those where the ruler needs many. This foundation of power is why countries are different, yet many keys or few, the rules are the same. First, get the key supporters on your side. With them, you have the power to act. You have everything. Without them, you have nothing. Now, in order to keep those keys to power, you must, second, control the treasure. You must make sure your treasure is raised and distributed to you for all your hard work and to the keys needed to keep your position. This is your true work as a ruler, figuring out how best to raise and distribute resources so as not to topple the house of cards upon which your throne sits. Now, you, aspiring benevolent dictator, may want to help your citizens, but your control of the treasure is what attracts rivals, so you must keep those keys loyal. But there's only so much treasure in your vaults, so much wealth your kingdom produces, so beware. Every bit of treasure spent on citizens is treasure not spent on loyalty. Thus, doing the right thing, spending the wealth of the nation on the citizens of the nation, hands a tool of power acquisition to your rivals. Treasure poured into roads and universities and hospitals is treasure a rival can promise to key supporters if only they switch sides. Benevolent dictators can spend their take on the citizens, but the keys must get their rewards, for even if you have gathered the most loyal, angelic supporters, they have the same problem as you, just one level down. Being a key to power is a position of power. They too must watch out for rivals from below or above. Thus, the treasure they get must also be spent to maintain their position. The loyal and dim may stay by your side no matter what, but smart key supporters will always watch the balance of power, ready to change allegiance if you look to be the loser in a shifting web of alliances. In countries where the keys are few, the rewards are great, and when violence rules, the most ruthless are attracted, and angels that build good works will lose to devils that don't. So buy all the loyalty you can, because loyalty in dictatorial organizations of all kinds is everything. For the ruler, anyway. Thus, the dictatorship exposed, a king who needs his court to raise the treasure to keep the court loyal and keep raising the treasure. This is the self-sustaining core of power. All outside is secondary. Now, a king with many key supporters has real problems. Not just their expense, but also their competing needs and rivalries are difficult to balance. The more complicated the social and financial web between them all, the more able a rival is to sway a critical mass. The more key supporters a ruler has on average, the shorter their reign. Which brings us to the third rule for rulers: minimize key supporters. If a key in your court becomes unnecessary, his skills no longer required, you must kick him out. After a successful coup, the new dictator will purge some of those who helped him come to power while working with the underlings of the previous dictator, which from the outside seems a terrible idea. Why abandon your fellow revolutionaries? Are the old dictator's supporters not a danger? But the keys necessary to gain power are not the same as those needed to keep it. Having someone on the payroll who was vital in the past but useless now is the same as spending money on the citizens. Treasure wasted on the irrelevant. And by definition, a dictator that pulls off a coup has promised greater treasure to those switching sides. The size of the vault has not changed, so the treasure must be split among fewer. A dictator that sways the right keys, takes control of the treasure, cuts unnecessary spending, kills unnecessary keys, will have a long and successful career. Seeing the structure unveiled, you might be excited to get started and control a country to the benefit of you and your cronies, or you might be exhausted, wishing to do good but seeing the structural difficulties. Now turn to democracy for salvation. So let us discuss rulers as representatives. You again might have grand dreams of the utopia you wish to build, but no man rules alone, and never more so than in democracy. Presidents and prime ministers must negotiate with their senates and parliaments and vice versa, and they all have their own key supporters to manage. In a well-designed democracy, power is fractured among many and is taken not with force, but with words, meaning you must get thousands or millions of citizens to, if not like you on election day, at least like you better than the alternative. With so many voters and such fractured power, it's impossible to, as a dictator would, follow these rules and buy loyalty. Or is it? Of course not. Don't think of citizens as individuals with their individual desires, but instead as divided into blocks. The elderly or homeowners or business owners or the poor. Blocks you can reward as a group. Democracies have wildly complicated tax codes and laws, not as accident, but as reward for the blocks that get and keep the ruling representatives in power. Farming subsidies, for example, have nothing to do with the food a nation needs, but entirely with how key the vote of the farming bloc is. Countries where farmers' votes don't swing elections don't have farming subsidies. If a bloc doesn't vote, such as younger citizens, then no need to divert rewards their way. Even if large in number, they are irrelevant to gaining power, which is good news for you. One less block to sway, and the treasure you give your key blocks has to come from somewhere. If you want long years in office, Rule 3 is your friend in a democracy just as much as a dictatorship. You can't eliminate those who don't vote for you, but there is still much you can do. Once in power, make it easier for your key blocks to vote and harder for others. Establish voting systems that reduce the number of blocks you need to win, the more rivals you get. Very handy indeed. Draw election borders to predetermine the results for you or your cronies, and have party pre-elections with Byzantine rules to determine who blocks even can vote for. Mix and match the above for even better power perpetuation. When approval ratings couldn't be lower, yet re-election rates couldn't be higher, you'll know you've succeeded. Now, enough with thinking about the citizens. Even in a democracy, there still are very influential individual key supporters you need on your side, because their money or influence or favors keeps you in power. While you can't just promise to give them treasure directly, as a dictator would, you can create loopholes for their investments, pass laws that they've written, or print get-out-of-jail-free cards for their actions. Not a wheelbarrow of gold to the door, but contracts for their business. You as a ruler do have roads to build, or computers to maintain, or buildings to reconstruct. No man rules alone, after all. Or you could take the moral path and ignore the big keys, but you'll fight against those who didn't. Good luck with that. Corruption is not some kind of petty crime, but rather a tool of power in democracies and dictatorships. But more on that another time. So accept the favors, sway the key blocks, and you will get into power, ruling with actions that look contradictory and stupid to those who don't understand the game, privately helping a powerful industry you publicly denounced, or passing laws that hurt a bloc that voted for you. But your job isn't to have a consistent, understandable ruling policy, but to balance the interests of your keys to power, big and small. That is how you stay in office. Now, with all this headache of being a representative, you may wonder, looking at Rule 3, why couldn't you skip all this block building, favor trading nonsense and just bribe the army to take power? We must finally turn to taxes and revolts. You must understand Rule 2 and how the treasure is raised and used to hold a country together. If we graph the tax rate of countries versus the number of key supporters the ruler needs, there's a clear relationship. More democracy, lower taxes. If you're sitting comfortably in a cushy democracy, you may scoff at this, but your fellow citizens who don't earn enough don't pay income taxes and get rebates, bringing the average tax rate down. In dictatorships, this doesn't happen. Dictatorships often forego tax paperwork in favor of just taking wealth directly. It's common for the dictator to force farmers to sell their produce to him for little, then turn around and sell it on the open market, pocketing the difference at an unthinkably high equivalent tax rate. So taxes in democracies are low in comparison to dictatorships. But why do representatives
That was a sneak preview of the keys to political power. Ashley,
The part you left is the part that deals with Kenya. It's around 3 more minutes. Please finish it because it's very important. Please.
their take?
That part,
Well,
you see,
cutting
the
taxes is a crowd pleaser. Dictators have no need to please the crowds and thus can take a large percentage from their poor citizens to pay key supporters. But representatives in a democracy can take a smaller percentage from each to pay their key supporters because their educated, freer citizens are more productive than peasants. For rulers in a democracy, the more productivity, the better, which is why they build universities and hospitals and roads and grant freedoms, not just out of the goodness of their hearts, but because it increases citizen productiveness, which increases treasure for the ruler and their key supporters, even when a lower percentage is taken. Democracies are better places to live than dictatorships, not because representatives are better people, but because their needs happen to be aligned with a large portion of the population. The things that make citizens more productive also make their lives better. Representatives want everyone productive, so everyone gets highways. The worst dictators are those whose incentives are aligned with the fewest citizens, those who have the fewest keys to power. This explains why the worst dictatorships have something in common: gold or oil or diamonds or similar. If the wealth of a nation is mostly dug out of the ground, it's a terrible place to live because a gold mine can run with dying slaves and still produce great treasure. Oil is harder, but luckily foreign companies can extract and refine it without any citizen involvement. With citizens outside this cycle, they can be ignored while the ruler is rewarded and the keys to power kept loyal. Thus, we live in a world where the best, smartest democracies are stable, the worst, richest dictatorships are stable, and in between is a valley of revolution. The resource-rich dictators build roads only from their ports to their resources and from their palace to the airport, and the people stay quiet not because this is fine or even because they're scared, but because the cold truth is starving, disconnected illiterates don't make good revolutionaries. Now, a middling dictator without resources must, as mentioned before, take a large amount of wealth directly from his poor farmers and factory workers. Thus, 2 roads won't do, and so he must maintain some minimums of life for the citizens. But keeping the workforce somewhat connected and somewhat educated and somewhat healthy makes them more able to revolt. Now understand, the romantic image of the people storming the gates and overthrowing their dictator is mostly a fantasy. If you run a middling dictatorship, the people only storm the palace when the army lets them to remove you because you lost control over your keys and are being replaced. This is why, after popular revolts in middling dictatorships, the new ruler is often the same as the old, if not worse. The people didn't replace the king, the court replaced the king, using the people's protest they let happen to do it. The very things a benevolent dictator wants to build to cross this valley take treasure away from the keys to power and make the citizens more able to revolt, often ending in a stronger ruler, less likely to build bridges and more loyal to his keys. On the other side, the best democracies are stable, not just because the large number of keys and their competing desires makes dictatorial revolt near impossible to organize, but also because the revolt would destroy the very wealth it intended to capture, the high productivity of the citizens. Plus, those helping the would-be dictator in a democracy know he plans to cull key supporters once in power. That's what a coup is. So potential key supporters must weigh the probability of surviving the cull and getting the rewards versus the risk of being on the outside of a dictatorship they helped create. In a stable democracy, that's a terrible gamble. Maybe you'll be incredibly wealthy, but probably you'll be dead and have made the lives of everyone you know worse. The math says no. Being on the right side of a coup in a dictatorship means having the resources to get you and your family what the peasants lack: healthcare, education, quality of life. This is what makes the competition for power so fierce. But in a democracy, most already have these things, so why risk it? So the more the wealth of a nation comes from the productive citizens of the nation, the more the power gets spread out and the more the ruler must maintain the quality of life for those citizens. The less. Now, if a stable democracy becomes very poor, or if a resource that dwarfs the productivity of the citizens is found, the odds of this gamble change and make it more possible for a small group to seize power. Because if the current quality of life is terrible, or the wealth not dependent on the citizens, coups are worth the risk. When democracies fall, these are usually the reasons. These rules for rulers explain not only why some men are monsters and others are merciful, but everything about politics, from war to foreign aid to political dynasties to corruption, all of which we can talk about at another time. But for now, you, aspiring ruler, may be disgusted by the world of politics and have decided to avoid it entirely. But you cannot, for rulers come in many forms. Yes, kings, presidents, and prime ministers, but also deans, dons, mayors, chairs, chiefs. These rules apply to all and explain their actions, from the CEO of the largest global corporate conglomerate who must keep his board happy to the chair of the smallest homeowners association, managing votes and spending membership fees. You cannot escape structures of power. You can only turn a blind eye to understanding them. And if you ever want the change you dream about, there's a zeroth rule you cannot ignore. Without power, you can affect nothing. You may not like these rules, but surely better you on the throne than someone else. And who knows, maybe you'll be different. Yes, yes, thank you, Zalendo. Actually, you can explain to us what does that mean? And of course, I've been following. It is very educative. But you got to give us what do you think about that? Of course, I know you have deep explanation about it.
No, I just wanted us to learn, to watch it, and I want to thank Muzalendo for playing it. I think it's very insightful.
Ashley, can you summarize for some of us that are not very quick? Because remember that video, imeenda mbio aje.
No, you know what I've learned in those keys is that each and every key, like for example, the politician controls the people. He has to ensure that First, he has got a key that controls the wealth. The people who are rich are within his camp. Yeah, that is a key that you need to have, from my understanding. So the keys represent the support base that you have. Those are your treasures. Once you lose
It's like the way Raila is a key, and he's a smart key. So when he doesn't get power, he doesn't stay there. He goes to the side that has power. You remember they talked about the smart key that goes to the side with power, where they run away from the side that there is no power. Then there are those keys who insist. And then like Gachagua is the key that was no longer useful. So it was kicked off, not because it did anything, but because it was not longer useful to the ruler. So it was kicked off. Then Akina Joho are also keys to keep power. So it's like everything that is going on to maintain this power, you're using keys and rewarding those keys to keep power. So that's why you see dynamics keeping on changing and you're not understanding, but that's how you're saying you have all counties, because he's playing that game of keys. Keys are those different people, kingpins in different places that are going to influence the people that that are on him, so that he can retain power. The more we learn about this, the more we free ourselves, because those keys are only important because we give them power. That is why I wanted us to watch. And when you have time, you can go and watch it again slowly until it gets to you. Some of these politicians that are being used do not even know that they are being used to retain someone's power. But once they learn, they can say, no, I'm not going to become part of it. That way you disable that king who wants to keep and retain power, because knowledge is power.
And you're very right, Ashley. And we have to always remember, none of these people are enemies. They are not enemies. They know. So sometimes maybe I talk, when they're called into these offices, when I come be, okay, this is how we are playing the game. We're giving you this money. This is the position you're playing. After that, this is the blowback. Unanyamaza. Ama you act like you are a victim while you're not really a victim.
Unaona Chele. Now, what Ruto is doing at the moment, he has created another key, and that is the speaker's position. That is a key for political power. He created that vacuum in the DP's position. That is a key. That is a key that he wants to give somebody this key, and that person given that key represents a region. It represents it's a position of influence. So he is the owner of that key. So he has given you that key. So he's in control of you and where you come from. So those keys, that's how this guy simplifies.
I mean, it's the same way. It's the same way. Come on, like now, like these preachers, these pastors and all these clergy, they're complaining after everybody was telling them this guy is killing us, nini, but they were accepting these envelopes, right? So it's exactly the same thing. Wewe ukishapewa pesa, I'm giving you this money, but I'm not telling you about it. Nakupatia, we are talking, but later, when you try to say something, you can't really say anything because I already paid you. Cindy, are we saying the same thing?
Yeah. It does the same thing. They are rulers. They control you, and this thing is very, very important. Actually, if people can analyze it from when it starts. And this guy has got so many keys. The keys of corruption. He has them all there, so you can study them at your free time and look at where your leaders stand. If you are supporting any particular candidate. Let me welcome somebody who has been absent for a while. Darius. Tuambie uko wapi Buddha?
Yes. The one and only Mzalendo.
The one and only. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. I've been missing in action. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee. I had a minor personal issue, but I'm getting back to my feet. First of all, I want to put a disclaimer that I just joined, so I might say something that you've already touched on. But I'm seeing the topic is on DP's impeachment. I've had the previous contributors, and I think what they're saying is it makes a lot of sense. Well, first, because nobody congratulates me, I would like to congratulate myself because we are here, and I had told, especially you, Mzalendo, more than 5 years ago that we will be here. Now that we are here, it's up to you to start listening to me so that I tell you where we are headed to. Kenya is a very funny country, let me tell you. Me and you now are over 50 years old. We have lived a lie for more than 30 years of our voting life. Somebody is taken to The Hague with clear accusations that he has violated human rights, and Kenyans we gang up against whatever his tribe or whatever. We say, this is a vindication to Nick because he's a Luo like me, and we vote him in. Kenya has not voted a competent president for the past 20 plus years. Actually, since independence, we are actually better off with the white people leading the country. We are totally dismantling it, and the worry that I had is a person of sane mind like Mzalendo yourself was supporting this Ruto before he joined. And I told you, the country will be in a danger of even going into extinction. Right now we are. Because all these things is doing, starting from Adani to everything, these are very serious implications based on our children. We've become selfish, we don't care. We will eat whatever is there today, and yet we are giving back to children. What will they eat? What will we leave for them? We have eaten everything in Nairobi, now we are going to the villages. We are even telling farmers, for you to be a farmer now, you have to pay me. You know, the biggest joke is even this week when somebody was trying to say the good job they are doing, they need to add themselves 7 years. You know, they have seen that we are crazy people, and we can just rubber stamp. If the Gen Zs didn't show these people that we can actually do something about it, we have been people who are clapping for all this nonsense. Based on this DP's impeachment, let me make a comment about it. I don't care if he's impeached or not, but I would like him to be impeached. For two things. One, me and you, we've worked for the government, whether it's here or back home, but we worked back home for the government. There are things we are not supposed to come to the microphone and tell other people. That's what is called discrete information to govern a country. But when you have somebody who comes and takes the microphone and even says what you used to cook your mboga, even women don't, even when mothers were cooking, they don't tell you the recipe of how their fish is nice. Because you will know her secrets. This guy is not fit to be any leader. I'm not even sure if he's fit to be a leader of a cowshed back in his village. Because of his loose mouth. Loose mouths can never be leaders. It's part of managerial. Go and read about management in business studies. It cannot allow you to just go and take a microphone and yap the way you want. No. There is a reason why he has those 100 bodyguards. Because he holds secrets that govern a country. Number two, this is the first time, and Mzalendo, I'm very disappointed with you, seeing you trying to cheer this guy, a person who picked up his phone. Me have been a senior procurement officer. Picked up his phone and called a procurement officer to chase on a payment for his son, which was in the tune of 3.8 billion. I hope after they impeach him, they put him to jail. That is a very serious allegation, Nick. You cannot stay in office with such an allegation. All these people are thieves, but it depends with how you are stealing. This guy was taking stealing to another level, the worst, the lowest ever, where a vice president can take a phone and call you and tell you that tender on your table, I need you to push it, I need it to be paid tomorrow. Never has one of these senior people done that. They use their PS or cronies to do that. But this guy is so silly, and his love for money is just up there. Look at him now. What is he fighting? Who has ever fought a government in court and won? And people are cheering him on. Now he's become a hero suddenly. We really need to.
Who are we talking about? Who are we talking about?
They are only impeaching one person in Kenya, not two.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I thought that's the topic actually on the Nini. So yeah, so when people apparently now this guy has become a saint after insulting everybody in less than 2 years. Now he's a saint. I can't agree with that. Can I agree with Ruto? Never. I can never agree with Ruto. But these are just the basics of life. If a cop arrests me for driving when I'm drunk, and I was with you and I can see your car in front, I cannot say you are stopping me and the guy in front of me is also drunk. No. Let them deal with him, then go and deal with this Ruto if they can. Because apparently, it is very evident. Nobody can lead that country without this Baba guy. They have to incorporate him. Ruto was held in Kenya for 6 weeks. He cannot leave State House, not even go to his village. The guy was scared. And I forgot the lawyer who was in this forum who was arguing with me that Ruto can control the situation. He was not capable of controlling the situation of Gen Zs. The country was burning. He had to come and he went on his knees after beating his chest all over the funerals in the country, saying how he cannot incorporate Nusumkate. Then he incorporates Nusumkate. You know, these people are joking with our parents' school fees. And then we come and buy a newspaper and we say that they're doing the right thing. You know, these people were not capable of running a country. These people running called Kenya Kwanza, just an amalgamation of people calling each other together for convenience. They have never been in the front seat of running a government and give very key ministerial posts to people who do not even have a clue on how to run a government. Look at the health system. My father is supposed to be getting it dialysis. He cannot. Shifi, whatever, Shifi is not even, they have not integrated the system, but they have put it live to run. So you're going with the NHF card, they're asking you to pay cash. You know, we are losing a lot of people, we are losing a lot of lives back in the village where people cannot speak for themselves. Can you imagine in Pokot, where somebody retired and went to Pokot, and he knows only to use an NHIF card? They have changed the system. The system is not working. These people are just laughing here. From Nakumicha, now they bring another lady worse than Nakumicha. She cannot even explain what process she's bringing to the table. You know, that is the kind of leadership we have gone through for 2 years. It has never been this bad. They are saying that Uhuru was drinking in State House. I mean, he was drinking for 10 years and things were even much better than now. This is just crazy that we were the ones, part of us, even in this forum right now, were beating our chest saying that this is the guy to take us to Canaan. Look at us today now. Now we are coming back. We don't know what to do. Now we are saying, no, don't touch this one. All of them are just not good for the country. All these people were not, you will tell me they are friends. Who is not friends? I mean, Trump went for a debate with Kamala Harris. The next day they were saying hi to each other in Washington when they were doing the 9/11, September 11. It doesn't mean that they are enemies, that they do not need to speak to each other. No. McCain, when he was front runner, when he was running against Obama, somebody asked that, is this guy a terrorist because he's coming from a Muslim country? No. McCain said, no, we disagree on policies. But Mzalendo is a Kenyan like me. We might just disagree on policies. These people, when we see them on TV saying hi to each other, we run and say, you see, they are friends. No, we didn't say they're not friends. But their policies don't agree. The policies that these guys of Kenya Kwanza were bringing to the table were completely useless. They could never run a country with those porojo and everything. Somebody is not coming to office for 5 years, is campaigning, and we are clapping for it. And the worst and the saddest part of it is more the people that went to school supported this government more than the illiterate people who never went to school. That is where our country is right now. We went to school, but we don't know how to put these things on the ground. It is so sad. I even see my older veteran here, Nyagaka. I don't know what he has been saying, but me, I'm telling you, that right now, we are in a crisis that even us don't know how we got ourselves here. Now, look, before I finish, let me give you an example. Somebody votes for this government, right? He comes back bragging and say, look, you see Maombi, see Uchawi, see Maombi, he is singing that song. 2 years later, the government is the worst government, almost worse than the Zimbabwe government led by Mugabe. Now he comes and says, why has Raila joined the government? You did not vote for him. Why do you care where he has gone? You didn't want him. So even if he's going to the village or wherever he's going, oh, why do you care? And you have already put us in a mess. We need to take the log off our eyes before we pull the log of somebody else's heart. You know, Ruto did not have more MPs. Ruto did not have more senators. Ruto did not have more governors. And I said this time and time and again for a good 18 months. The first day that he looked like to be the clear winner, people from this other side called Azimio started trooping to State House, to his house, sorry, in Khan, saying, oh, even including well-educated people like Kiraitu Murungi, I can name one. The next day, after elections, when he saw that Ruto's numbers were looking good, they were in his house. They were saying, no, we don't want Raila now, we want you. So, who is telling you these people are not for their stomachs? Everybody is going there for his own and her own stomach, and then he wants us to clap for them, saying that you are showing us leadership qualities. But when this Raila goes, now you are just a chameleon. I'm not understanding Kenyans. All these people are chameleons. Who is the better chameleon? You want to see Raila on TV when they throw tear gas at an 80-year-old man who probably is asthmatic, can even die on it. Well, while you are as young as me at your 40s, just watching from the comfort of your chair. But when he goes to eat part of his jasho yake, now it's a problem.
Maybe I'm in the wrong group, Darius.
Yes.
Maybe I'm in the wrong group. I thought everybody here is against all these guys.
Oh no, I don't know. This is just my personal point of view. I'm not saying that your personal point of view is wrong. That's why I put a disclaimer when I started speaking. I said I've just come, so I don't know where you guys have reached. But I've never been in the forum for about 4 or 5 weeks. So I started from behind a little bit. But I'm not saying we are not all for this. Some of the people have lied to you in the forum, like that guy called Mzalendo. He's now saying they should not impeach this one. Why is this one going here? We should not question anything. If those Gen Zs burnt that parliament with all of them inside, we should just be celebrating because they don't deserve even. Yeah, they don't even deserve a day in leadership, unfortunately.
Darius, I want you to learn because you've mentioned me so many times. And one thing that you've just justified is that you are okay with Baba joining the thief called Ruto. Another thing I need to tell you that is that it's only a fool who doesn't change his mind. You can make mistakes and still change your mind about your opinion later on. So that is a part of life. And the story of McCain, when you got it right, but again, this is what he said when his supporters were asking about Obama's birth certificate. He told them to shut up. Obama is an American. So that is a true nationalist. So when we are here, we knew very well that Raila is not an option. Is not an option. But Ruto had got some vision that he was projecting that were good for the country. That is why people were supporting him. And that is why probably he won the election. You would differ with me in that. But that is why he won the election, because he had got some vision. As he walked away from his vision, the answer is yes. Had he implemented his vision to the fullest, would he have been a good president? The answer is also yes. But he has failed. So we must accept when leaders have failed, and we move on to look for other people who can actualize the vision and the dream and the aspiration of all of us. But right now, the way it is, people in Azimio are saying it is okay, let Baba and his team eat, it is their turn to eat. So what kind of society are we agitating for? That is a big question. How do you want it to work? Ruto in 2027, in 2027, people in Azimio will vote alongside Baba. And Baba is going to vote for his one favorite presidential candidate, and that is William Ruto. So what are you saying? What are you saying? I mean, some of these things, it is just politics. Just as you said, these people are playing you and me, and they will continue playing us. They pretend that they're on the opposite side, yet they get the billions to jump on the other side. Right now, they are negotiating for position. What is there for me and you? What is there for the common Kenyan? That is the question that we are asking. What is there for me and you? When you see these political leaders that represent what you represent, what is there for you? The answer is that you have got nothing. Even when you are in Azimio or you are in Kenya Kwanza, there is nothing for you. There is nothing for you.
Yeah.
So these leaders don't.
Mzalendo, what?
Yes.
Mzalendo,
Yeah.
what makes me wonder? What makes me wonder most is the fact that we've never ended politics in terms of creating time to do what is expected of us to deliver to the people. Remember, this is politics that started in 2007 or maybe 2005. Active politics, referendum. Uhuru comes in with the politics of ICC. We vote them in, and then we wait for another 10 years. Then next time again, it's just politics after politics, year by year. I wonder when the common mwananchi has time to even do their work.
It can never, Kevin, it can never end. It can never end. The only way it will ever end is when we accept the election results. If I participate in an election myself, the next thing I'll be saying is that niliibiwa. And I know very well that I was defeated. The next thing I'll be telling people is that niliibiwa. To my supporters, they will also say that, hey, nyewe tuliibiwa, but next time, hata sisi tutajaribu kuiba. So that is how you keep your hope. That is the key. Actually, the key, the videos that were played about the keys, that is the key that I have, that I control my political base. So Raila Odinga has got that key. He controls his political base with that key. And that key comes with emotion. It comes with the cost. People will die in that cause because they believe in their political leader. And same to William Ruto, same to now Gachagua is developing a key. And that is called a tribal key. That is the key that he has to bargain with his political base. He didn't have a key, but right now he has a key. So that key is what they are developing, and soon we are back into politics again. Gachagua is tribal, we know all that. But even if Gachagua is tribal, the way Dairas put it, and so many other people, like myself, I know he's tribal. It does not represent the office of the DP. It does not represent the vision and the aspiration of that particular office. He should have due process. He should go through the process that, like any other person. He has got a right to defend himself. So even if he's defending himself, Gachagua has got that right. You cannot deny him that right by doing a shoddy process in the name of an investigation and denying him that due process. We know he has done a lot of bad things, but he has got a right to representation. That is what I am saying. If that is what you think is supporting him, no. It is just like even you, I would not want the same thing to happen to you. You have got a chance to go to court. Suppose the court, imagine all those judges have been bought. And maybe you are just right. Maybe you just want to be proved that you stole. Maybe you just want that video played that you see, yes, I am a criminal. Now let me face the law. But justice cannot be the other way. When the government is looking for justice and they are fighting Gachagua, then we should also very clear and not allow him to have whatever he has in his disposal, like the Constitution of Kenya. He must use it. So that is my opinion. Nicholas, you've been quiet for a while. Sema kitu.
Niko nawasikiza tu. Ile kitu inanishangaza ni vile watu wanasema tungoje mpaka 2027. Me, I think hii 2027 iko mbali sana. By the time tufike hiyo 2027, we won't be having our country. Tutajipata juu ya miti. Ruto na watu wake watakuwa wameuza.
So Nicholas, what do you suggest we should do?
Me, I think we should, I don't know, sijui tutafanya nini, because hata hapa vile tuliingia kwa hii meeting, I can see still we don't have that togetherness.
By the
Wengine
way,
wako na
tuko na
opinion zao,
togetherness
wengine
mbaya
tumekuja na
sana.
tuko na
Let me tell
opinion
you
zetu
why tuko na
tofauti.
togetherness.
Say again?
Nicholas,
Yeah.
we are so together. We are so together. You know why? Because even after we had those little spats that we had, we can still have a conversation. Tuko pamoja sana. Unajua, sometimes people point out the differences, but people do not point out the togetherness that we have. Mimi niko hapa. Mi sijui nyinyi mko wapi. Me, I don't even know half of these people. Maybe hata ni government agents. As much as I'm thinking I'm over here.
Huku kama mimi, hii ya mzalendo
Sindio?
nimegeni. This is my first time.
You know,
Anyway,
but guess what?
Ah.
But guess what? Your fearlessness yenye tuko nayo kama wa Kenya, we are very unique. We are together like a motherfucker. I'm sorry, let me use bad language for 2 seconds. We are together. Ebu angalia venye tukiendanga kwa stadium, tukienda rugby sevens, boss.
Yeah.
We are somebody. Tukienda hii nini ya kukimbia au wakali wachache wanakimbia mpaka wanatuogopa. Yani we are together. Don't let anybody tell you. All we have to do is let's use that alafu to bring each other together a little bit more. We are together. Mi hata sijui we ni nani. Mi ni Mkale, we sijui ni Mluya, UDA. I don't care. But at the end of the day, we are together more than you think.
So Mia hata sielewi. I don't know. Oh, unasema tuko we are together. Well, okay. Kwa mzalendo hapa mimi it's my first time kuingia kwa hii group. Mostly
Me too. This is my first time.
X nilikuwa nikiingia wakati Gen Z ilikuwa imewaka moto, nilikuwa naingia tu nakaa hapo nasikiza. That's why I was so much into Morara. Lakini sasa hii maneno nimesikia leo, nasema sasa nimeanza kuwa na ma question marks here and there. Sasa nashindwa because
Ebu Nicholas, wacha niulize tu swali moja. There is one guy I want to ask that question because he has not been in the. He will give us an objective answer of what he feels. And Darius, historia Morara, Darius. Sijui ameenda wapi. I needed Darius to comment on that story. You'll get a different perspective from everybody. Because hapa Penny supports Morara. Penny ana support Morara.
Mimi ni mtu wa Morara.
Wewe ni you are from Morara. Sele ni pro Morara kabisa.
No, let me tell you. Unajua hata hii kitu mnasema ati mimi ni pro sijui who and who. I didn't even say that.
No. What I'm saying is that let me tell you what we have in common. And Sele, you put it very nicely.
Volume yangu ilipotea.
Wewe ulikuwa umemute. Nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza. You know, kwa hii maneno yote in this cloud hii smoke yote tuko ndani. Sisi wote tuko kwa hii shida. Now, there is this guy ule amejitokelezea anaitwa Morara. What is your opinion? And give me an honest opinion about it. Darius.
Yeah. Nafikiri me personally as Darius na naweza sema hivi about Morara. Morara, mimi I'm a big supporter of the guy. His courage is beyond reproach. He has an ambition. He's very, very vocal. He's steadfast. Na si muoga. Hizo ni vitu zinahitajika kwa siasa. But unfortunately, it throws us back to what I said when we started. We have allowed these goons, let me call them goons for a lack of a better word, to assemble together when they see mtu tu kama mzalendo anakuja na anaonekana kama ni threat, watakuzima. We were watching national TV when the public participation of the impeachment of the president, Morara was being beaten and akina TJ Kajwang were cheering on live TV with no action taken on them. With no action taken on them. In a country that says it prophesizes on the rule of law. Mpaka ule mama anaitwa Gladys Elachi, whatever Elachi, screaming there wanasema discipline huyo kijana. Do you know hizo video hata zingemtoa macho? And this guys hata leo
anaitwa Beatrice Elachi.
Yes, Beatrice Elachi. Can you imagine hata ile kujifanya mnaleta polisi ya kuja kukuuliza maswali na kesi itupwe? Haikufanyika. Na ulikuwa unasikia mpaka huyo jamaa anasema huyo Kajwang, karibu Nairobi tukuonyeshe tabia kidogo. So these people have assembled Kenyans like us wenye tunaambiwa ati tuko pamoja to beat up an ambitious person like mzalendo akijitolea. So nani atajitolea? Morara akichoka aseme hataki. Na unajua the only thing that I would advise Marara, he is very popular lakini amejitoa mapema. You know 3 years is a lot of time for this wakora kujipanga na wewe. Na hata wakiona umewashinda wataangusha ndege na wewe. You know, these people si watu wazuri. So
Morara hakujitoa, Morara alitolewa na watu.
Ndio nasema wangemweka. Unaona venye Ruto alikuwa anaambiwa we are fearless, we are tribeless, we are leaderless. Angeendelea kudeal na nobody, alafu ikifika kama 2 years or 1.5 years to presidential, to the elections, wa unleash somebody now, a Morara or a XYZ or somebody that people don't know. Unajua that is how Trump won here. Trump was a nobody. Yeye alikuwa mtu wa kucheza tu kwa comedy. But when alitoka exactly 1 year to the presidential elections. What I was just trying to say, 3 years as a newbie, 3 years to the elections as a newbie is a little bit a lot of time for a government kujipanga kukutoa. But
unajua nilisikia vile unasema ni ukweli. Elections need momentum.
Yes.
It needs momentum. And
yes.
What I is saying is that the momentum might die. If that momentum is dying, when we have people like Ashley questioning Morara's integrity, we have people now starting to poke in on the mistakes. You will do mistakes and they will look at those mistakes. All right? So that will happen.
Yeah, watenda kwa records zako, unaona Miguna walienda tu kwa records zake wakapata after getting citizenship of Canada you did not come back to Nyayo House to take another oath. But even a lot of people who are citizens of other countries go back to Kenya and stay freely without anybody wakiwasumbua because you did not disrupt the government. Sasa unajua ukidisrupt government mapema hivyo na wanajua government ni clueless. And you know Morara has very very strong points. Very very demeaning and strong points. You know what Morara has highlighted is that finance bill for a long time in Kenya has been a few people's money. These people sat in a room and they said they must be billionaires like the Uhuru family, the Kenyatta family. And they are working very hard towards it. I'm telling you, saizi ukiambiwa how much worth Ruto is, you'll be shocked. Just the way that huyu Gachagua, unasikia wanasema saizi the billions that he has is a lot. Same to Kimani Ichung'wah. These guys are grabbing all that money that walikuwa naeka hapo. Hiyo kitu yenye hao Gen Z walikataa. It is very true. All this money they have been eating not with Ruto alone. It has been a thing that has been eaten from kitambo. I remember even Uhuru one day alikula hiyo pesa yote akasema ati there was a computer error and people joked for a week. You know, the problem that I'll tell you something, my sister, Kenyans we are together but we have one problem. Sisi uchoka haraka. That's why hata mzalendo anajaribu kukuambia. Sisi uchoka haraka. Unaona sasa Morara kuna saa alikuwa na trend number 1 kwa Twitter for a whole month, then Kenyans walichoka. Ebu wewe wherever you are, I've not known where you are, wherever you are right now, enda ufungue hoteli ya Kikenya. Kenyans will support you for a month. After 1 month, they will be the one saying bad things about your hotel. Watu wanapeana mboga.
I already know that. I've dealt with it. Me najua. But you see, for me,
Hi.
Hi.
You want to contribute?
Kenya. We want to make a
We're
better
in
country
Kenya.
for you. Hi.
Yeah.
What do you want to contribute?
What I was finalizing to say, I'm in a group. I joined a group after the Gen Z revolution was very, very rampant. So I joined this group, and since I was an older guy, I was just listening. Sikuwa natoa maoni sana. The maonis were very good. The ideas were very good. Do you know, right now as we speak, they have gone tribal more than tribal. Oh, wengine wanasema sijui wanaguza watu wetu. You know, the ideology that our parents brought us up was so wrong. It was upon us, whoever is 30 and above, not to educate our kids to grow up the way we were brought up. Because we were brought up very wrongly. Wewe unazaliwa unaambiwa Mjaluo ni mbaya na haja kukosea. Imagine, na una grow up ukifikiria hivyo. Ama unaambiwa Mkikuyu ni mbaya, ama Mkale ni mbaya, na unaishi hivyo. I had a boss, hata huyu mzalendo anamjua. The boss was called Njoroge. I remember one day when Raila was very popular in 2007, we were having an adult beverage somewhere. And the man said, my son was telling me yesterday that he's going to vote for Raila. Nilimwambia kivutie huyo mwanaume asikanyage kwa nyumba yangu. I called this man on the side. I said, why would you push your son to vote the way you want, not the way he wants? And he is not your age. He's a boy who's learning democracy. But he told me outright, we are not giving our kids any chance to do what they like. They have to do what we like. And you see, Gachagua was trying to use that card, that narrative when he started calling places Mulima. Mimi natoka Mount Elgon. Sasa yeye akiita Mulima, anaita paka mlima yetu ama anaita mlima gani? Unajua? You know, such words are wrong. And a person like this should never been in leadership. Huyu jamaa angekuwa very good leader in 1965 or 1971. But in this day and era, you cannot even talk like that. All these people might be tribalists, but they know how to go on a low tone. So what I'm saying, even the groups of Gen Zs, sasa unajua hii narrative ya Gachagua, walianza kusema, oh, huyu mtu is, you know, like Mzalendo has said, he needs to be given his time to say his case. But what I would like to ask Mzalendo, who has refused him his time? In fact, he has been given a very good time. Ameenda parliament, akamaliza, yeye mwenyewe akagonjekea hapo. On the time of making a decision, yeye akaanza kucheza drama. And there are clips of him mocking people who get sick when they are about to go through something. Then, from there, he went ahead and went to court. The Kenyan court, na unajua vile ziko useless. Akaenda kwa hizo courts, na courts zikasimamisha swearing in of the other nominee. So, if there is somebody who has been given time, it is this man. And let him be given another month. But my last parting shot is very important. When Ruto and Gachagua took over the country called Kenya, they made sure they chased away the IEBC members. Tuliona wakiwafukuza kama umbwa. Ruto was not stupid. He knew. Now for Ruto to go, that IEBC has to be there. And it is not there. There are counties and constituencies in Kenya today that do not have a member of parliament. I remember one was moja aligongwa na bodaboda pale South Sea. I remember that I was in Kenya. Huyo mpaka leo hawajai mbadilisha. All the MCAs who have died have not been replaced. Why? Because this government has sat pretty on their behinds with no IEBC electoral body for 2 years. Ebu imagine, now we don't have a vice president. God forbid if something happens to the president, the speaker has to take over. Who is another incompetent person? He has been banned for over 7 countries. Wetangula cannot travel to 7 countries because of his bad record out there. And he will be the person sitting next to that. You see, so there is a crisis that they created, and this Gachagua was part of the creation of this crisis. You see, so we cannot even do an election today. Gen Zs wangetoa Ruto hata kwa kiti, but walifika mahali wakaambiwa hakuna IEBC yenye hao wenyewe walitoa hao wakora. Sasa wenye wanataka sasa tuende wapigie makofi. That is why I was saying those people, God will help us one day. IEBC itarudi, hata kama watakaa chini sasa watupatie yao hiyo fake. We just need something that can toa. Right now, my vote is for Morara in 2027 kama itafika, na kama kutakuwa na snap election, he still has my vote. I like the boy. I need him to continue. He just needs to be very careful with where he's going, what he's eating, who is working with, because You have seen even this human resource guy from Wells Fargo. If there are human beings in Kenya who can kill somebody like that, what can they do to this boy? They are very heartless people in that country called Kenya. Mtu anakushika na kutoa mpaka macho na anakutupa na wewe ni mtu mzima. Hao ni binadamu kweli. So as we push our boy Morara, we need to also always remind him to be very careful, especially with this system, that they can kill you just for taking their power away from them. Thank you very much.
Let me tell you, the IEBC is going to be reconstituted kwa sababu you guys see Meg Whitman aliongea na, she was talking about that US aid wame contribute pesa because hiyo ndio ilikuwa issue, IEBC haikuwa reconstituted. Did you see that?
Yeah, Meg Whitman was at IBC offices, and Kenyans.
Yeah, so that is going to happen now. But guess what? We can't even trust it. We cannot trust it.
Ile kitu amjui ni hivi. While muna politic, kila mtu ana politic, IBC ile commission inachaguaga IBC commissioner is already has been sitting secretly kuchagua a commissioner. ODM is represented. UDA is represented.
But it wasn't. It was in court. It was in court. Kalonzo Musyoka had something in court.
Let me tell you, Sele, what you don't know. As we are talking right now, the panel to select the commissioner is ongoing. Is ongoing. The civil society is represented. The political parties are represented. The people who are going to choose the people who are going to choose the referee for 2027 are being chosen by one William Ruto and Raila Odinga.
So what happened to the court cases? What happened to the court issue that they had between Kalonzo Musyoka and I think the KK
no, you see the body that chooses that chooses the commissioner is independent. So whatever is going on, it will go on in the court, but it will not stop the functions of choosing the commissioners for IBC.
So why didn't they then? What was so they were just using that as a, when people started complaining when they're not doing it?
Yeah, it was put there by design. It's not that people want to choose the commissioner. He wanted to choose commissioner, but it had to be political. He had to get something from it. He had to get another player who is going to play ball in 2027, and that is Raila Odinga. So he has put his side on IBC. So even if you are going for election and Morara is your candidate, I know that at the end of the day, the elections will be rigged. You know.
No, but if the numbers are big enough, it's going to be very, very hard.
Yeah, it needs a lot of, I don't know how you'll do it, but let us wait for 2027. Ashley does not agree that Morara is a good candidate, but here we have another supporter, Darius Quedo, who is saying that Morara is a good candidate for 2027. Not so many people agree, but he has a lot of support from the diaspora community. That is why every time I really emphasize on, if you support Morara, get to the platform, get to know the issues that people are grappling with, especially regarding his candidature and what Kenyans are talking about on the ground. It is important that we shape the conversation. These shows are here to shape the conversation, to shape the dialogue in favor of Morara or Okia Mtata or anybody who is going to come up as a strong candidate. All right. So that is the reason why we have a show like Zalendo Uncensored, Afrique 24 here, so that we shape the dialogue and we have good leadership at the end of the day. Let Penny amenyamaza sana. Penny, can you say something? Penny Nyagaka Mokoyonde. Dari nakumbuka.
Baba, come
Yeah,
on. Come on.
Eh. Bagoy anengagi.
Gaki is say something.
Okay, okay. Sasa sisi wengine tuna support huyu Morara sana. Nilikwambia mzalendo saa hizi siku hizi wananiita anko ya Morara, lakini it is what he has said. It is how he has said it, and it is not only me. It's all the Kenyans from Mombasa to Mumias, from up north to the south, and he has said it very clearly. He wanted to be a billionaire, a president, or anything like that. But if you want to make him president, so be it. Lakini waheshimiwa kama Ashley, that's okay. You can criticize because it should be an open society. If you open society namna hiyo, you can criticize anybody, say anything. Lakini huyu nani Kenya mtu na kutusi wengine is wrong. Because I don't support him, I'm paid to support him. That's nonsense. Because it is not easy to have to borrow somebody. Some of us borrowed Ruto sana. Hatukuwa tunalipwa. Many some people were saying that you borrow somebody because unapewa pesa. No, it's ideas ambayo anasema na huyu Ruto tulifikiri anajua ile anasema borrow up economic nini. Alikuwa anasema tu hakujua hiyo ni nini. Borrow up economic ni kama ile Kibaki alifanya, where you tax more people and use the taxes to develop your country. But this guy is taxing everybody and stealing the money. That cannot work. So, we support this gentleman all the way, because those people who have had experience, those people who have had everything to do with the time, they have ruined the country as it is. And if you root on Juliana, it was true. Lakini tunafikiri alichange kutoka ile wakati, kwa sababu you cannot be in one place forever. Tunafikiri yeye anasema yeye anajua ile atafanya ili Kenya iwe developed country. Hapana, na huyu ni mshenzi, amefanya kitu mbaya. Na mzalendo moja nikwambie, I was apologizing to a friend of mine in North Carolina, and niambia bana, don't apologize. You didn't have any other choice. Hiyo tu ndio ilikuwa choice yako. Nikasema hapo ni kweli kabisa. Because tulifikiri huyu anatusaidia na hawezi kutusaidia. Kwa hivyo saa hii we follow this Morara. We thinking that he will get us somewhere. Kama hata watufanyia kitu tunajua, because there is no guarantee ya kwamba huyu ndiye anafanya. We have a history of 63 years and tumeona hata mzee Kenyatta, wacha nimalizie hiyo. Hata mzee Kenyatta hakuchaguliwa hata siku moja, because he went to the London and they told the guys who went to the London ile conference, akamwambia wacha tuende kwetu nyumbani ndio tumalize hiyo maneno. Wakakuja nyumbani, alafu he ganged up all the Kikuyus who were the most of them, and akasema let us be a republic, and whoever is the prime minister today will be a president when it is a republic. And that is when he trying to divide the land ya mzungu kwa mzee Ugingo Ndinga. Mzee akakataa, Ugingo Ndinga akakataa, akamwambia pana, this is not what we voted for independence for. Na hivyo mpaka akamaliza miaka yake yote na akakufia kwa vile akakufa 1968 78 I think. Yeah, akakufa that time. All this time, other than the Kibaki, who really genuinely never wanted to be a corrupt leader, all what wamekuwa corrupt. Na 63 hapa na 10 au wote ambao wamekuwa corrupt, na huyu anataka kuongeza miaka iwe 7. Na umeona vile watu wamemwambia, vile wananchi wamemwambia. So we have a bright future because the young generation wamesoma, wako na kila kitu. Na saa hii niko natoka na mtoto yangu mmoja alikuwa ana graduate, anaenda kutoka kwa hiyo shule naenda nyumbani. Lakini moja niseme ya kwamba the bright future we have for our country ni vile tumeona, ni vile tulifundishwa na hao watu. Corruption yao ilikuwa nyingi, lakini waliacha education ikaendelea. Gawaji tuna blame Mzee Kenyatta for a lot of things. Kitu mzuri alifanya, aliacha education ikawa intact. Na Moi hakuharibu sana. Gawaji alienda 844 ili wakali wake wa catch up with the other people. But the same thing this guy is doing. Kuleta ndani nini wakale wachukue hizo pesa. And they cannot, because you have to have a business acquisition for you to continue with the business. Hivyo ndio tunasema kwamba huyu anaharibu, anauza kila kitu, alafu hiyo pesa arudishe nyumbani through some kind of means, lakini hiyo ni shares peke yake. So leo endelee na show.
Let me correct you something real quick, yeah? Let me correct one thing. Hii sema watu wakale. Moi alikuwa huko for 24 years. Ukienda huko utashangaa.
Tunajua hiyo yote. Okay guys, wacha tuchukue break kidogo, then I need you guys to give me the closing remarks. When you take a break, I'll be back just shortly. We take just a break for 1 minute. You come back with your closing remarks. Sele, you've not disappointed in this show. I am telling you, you are the Iron Lady of Africa. Hata Nicholas, ukiona watu wanakaa kwa show mpaka saa hii, those guys are tough. I think Morara is proud of you. And I said, this is where we shape the conversation. This is where you shape the conversation. You meet the hard talk, you face them, and you don't get scared when you meet somebody who is opposing your vision. You try to win their hearts. You try to convince them with facts. That is why we have Africa. So we in Africa, me, Manzalendo, I will always try to be neutral on this particular conversation. But you know where my heart lies, on good governance, an end to corruption. And again, we have to be steadfast in fighting for what is right, the rule of law, and the protection of the Constitution of Kenya. We take a small break with that, and I will expect Nicholas to give me his closing remarks, then Sele.
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance. Presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Oweru, Bed of Roses. Promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Africa 24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us guide you through the enchanting world of Bed of Roses. Subscribe now and mark your calendars. You don't want to miss this. See you there.
Yes, Nicholas, karibu sana, tupatie your closing remarks hapa.
Asante sana. Okay guys, Wakenya wenzangu, kile kitu nitasema, let's not lose hope. As I can see, we'll get somewhere. I think kuna senator moja, I think he wants to bring a motion in parliament ya they want to impeach the president. Sijui kama mmeisikia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's be positive. Wacha tuone kama itaenda, tuone vile itaenda, and I hope, because mi najua watu wengi wamejizuia because hawataki kutoa kichwa waonekane because wanajua watagongwa. But mahali wa Kenya najua mahali wamefikia sasa, they have come to a point wanaona pana, wameweka kwa kona. Now the only option is to fight, otherwise utafinyiliwa hapo kwa kona na utawawa. Ni kama panya ikivamiwa sana, kuiweka kwa kuta, it will fight because inajua it's fighting for its survival. So guys, let's not lose hope, tuendelee kupambana. Thank you Mzalendo. Na hiyo jina sijui ulitoa wapi, because most wa Mzalendo. So tutaongea.
Sawa, make sure umesubscribe Afrique, usitoroke. Hatujamaliza show, subscribe Afrique.
No, niko, I'm around.
Uambie marafiki zako pia wako. And Sele.
Yeah.
Closing remark.
Nicholas.
Aye.
From now on nitakuwa nakuita Mr. Patient.
Kwa nini?
He's so disciplined, bana. Hey.
When I tell you he's been quiet, bro, can you be quiet, son? Be quiet for a second.
Yeah, mwambie awe quiet kama mimi.
Okay, he's a 2-year-old. Wacha nikwambie, niko na 2-year-old kwa nyumba. Terrible twos zimenicharaza.
Ndio hivyo, anakuwa hivyo.
Na niko na 7-month-old, so I'm in a lot of trouble, but I try.
7 months na 2-year-old. Oh,
imagine.
Wewe basi unakaa home sasa huko.
I'm a 40-year-old woman.
Congratulations.
Asante. But anyway, let's digress. So what I was trying to say is, Nicholas, you've been very patient. Unajua, Mimi, I think I was born in a political family, right? Because my dad alikuwa jailed by MO1 as a political prisoner, just for no reason. Yani Moi alikuwa this kind of person, akiona mtu mmoja anainuka hivi, you're shut down. And that is what is happening in Nandi as we speak. That is what our guy who must go is doing. So yeah, and Moi is my relative, by the way. Mi natoka clan ya Moi, lakini alieka babangu jela when I was very, very young. Mimi nilikuwa, nitawapatia tu a snippet. Mimi nilikuwa kanisani. We were raised Catholic. Tunacheza hapo nje, naona babangu, watu wanaingia kwa church, wanamtoa, ameweka mapingo, ameweka kwa gari, amampeleka. And for 9 months, we went through hell as a family. And this is a relative, as we knew. But just because because he doesn't want anybody else to take his place, he doesn't want anybody to be more popular than him, more smarter than him. Moi used to say, sasa tukaelimisha watu wote, tutarule nani? So there is life after this. There is life after dictatorship. Watu wasituzie uoga. We are going to stand up, we are going to fight, and we'll fight it. And we will realize a beautiful Kenya that I know. Because even with all that, mimi, memories za Moi zilikuwa mzuri sana. Iyo maziwa yenyayo, nilienjoy. Obits. The good thing about Moi was a patriot. Moi used to say, mzungu sio rafiki yako. Enda juu, rudi chini. Mzungu sio rafiki yako. Even if he was a dictator, he was still a patriot. With this guy we have, he's not a patriot. So we have to take him out. I'm sorry.
Tuko na puppet.
Tuko na puppet, boss.
Na tofauti ya patriot na puppet.
Lakini unakumbuka those days, yeah? Those days alikuwa akiongea about mambo ya kwa Africa, we unite, the way he used to talk. Nilikuwa nasema, yes, we've got somebody.
Nicholas, you are like me and you. Naambia watu sisi tulikuwa huko. Tulibuy hiyo, we bought that. Me, I knew this guy was going to be a very good leader. I am telling you, I was so convinced that.
Unasema nani? Huyu mse?
Yeah,
must go. So nakumbuka those days walikuwa wanaenda hizi ma conferences za Africa.
But did you guys know by the end of it hakuwa anasikizana na M1?
No, M1 you see and you know the story is because I've covered enough of these stories, political stories. You see this guy called Gachagua. It is said that he is Moi's son.
He is. Hata mimi nikimwangalia, mimi nimkalie, nikiangalia hivi akismile hivi, my friend. Huyo ni wetu. That's our guy.
Huyo ni mtoto wenyu. Sasa mama yake the late Njenga Karume, the famous guy in Rift Valley, huyu wa Nakuru, huyu mama yake Kiika, huyu anaitwa Kiika.
Kiika Kimani.
Kiika Kimani. I don't know what the relationship was. Akatuma mama ya Gachagua kwa Moi. There was something about it. I've forgotten the story there. Hapo nimesahau. But this guy rising up to become a DO, it is Moi who put him up there. This guy had got access to State House when he was in high school. High school alikuwa anaenda State House, anachukua pesa, anatoka, anaenda nyumbani. Anaenda shule. This guy akikuwa huko Rift Valley when YK92 was coming up now. You know, now we had William Ruto, we had
Girongo. Before he was Girongo.
How they formed YK92. Gachagua was in the mix. He was in the middle of it. Now, Moi was divided in terms of who should be loyal to him. Now, this Ruto guy did not know that Gachagua is the blood son of Moi. Ruto did not know that for a long time. So anytime they were given assignment, it is Gachagua who was given the assignment and not him. So he was wondering why. And first of all, this guy is not a Kalenjin like him. Yeah, so he really wondered why. But to date, I can tell you there is a place in Rift Valley. It's called up to the date. People were displaced. They were displaced, and they have never gone back to their land. They have never gone back to the land. When Gachagua was the DO in that particular area, all those Kikuyus were kicked out from that land, and they've never gone back to their land. They have attempted several times to go back to their land, but wanafukuzwa. Hata ile time ya Ruto, ama time ya Uhuru, na hata hii time ya Ruto, hawawezi rudi kwa mashamba. Imagine umewacha 10,000 acres, umewacha nyumba, umewacha maduka zako hapo. It is a big center, but all those people took up that property and they cannot go back. So there's a long history about these two fellows that they go a long way. Asira zao zinarudi huko nyuma. Having said that, we should not forget why we are here. We should not forget that each and every time you talk about your political candidate, who is Morara, and make sure that you sell it to the public so that people can know. People have got some hope on Morara because there's nobody who is articulating issues like him. But the biggest problem is the keys that are actually played. Those keys, he doesn't have them. Those keys, he needs them for political survival in Kenya. And he can only get those keys when we make sure that all the political leaders come together and wanachagua mtu mmoja kama flag bearer pambane na Ruto. Because hii position yote, even the recommenders, will need people as governors. We'll need people as MPs. We need, you can be Morara, but you don't have MPs.
Yeah.
You can be Morara, but you don't have any governors to support you. You cannot be Morara, but you don't have senators. How do we talk around this and make sure that the political movement is well oiled, such that by the time people are moving to 2027, we have a political candidate who is representative and who can be electable to the people of Kenya. Morara needs to unite with Okiom Tata. He needs to unite with progressive forces. People who are fighting the government, Kina Boniface Mwangi, Kina Okuru Okot. Those are people who have been fighting the government for the longest time. And then we need that unity. Ruto has already united the political class. And the political class comes with numbers.
Mzalendo, let me interrupt you for a second, right? Because we've been, I've been in a lot of panels. So this thing has been coming up over and over and over again. How do we connect these people together, right? Because what wamekuwa akisema, let's put them together. Mtu anasema, I've been trying, it's not working. These people are fighting each other. But what do we do?
Lakini nafikiri
do you have any power to put these people together?
Yeah,
do you know anybody?
No, it is simple. I mean, I am the worst propaganda machine that you can ever have in Kenya today. I mean, I will destroy you politically, but I can also make you politically in all those platforms that you are talking about.
Did you say you're the worst or you're the best? What did you just say?
It depends on how you want to use me.
Angalia sasa na wewe umemea pembe in front of me. Sasa hii pembe umemea alafu you're smiling.
Acha nikwambie kitu moja. You see what sijamea pembe. Me, I do this every day because of my passion in politics. I have been in the political field for a long time. These people, we have to bring them together. They know the problem. You see this conversation that I've started, the conversation of, and actually brought it in terms of peace. This conversation of representation, this conversation of representation, we need to talk to these leaders on that conversation. They cannot go it alone. Ruto is organizing his troops so well. So well.
So can you do it? I think my question is this, and I'm sorry to cut you short. Can you do it? Unajua?
Yeah, why not? Yeah. I can do it.
Can I put some input there, please? Because yes. I've listened to Jimmy Wanjigi. He said the only position he wants is that of president. Morara said the only position he wants is that of president. I don't know anything about Eric Omondi.
Morara didn't even say that, actually. Please don't put that in your mouth.
Who? Morara said that. I heard him more than one time. He's saying that he cannot agree with the amendment.
He didn't say that. I've heard him. This is what he said. The only position he would want, if it's not anything else, the only position he would want. He didn't say this is what he wants. Alisema, listen, I've been listening to this guy for a very long time. The only position, if he had to choose, that's the only position he would go for. He didn't say he wanted to be president.
He's not interested. He is not interested in any other position. If people elect him, the only elective position.
Wewe, hata kama wewe unaenda kwa job interview, so unataka position unataka. But I'm saying
what I'm trying to say. Please listen to me. Please listen to what I'm saying, and then you can contribute just a little bit.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say, the reason they are unable to meet is because whatever they want is the same. So those things that they want, they are unable to meet together, to work together, because they both want, or most of them want, the same thing. So if the same thing is to remove Ruto, it will be okay. Unfortunately, they all want to be that lead position. The only person I haven't had him say that he can only be president is Okia Omtata. Now, after they remove Ruto, the danger of them all wanting to be only that position and none other is that there could be functions that fight each other. If you look like Libya, after they removed Gaddafi, why it fell is because each force, the more we educate people, the more we can pinpoint somebody who brings people together without us putting leaders together that don't have the same ideology. The fact that we are all opposing Ruto doesn't mean some people are doing it for selfish reasons. Some people are not. So we need to congregate to one person, educate people why they need him. And that is why if you have a person you support, you need to come here and advocate for them and trying to convince more people to come to him. And you know, we talked, the reason I brought this video, and I'm going to sit down and do a summary on it, is because we need to remove the keys. Because those keys are the ones which are making us not be able to come together. If the supporters come together and congregate upon one person, it won't matter how many people are on the field. So as long as they have bought the ideology of that person. So we need to be able to free ourselves from supporting different people. And some of these people are selfish. Some of these people are looking for their chance to eat. You know, you just talked about Nicholas being quiet on the show. That is what I am asking each one of us to do. As these people conduct themselves out there, let us study their behavior and see if they are worthy of that presidency. Because how you behave also says a lot. Someone like Okia Omtata, if you see the car he drives, he's thrifty. He's a senator. He can be flashy. He's not. He's very down to earth. That means when he gets the position, he will not misuse our money because he's not a spendthrift. These are things we look even in your normal character. You don't have to have an official position for us to know what you can do. Just looking at you should be able to give us a preview of what you do while you given much. So those are the things we need to do. And the more we educate people that we should not just follow someone because they are from our tribe, to stuff, or they are opposing the government, because Ruto has taught us that opposing the government is not enough, because he has come, he's worse than the Uhuru he was opposing. He's doing the things Uhuru was doing and even more. We have him on record saying that he will not mistreat his deputy and he will not let his juniors mistreat. He has gone a notch higher than Uhuru. That on top of looking down on his deputy and letting other people look down on him, he has actually threatened to finish him politically, not just get him out. This is next to death. Impeachment is political death. So let us know that the fact that someone is opposing, like someone is coming here and saying what Ruto is doing, doesn't mean that they will do better. So we have to look at the little things. It's like having a guy who wants to be your boyfriend. These people keep making mistakes with the boyfriends because they don't look at the character of this person. The person can be good to you, but they are disrespectful to other people. What makes you think once he gets you, he won't be disrespectful to you? You have to read character, period. If I come here and I'm interfering, that may mean that I am not patient. And it's true. And that is like a character for a president. You see, so those are things we can read. If someone is being told, let us go this way. If you don't want to go, which you can't be forced, but you can't disrupt. If it is not a bad thing other people are doing, be a team player, stay on the side. Or do your thing quietly, but not come and publicize what you're doing, which is against or opposing what other people are doing, because what you're doing is actually disrupting. That is not the quality of a leader. If you want to be led or to lead, you have also to be able to work with other people. And if you don't agree to what you're doing, then you cannot go to disrupt them. That is what Morara is doing. And I don't want to keep talking about him. There are people who support him for their own reasons, but we have to have enough leaders. And then when we get someone who kind of fits the bill, then we support them. In the meantime, I think 2027 is too far. Personally, I would want us to have a lawyer, an attorney who we pay, and we start doing small things. We start removing the money from them, because this money is what they're using to steal to us. We have the political funds. Me, if I had the authority or the ability, I would like even to sponsor somebody to go to court and challenge that money from being given to political parties, which are actually privately owned, because we say, ODM belongs to this person, UDA belongs to this person. They should fund it themselves. It should be funded privately. This money should go to other uses. We should reduce their salaries so that the position becomes less enticing to these greedy people. We make it 250,000 is the most any elective opposition can be paid. At most, a president, $500,000. If they go out of the country, they will stay in a 3-star hotel because they come from a third world country. If someone wants to stay in a 5-star hotel, let them pay the difference themselves. If we do stuff like this, you will see less people are willing to take those positions in the meantime. But I hope we will get a resolution before 2027, because if we wait until 2027, we will have lost a whole generation. Can you imagine all those young people who had gone to KICC? Those are people, and our country is dilapidated. Right now, there is insecurity. How about if they took all those people and took them to NYS and put them on the street? Those many people put on the street as of police officers. We would not be having bodies dumped on the road. Where is this money going to come from?
But guess what, Ashley? You see, the same people that you're pushing aside, the casuals, like the Moraras, those are the people that were there, the people that came up.
I didn't push them aside. You're not understanding. What I am saying, as president, I don't think they qualify. Those two you have mentioned. But as activists, they can do all they want. But when we start talking about a presidential candidate, I simply do not think they qualify. Let's differentiate between those two. That's the problem.
Sorry. I think I dropped them for 2 seconds. But what I was saying is, these same people, when you're talking so hard on, and I'm not saying you're saying anything negative. I think all your points are very positive and everything, right? But these same people you're being hard on is people that stood up. How many people stand up, man? Nani ametupiwa nini viti bombers?
Na hizo atukatai. What I'm saying, you're digress because you're going outside the topic. I'm not discouraging them. What I'm saying now, we are not going to give yani atutawapatia reward ya presidency. That is what the difference is. My last point is,
first of all, Morara is not even asking for a presidency. That's what I'm trying. If we started having this thing a few hours back, I keep telling you, hakuna
but
place Morara amesema anataka kuwa president.
You're telling me,
and I don't know why you don't understand that. I think you don't really know who Morara is, and I don't think you have followed everything about Morara. Yeah,
I don't know whether you call yourself Celeste or Celeste, but Celeste, yeah?
Celeste. Call me Jeff.
Celeste. Okay, Celeste, I have listened to Morala. I have understood him, unless I don't understand. Maybe I don't comprehend English enough, but I have heard him say that he would like to learn, but in his party, he's going to be one of the candidates. But if someone else come and they are chosen, so be it. But he is interested. I heard him say that with my own 2 ears. Let me conclude by saying there is a reason. There is nothing more dangerous than a man who has nothing to lose. And I know Celeste was talking about how Moi said, if we educate these people, who are we going to rule? This poverty in Kenya is by design. And that is why you see when someone like Raila wants to do mass demonstration, he goes to Kibera, he goes to Madare, he goes to the slums. So keep in mind that they do not want the slums, they do not want better life for Kenyans. They just want to dangle the carrot on those people so that those people can be there when they are needed to fight for them. Hiyo ni shamba yake na hizo sisi ni shamba ya hawa wa viongozi. So it is for us, the more educated we become, the more services we will get, the less taxes we'll pay. So let us keep the education going. It's okay if Celeste has very good reasons for supporting Morala and I come up with someone else, and then we go to the ballot box and we hope the best person wins.
No, but you keep saying I'm supporting Morala. I never even said any of that.
All right. Let me bring in Penny. Penny, but what I can say is that actually you asked one thing that can I be the person who brings these people together? Sele, I've been in Morara's forum. I am there inside Morara's forum in those groups that you are in. I am also there. Well, what I'll tell you is that we've had this conversation with Morara. How can everybody come in together and bring up one person to support? Then he was hesitant to make the move. This is what he told me. Am I the one to make the move? I told him, yes, you are the one to make the move. You are the one to make the move. Omutata will not come to you. You have to go to him. He has been there for a while. You've just been there a few days ago. So you have to go to him and make the move. You're the one who wants to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. You need to look for those numbers. Those are the numbers you want. That is what leadership entails. You have to look for them. They will not look for you. You look for them and form this coalition. Make sure that each and every time when Urkia Mtata has something, you are there having a press conference with them. You are there having a press conference with Urkia. I will also reach out to Urkia Mtata. Do the same to Margaret, to Ruth Wariga, who also wants to be the president. He also has got people who believe in her. Today I posted something on their group, told them, okay, fine, this is how the political matrix is in Kenya. You will have to wind up shop and look at things realistically. Look at things realistically. Ruto is building up a machine that will not stop. You can't go for the presidency alone as Ruth Wariga. You can't and win against William Ruto. Okiya Mtata cannot go against William Ruto and win alone. He needs alliances. And that is what Ruto is building right now. He's building a political alliance with opposition leader Raila Odinga and many other people who will come along. He's building those alliances. Has he eaten into the Gen Zs? Yes. He's also building alliances among the Gen Z leaders, among the people the Gen Zs look up to as the face of the Gen Zs. But one fact that you have to know is that in 2027, the biggest factor in Kenyan election will be that generation. That generation will be the biggest factor in the 2027 election. So how will Tribe come in? Tribe will boost the Gen Zs to propel the agenda to get that seat. Whether you like tribalism or not, tribalism is part of us. It is there. We cannot finish it by 2027. It will still be with us. So how do we use it positively? One thing that has happened that is positive is Gachagua moving out with the mountain and Kikuyus calling themselves Kikuyus. That is good for politics of 2027. We must use that positively if we want Ruto out of power. Penny, say something.
Thank you very much, Mzalendo. And yangu tu ni kusema kitu moja. Actually, some of us are not supporting Morara because he's from our tribe. Yangu hata ile wakati mwingine I was supporting Ruto 100%, not because he's from our tribe, ule ambaye alikuwa from a tribe that was getting his head up in his Matiang'i, and we were saying Matiang'i is a fake, which he is up to today. Lakini actually yangu ni kusema ya kwamba it is always good to have, you know, like yours is a very clear criticism or argument, sio ya matusi kama ule mheshimiwa mwingine alikuwa anafanya. You lose your argument when you go to matusi side, but when you go very clearly as to how you need to behave or not to behave, you need to do or not to do, it is very good. Lakini yangu ni kuambia watu wote ya kwamba huyu Morara is young, is bound to make a lot of mistakes that we have to know. But as of right now, as of today, who do we really support? For 2027, it's not too long. It's only 2 years away. Lakini sasa hivi, as we look at the political map of the country of tomorrow, huyu nani Omotata has always been an activist, and he has always acted not necessarily to go for the higher seat, but to point out what is going on down here, what is wrong, and what is whatever. And he has done that very successfully. Lakini Morara has come out and said very clearly what is wrong with his government and what he will do with the government. As to whether he has stolen any money, any of this, some of us have taken point word by word what he has said. He has said that the money that everybody has given it to him, he has all put it in a house that he has put for the people of Kenya. He has put in a truck that is using, in a speaker system that he's using, and for the future, he has said that the inject party, once it is registered, it will have all the structures, and mainly the money issue will be handled by professionals, not him. So let us go from there. Some of us are not necessarily feeling that he should be given carte blanche because he's, for example, from my tribe. We cannot agree with that. To point out that he has not given us the breakdown of money, where he's doing it, how he's doing it. Those who have the issues should. There's nothing wrong with that, and he should know. He should have the guts to really explain what he has done with the money and where he has gone with the everything. Lakini, just to say that we are supporting him because he's from our tribe, for example, we feel very offended, because that's not the issue. There are so many people from Kisi who could stand up there, but we will not support them because they are not saying it the way any Kenyan can understand. Say, for example, Matiang'i, he want to be given handouts. He want to be given something by Kenyatta. My friend, we could not even argue with that. That's what the government, the country of Kenya needs. But huyu Morara yangu ni kusema ya kwamba we support him fully, and we know that he will make a lot of mistakes. Some of us at 28, we were running the streets, but this gentleman is putting together a very formidable group to take over the leadership. So if he takes it up, so be it. Na vile umesema, yeye mwenyewe amesema kwamba 2027, if he cannot win, he will be the most ruthless opposition party. Na hiyo ndio tumemiss for the last 40 years. We have never had opposition party in Kenya, and that is what has ruined our country, for example. Because, say for example, ngoja nimalizie hapa ya mwisho mzalendo, the impeachment of Gachagua, and what the Ruto was saying, that it is always good to have everybody together so that we can work together. That's the height of nonsense and stupidity, because the Constitution of 2010 envisaged foresaw an opposition where, if, for example, Gachagua was saying that the shareholders, if these guys were seriously wanting to take out Ruto, they would take out Ruto and have their own shareholders. What has Raila done when he was given positions? He took the shareholders and gave most of it to the Ruos. What Ruto done? He has given 80% to the colleges, my friend. When Gachagua says it, then it's wrong. He's chastised. Everybody in the country talks about how he said it wrong. But anybody and everybody, everywhere in the world, for example, ule anashinda elections, anakuja na watu ya kutoka that he knew yesterday, a day before. Now, most of them are from his tribe. There's nothing wrong with that. But today, vile tunazungumza, ile argument ya kwamba let us all work together is the institutions are not there for our country to be strong by working together. For example, vile mliona huko Bomas of Kenya ula na Chabwa, where are the police? Where is the DCI? Those are the institutions, if they were strong enough, could have taken care of whatever it is that was going on wrong. But once you put everybody together, even all those institutions together, you will never, ever get to democracy. You will get to dictatorship that we are in today. That people are being killed, maimed, everybody's, being killed because of dictatorship. And you can never get an answer from dictatorship. And that's where we ran from. Moi was a bad dictator, but Kibaki regularized it a little bit. Kenyatta went back, and this guy has gone back 100% into dictatorship. Yeah, not only bringing the opposition in the government, he has given them power in the government. And now we are going to fight back again. This is dictatorship. Kenya will always do that. If we come Uganda or Rwanda, those countries that cannot even speak up, you will be killed. So be it. But Kenya, they killed Kinamuge, Kina Kariuki, Kina Tomboya, Kina Huko. We can count down the list of who fought for this country. And what anybody say, Kwamba, Raila Odinga never fought for democracy in Kenya. If he fought for democracy, then he could have realized or he could have known what democracy is all about. He was put in jail because he tried to overthrow the government of Moi. And with his dad, he was able to stay alive. But all the other people, Chuka, everybody that was with him, they were all murdered, killed by Moi. So let us not even go there. Ninasema kwa hii redio Mzalendo, kwa sababu there is no way I can say it, ya kwamba Raila has never been a Democrat. Raila has always been wanting to feed himself, feed his family, and feed his friends close to him. So let us support the Morana for some of us to see that the future of our country can be better a little bit. If it can't work, let us go wherever works. We go from there. Thank you.
Asante sana Penny. And lastly, ni wote mko Marekani na mwingine yuko Europe. Sisi wote tuko hapa Marekani. I want you to comment on this one. Sele, nani anashinda elections?
I think Kamala atashinda hii kwa sababu walituletea udem, unajua, and ukikuja hapa ukihamia huku somehow some way unajipata wewe tu ni Democrat, na hata ukuuliza ni kwa nini, huku waambiwa utakuja ukue unajua, you understand, that's why you're laughing. So
unajipata uko Democrat,
huku unajipata tu uko Democrat boss, but it doesn't mean hakuna good things about it, unaona. Kama makaraka zangu nilipata on Democrat side, so huwezi sema it's all bad, but there is also something like now for me, yani inafika hiyo point unajiuliza una support nani, kama country una support the most ni gani? Kenya ni home, si ndio? Kama Kenya ni home, unaangalia vitu zingine unaona you will sound so stupid to your friends, you will sound so stupid to your family, lakini huyo mzungu Buddha might be the guy. No, just for your country, that's it. Kama umenielewa, umenielewa.
Nakuelewa. Penny.
Lewis Risa amesema the lady will win the elections hands down because Trump leading the Republican Party has never won the elections after 2016, after the midterm elections last year. And any party that is out of power wins. It is designed like that. Wins the election, but they lost badly. After the 2016 elections, he has never won anywhere. And if you look at the YouTube, wale Republicans wote ambao wanatoka kwao wanaenda kwa huyu mama, it's over. Unajua mimi na Petro huyo nani production unajua, and I've always looked at that the polls saying that they either dead hit or she's winning. Na yangu ni kwamba she's winning because the ladies, especially the abortion issue, about the ladies are body and how they take care of themselves. Na huyu mzee anasema he has fought that was being fought for 50-something years and he has changed it. And the ladies don't like it at all. And that's the majority.
Robbie Wade. Haya, Nicholas, election ya Marekani unaona nani anashinda bwana?
Yule atashinda ashinde because anyway Kamala atashinda, but ukiangalia mnawaita ni ndio Democrats. Wako na siri zingine hapo ndani kama nini, the other people who are pushing towards hii mambo ya hii, you remember this word haina any vowels. Yeah, there's the people who are pushing it.
All right. You've heard it. Those guys in the comment section, umesikia?
Kuna mtu amecomment hapo?
Watu wa comment section wako wengi hapa. Kuna mtu anaitwa Awesome. I can put them some of their comments. They're saying Ken is not getting the real polls. The elections is so tight, but he won with Hillary when Hillary was ahead. Hao ni watu wa Trump. Mimi nakwambia watu wa Trump wa Kenya wako wengi.
I like it because wewe uongea, si ati anaongea na kando.
Wacha nikwambie the way it is. Huyu jamaa anaongea zile vitu wazungu hawezi kukuambia on your face.
Yeah. Kweli.
He represents their views, the things that they talk in the bedroom. Vitu zile wanaongea yani wakiwispa kato kwa bibi yako bwana, ule Nicholas anamchukia bwana. Ulimwona vile anakaa bwana. Those are the things that they talk. Na the only issue ya huyu jamaa ni immigrants. Hakuna kitu kingine, hakuna economy, hizo ni bullshit. The only thing is that hii rangi nyeusi na watu wamekuja hii nchi hawataki. Hakuna kitu kingine. Hiyo ndio, and you know even Britain naona it took that direction, but when they wanted to be just the Britons themselves, so far wamebadilisha viongozi wangapi? How many presidents have they changed? How many prime ministers have they changed?
Prime minister walikuwa wengi.
Wamechange karibu prime minister watano within a span of I don't know 2-3 years.
Yeah.
Wanabadilisha tu. Because walitoka kwa Brexit. Donald Trump wants people to move out of NATO. He does not understand what NATO does to America.
Hii yao kutoka kwa EU ilikuwa ni mambo ya ukabila tu.
Si ukabila, it's the thing.
Yeah.
Mzalendo, it's the same thing wanafanya hapa America.
It's the same thing.
Let me repeat myself. In 2020, wazungu, mimi I grew up with them. Na sikujua wanazungumza hivi. They will talk to you in private, wanakuambia you African don't understand. Hawezi kuambia the black Americans. Hawezi. na wakiniambia ni everything that huyu anasema. Anasema you don't understand this. I bet them every one of them walikuwa 11. Every one of them gave me $100. Now wakikulipa, I will not say that none of them paid. They paid. And nakwambia some uncles are KK, kukula fulani, siwezi kwa nyumbani, siwezi kufanya lakini tutazungumza, wacha nikueleze hii. And they talk exactly what this guy is talking about. Lakini what we have is the liberty of the younger generation and the women. That's the only way that Kamala Harris will win.
That
now,
is
I was there.
but
They talk. Yani, I have two friends of mine wanataka niende North Carolina kuwatembelea, lakini wananiambia everything. When I say, you know, when Obama took over, they said this guy is going to bring crack to the White House and he will put a lot of kids in the White House. Now, how do you know that he takes crack? Wanasema he's black, ain't he? Lakini wacha tuseme hivi, this guy would not win any elections. Now you revolutionary uliona vile alinibet, lakini it is adding the numbers, you know, kushinda, you know, nani huyu mwanamke Clinton, it was a fluke. He won the kama ni elections kama Kenya, Clinton could have won, but it was electoral college.
Yeah, because she won by the popular vote. So
Yeah.
that is why it doesn't even matter. Sometimes that's why watu wana losing you know, hamu ya kupiga kura, because kama it's by popular vote, so Clinton should have been president. The same way, what's the name? The guy from was it Microsoft? Mwenye ali win na junior Washington. No, Washington. What's his name? What was the president? No.
Which president?
George Washington. Washington. GW.
No, are you talking about?
Yeah, Bush.
Bush and Al Gore.
Sorry. Yeah, Al Gore. Al Gore, right? Yeah, Al Gore won by popular vote, right?
But
there was only one state. State. It was called for Al Gore, but the brother of Bush was the governor of Florida, and they changed it. No, because what did it go my sister? 1960, the Democrats stole the elections. Kennedy didn't win the elections. Kennedy literally stole the elections from the Republicans. And to the year 2000, the Republicans stole the elections from the Democrats. So they understood and they moved on. No filter, no nothing. So this one, it will be very, very hard. The electoral college, I supported it fully, because if you see the history of what other electoral college works, is wonderful. It counts a state, very small state, counts as a big state.
But you know what there are some states. There are some states that you can maybe some states with 6 electoral colleges, college votes, and you can win 4, and the opponent gets 2. Did you know that, Penny?
Yeah, but most of those are very few, because most of the states,
they are very few.
If somebody wins, if somebody wins, if the votes were 12, if somebody votes, yeah, you get everything. So that's
Ashley Ebu Semaweni supporter wa Donald Trump.
Oh, I actually think that Trump is going to win. And you know something about Trump that I like, even he helps his base. You know, in our African politics, what our leaders fail to do, kuna huyu mtu wetu, lakini Gachagua, that's what Gachagua was trying to do, kusaidia watu wake, because we can't just help, we can't just support someone with a blanket, kumsupport tu, anaenda anakula na atuletei. Because when they go, they should bring for us. Actually, I wonder how a black person anaenda kusupport Trump. Trump huyo support watu wake wale wanafanana kama yeye. na anawasupport kabisa. Even when China walikuja wakaeka sanctions, wakaeka to white farmers, alienda akawapatia subsidies. I mean, what did he give them? What are they called?
Subsidies.
See, he gave them some. No, there's some other name. Okay, he gives them some subsidies. Okay. Yeah, he gave them subsidies. Yeah, but I think there's another name. The name during COVID, what were we calling this thing? Anyway, I'm forgetting the name. I don't know. But in our place, in our country, we support our leaders for whatever reason without expecting anything from them. They lie to us and we still support them. They come again and we still support them without expecting. If we supported them and they came and helped their base, then it would make sense why we are supporting them. But we support them and then they don't help us.
Supporting Morara.
Wait, please don't return that. I think we need to look for a day.
We are now
we need to look for a day. We come with all the leaders potential leaders, we discuss them here. And if we were to come to a conclusion that one is best, I think we need to rally behind that leader. Because someone like Mwai Kibaki, I don't think he was that kind of, like the kind who goes to a rally and sights up the crowd. He wasn't charming, but somehow he was elected. So even someone like Okia can still be elected if he has the right people to campaign for him. And if not him, someone, I don't want to keep talking about Morara because I feel like I'm wasting my time. And I don't want to give him, I just feel like it's unfair for me to come here and keep talking about Morara. You have what you believe about him. I respect that. I don't believe because of things I have seen. And I hope I'm wrong. Because if he comes into power, I don't want us to find out that I was right. Because I even came up with another one. I have so many things. Because let me tell you something. Let me tell you the last thing about Morara. The reason he doesn't want to show, and the way he has a lot of support from diaspora. He said at one time he had been sent 3.5 million. I'm telling you that was not true. There is a possibility he even had 10. At that time he was saying 3.5, and that is why he does not want to show. I don't have a problem with him receiving money. I don't have a problem with him keeping a part of that money for campaigning later for presidency. I would want him to be transparent. By the way, that was when I went away from him. I had seen him, he has the right, everything is right about him. He's young, he's charismatic, he's cute, he fits the part. But when he talked about that money issue, when I saw like there was no transparency, I asked myself, how can we trust such a person with the economy of the country? This is the same person who also have some accounts where he doesn't want to account for the money, and he's telling us to trust him. Again, na watu wamesema huko kwa X, he does not listen to advice, just like Ruto. What he thinks is right is what he wants to do, regardless of what he has been told. So that is why I said from the beginning, he's Ruto 2.0. If you want to elect him, so you can confirm what I'm saying, then go ahead.
Correct, Ashley. And Trump.
Anyway, guys, wacha mimi niseme bye-bye. Niko na watoto wadogo. Ashley, let me tell you, we have had a spirited conversation. I love it. I hope I come back. Me, I didn't even know how this came about. All I know, Nani, what were you calling yourself? Nick?
Yeah. Nick sent you a link.
Yeah, so you sent a link, or you actually just asked in the group, ukasema nani anataka kwenda kwa nini kuongea. I mean, kasema I'm interested, and then we are here. So I'm really happy I was here. I was able to contribute kidogo kidogo. We don't have to agree all the time, but at least we are sharing each other's ideas. Alafu tunaendelea hivyo. So I hope to be here again.
Yes, you must be here again, not your...
Okay, that's fine. Unitafute, mi niko tu.
Nakutafuta. Thank you, Celeste. Thank you. I mean, you've
Thank
given
you, Celeste.
You're welcome, Ashley.
Thank you, Celeste.
Asante, Celeste. Thank you.
Uzalendo.
Tutaongea baadaye basi, guys. Bye.
Haya, kuna
Uzalendo.
hii Beni,
Hii
unauliza swali
nani?
hapo ya Virginia.
Ha?
Beni, hebu jibu hiyo swali. Beni, what's going on in Virginia? Virginia courts allowed the courts allowed non-citizens to vote there. What's going on there in Virginia?
But they have to, in this America, you have to do what the court says. So if they have allowed the non-citizens to vote, so be it.
Awesome. I live in Virginia. This is what is happening. In Virginia, the current governor was cleaning up the register of voters. So he didn't want non-citizens to be in the register of voters in Virginia. Not that they are going to vote. In Virginia, you are asked whether you are a citizen or a non-citizen in order to participate in the election. So if you are a citizen, you participate in the election. If you are a non-citizen, then you are not eligible to vote. But he was bringing this rule at the last minute, just when elections were about to go. 2 days to election is when he slaps everybody with a court order. So Democrats fought that it is too late in the day, is going against
That,
the laws, and that is what,
Uzalendo,
yeah.
that is a tactic always the Republicans use so that they can scare away the
Yeah, it's
Mexicans,
called
the black
suppression.
people,
And tomorrow,
so
today,
that they don't have to vote. That's
I
a
think
tactic.
Trump is going to come to Virginia just because of that. And
Exactly.
Gypsy Corner, let me answer you. The bet is on. You cannot win against the Gen Zs here in America. The Gen Zs, majority of them are supporting Kamala Harris. The women, the young ones in the young women of this country are all, majority of them are supporting Kamala. The college graduates, the people who have got information, are all supporting Kamala Harris. The young people these young people, sometimes you don't understand what they really stand for, but they stand for issues like climate change. They are all supporting Kamala. So that majority of them are all supporting. So imagine that base in a Biden base in a now Kamala's base in a blacks and all that. Sidhani kama mnaweza shinda election, but the bet is on. Kama utakuwa November, hiyo pesa yako $100 nimeikula. Anyway,
Uzalendo. Uliona huyu Kenya Revolutionary alibeti 300, yangu 300 inakuja. Lakini
alibet $300. Hiyo
sio wewe ulikuwa huko, wewe ndio ulikuwa cosigner.
Mimi nilikuwa cosigner. Akitupatia hiyo 300, mimi nachukua ndege na kuja huko Texas.
Sasa wacha niambia
who do you think is going to win?
Kamala Harris, because she has the combination of Obama had. The combination that made Obama win the election.
Actually, let me tell you, this election, just like you saw how the Gen Zs came out, this election, for the first time, the young people are participating in the election. And the young people, these are the issues that they are talking about. Roe v. Wade, women having their right to decide what they want to do with the body and not the government. And they are also having the issue of climate change. They know that climate change is something that is affecting the globe. Trump supporters don't know nothing about climate change. They don't want to hear. He's telling about drill, baby drill. Drill what? America is buying oil from the Middle East. They are buying oil.
Chris Christie said this. He went on The View and he said that 10 days ago, he was confident Kamala Harris was going to win. But now he's not so sure. From that interview where she did, and she was asked, what would she do different from Biden? And she said nothing comes to mind. From that day, her polls have been going, her numbers have been going down.
No. You're watching different polls. Every polls You know, these polls are generated each and every time. Watch the guy who has predicted all elections in America, what he's telling you. He's saying he has predicted all elections and won all and they study data, they study that information. There is no way right now what Kamala is saying and it's a propaganda, sorry to say that they are tied. They are tying in the polls. No, the only poll that is tied now is the one at in Pennsylvania. But the rest of the polls, Kamala is winning. If look at North Carolina, look at a state like Texas. Texas is also nearly playing, nearly for the first time. Nearly, they will have a senator who's a Democrat.
But even last time, Texas was almost blue, and so was Georgia. But Georgia this year, I don't think so.
So Georgia this year, Georgia, what have they done differently? It's just the scare tactics that Republicans are using. But I can tell you that Georgia and all those, if Kamala Harris can pull, even if she loses Georgia and she wins the rest of the swing states, she'll become the president. Georgia has always been voting. Sometimes it votes Republican, sometimes it votes Democrat. So these are states that keep on playing like that. But if you watch I watch a lot.
I know people are talking about the economy.
The economy, you see, when you are talking to Trump supporters, there are issues on the economy.
Never seen gas that low, even especially during summer. No, gas is really low.
What?
But that's not true, because this economy, like they're saying the food prices, but the food prices went up during COVID. But people are not talking about how low gas is. You know, in summer, gas is usually even going to 250.
Is gas low right now?
Yeah.
Gas is low right now. Which state? It depends on the state you are in. But
no, it's low.
He would never win Georgia because the votes that were
gas is usually high.
Yeah, in summer gas is usually high, but you see, the price of gas, when it comes down, it is an indicator. Maybe the economy is doing well, but what is the main indicator of the economy? What is the main indicator of the economy? This is what people should be talking about. And
it's a low employment, you know, like the unemployment rate.
Actually, you know that.
Where is it at?
The employment rate and things like that. Those are the indicators of the economy where it is moving, not those things like gases, because the price of gas is not controlled by the economy. The price of gas is controlled by OPEC. It's controlled by the Arab countries who control the oil.
Another indicator is if more people are able,
find out.
And if more people are able to travel during summer and have vacations, that means the economy is doing good, because in other times when the gas was high, they couldn't go anywhere. So I think even gas being low.
You see, these Arab countries, they control the price of gas. If they want, kesho wakiamka, OPEC control price of oil throughout the world. OPEC is the one who controls the price of oil throughout the world. And there sometimes when the prices of gas go down, it is because they have lowered it down on the other end due to other factors that in the oil market. Other factors that drive oil up is war. When there was war in which war was there? Kulikuwa na vita ingine hapa wakati wa Trump. I don't know, wakati wa Biden. So the prices of Ukraine and Russia, the price of gas went up because of the war. because gas is transported na meli. So the distance ya kuleta hiyo gas nini, it affects the price. So petroleum is not
that war,
really a factor.
I don't think you can use that argument because that war is still going on.
Yeah, it is still going on, but the prices of gas is not that low also. It is still going on, but the prices of gas is not going on. And also, they also introduce subsidies. In this country, they introduce subsidies now.
No, that...
Si wana introduce subsidies. Ama hujaona waki-introduce subsidies ya gas.
And Trump made a deal with Saudi Arabia.
Actually, hii kijana yangu mzalendo, hii kijana yangu niliona kwa show ingine, alikuwa anaulizwa ukifoti Amerika utafotia nani? Huyu Morara anapenda Trump. Alinikasirisha. Anasema Trump says the truth, he says what is on his mind. The guy is a pure racist and a demagogue.
You know, people, yani unashindwa vile watu wale wana support ujamaa, they don't listen. Unajua mimi sometimes ukikaa na hao mablacks ndio unaanza kujua ukweli hao watu wametoka wapi na ujamaa. Huyu jamaa anaambia baba yake mwenyewe na yeye for the longest time in their business they could not employ anything that is black.
Yeah. He never entered houses to the black people in New York.
Never anything that is black. And whenever an application was put, whether they are for black tenants, wana copy hapo wanaandika CC, this is a person of color, hatuwezi mpatia nyumba, ama wanasema nyumba zote zimejaa, ama wanaweka price ikuwe juu kabisa. Then unaniambia yani people don't see all these indicators that huyu jamaa hawapendi.
You know, the funny part is, because I've had even some Kenyans, they say they are Christians, they are supporting Trump because he's against homosexual. But he's against homosexual, he's against abortion. Yes. But this guy has other things that he's doing that are as bad. So you are like, okay, he's against homosexual, he's
rape, amefanya nini, he's been accused by
wacha yeye mwenyewe. I'm just talking, or even all the things zile crimes amewekewa kotini. On top of that, ana discriminate. Unakumbuka sasa ile kulikuwa na hizi John Floyd anaita watu son of a bitch, juu mtu mweusi.
Yeah, juu mtu mweusi. Sasa anakuambia yeah, we support it.
Ama siku ile watu walikuwa wameenda hapo ni White House, akasema watolewe. Anauliza kama wanaweza uliwa. For no reason, because wana protest, because mtu ameuliwa. And then you say now you want to support him because he's supporting. Let me say something else. You need hata sitakangi kuongea politics za huku, but how can you say you protect you see, like sasa wanasema hii ya abortion, alafu wakizaa hao watoto wakizaliwa, they don't even do anything about enforcement of child support. So how is protecting the child in the stomach, but when the child comes out, you don't make sure that they have what they need to live? That is hypocrisy.
Yeah, wanasema hizo benefit hawezi wapatia. Nyinyi mnataka benefit.
Mnaambua you are being, alafu unashindwa. How comes okay, and then siku ya COVID wakasema wasiforsiwe kufanya vaccine. You cannot force them what to do with their body. That time they didn't want the vaccine.
Yeah, look at the argument.
Listen how the hypocrisy in work. Your vaccine, if you don't get it, if it was true, you can communicate that COVID to someone else. Yet they were refusing, and they were saying they don't want anyone to tell them what to do with their body. Yet something in somebody's body, you want to dictate how that goes. That is between them and their God. And the right to decide should be left up to that adult woman to make that decision. But you want to tell her what to do, even when it does not directly affect you. Yet something like COVID that directly affects you, you want to refuse to get it, and you could make someone else die out of your own convictions. So that's the discrepancy that I get in there.
Oh, Jama, you know when jamaa anasema will round up all the immigrants, which hawezi fanya, but siwezi sema hawezi fanya, anaweza fanya. He can create laws. Zile sheria utasikia zinakuja hapa ni,
but you see, you would either even round them up. It's better to even round them up. Imagine living in fear of being, yani ni life yako at you're living in fear because you're afraid of being rounded up. Do you even just know that just that fear is quality of life yako inaikuwa affected. The
yani,
quality of life.
Alafu wewe unaniambia ati Ami al support Trump. My foot bwana. Ule mtu anatoa hiyo brother.
Na wengine the party parties, wengine wale wana support Trump wenyewe ukiangalia vile waliget hiyo paper. Hata Trump wenyewe akajua anaweza warudisha.
Watu wale wana support Donald Trump ni ile uivu ya Afrika ile wako nayo. Hawataki, the reason why ukiona wameki wale wana support Donald Trump ni hivi. Wanamsupport kwa sababu hawataki au wameki wengine wapate benefit zile wamepata. Unaona? And
na ukiwachunguza hata hizo pepa wamepata ndio waweze kwenda kuvote wenyewe, wakajulikana wenyewe wanaweza kuwa the first one kurudishwa. You get? Yes.
So hii nchi bana, it has made me learn so many things. And just the other time when Obama was campaigning, I was the first person to print t-shirts za Obama na stickers za Obama za magari na nini. I went to this African family, Kenyan, nikapata wako na sherehe ati wanafanya fundraising ya kusupport Obama. Alikuwa anasimama na nani? Alikuwa anasimama na McCain. Wana fundraising ya McCain ashinde Obama. Aki ya Mungu, I felt like I'm going to die.
But McCain was a decent man, by the way. McCain was decent.
You know, by virtue that wewe actually unasimama kiti hapa Amerika na mimi niko hapa Seto, siwezi sianza kusema ati na kampeni ya mtu ule, yani ule. Na wewe ni unatoka Kenya.
You see, umeleta hiyo mtu wetu politics.
Hapana. Kwanza tuko mbali na home.
Sasa unaona umetransport bad manners.
Hiyo sometimes inabidi, hiyo bad manners inabidi. Kuna mahali sasa zile inabidi bwana, mtu wetu ni mtu wetu. Mtu huwezi niambia tu ukienda huko China ukae katikati ya Mchinese uone peni nyagaka pale anapigwa. Huwezi sema hey bwana, tafadhali huyu jamaa mwacheni. Ni mtu mwenye ama unasema
very quiet. He's very quiet. Maybe that is what he's been doing. Pen.
You know, when a brother or a sister is being affected in this country, take it like one of their own. We are 7,800 miles away from home, and each and every day, despite you being a citizen of this country, you are asked, where do you come from? Benny has lived here all his life. Every time he meets somebody new, they would ask him, where are you from? Or how did you come here? Have you ever been asked that question? How did you get here?
That's a very good question. Let me tell you a small answer and ask you as a kid.
Do you know the answer I normally give before you tell me your answer? The answer I normally give. I mean, I first went to the embassy, got a visa, then I took a plane, and that's how I found myself.
No. Hey, I was lucky enough to get a job with a very big company here in America. Now you go to the watu wanakula tobacco inside, and I chew tobacco. And then we were about 8 of us. Na mimi hata nilikuwa the only black in that job. Sasa huyu anakula tobacco hiyo namna hiyo. Sasa akaniuliza, this was the 80s. Akaniuliza, the middle 80s. Akaniuliza, how did you get a job like this? Na anakula tobacco. Na blacks ambao walikuwa hapo ndani walikuwa wanataka kuruka mesa wa mchape. Nikamwambia no, don't touch him. Mimi nilikuwa nimeandikwa when we were getting paid more, like $12. Na yeye ameandikwa is getting paid $7. Sasa nikamwambia, listen to me and listen very carefully. At the where do you come from to get a job like this? Nikamwambia, I came from Africa. And when I got here, I didn't have no shoes on, no nothing, no even clothes. Nikapewa. And so long as we do a job like this, I will always make more money than your dumb ass. You are a white you could have got a job better than this one. But ukija hapa, sasa the black people were happy what the answer I gave him. Wazungu wakamwambia, no, you're the one who started the nonsense. When we go to the office, we'll say that you're the one who asked my stupid question. Yeah, wakacheka hiyo black sasa wengine wakaniuliza, how did you get courage to answer him like this? Nikamwambia, it is not always advisable kuanza vita. It is very easy kuambia mtu kitu inamuudhi kuliko kumpiga. Nikamwambia, as you are a white person, you can get an easy job, but so long as we got this job, and on Friday I can bring my paycheck and your paycheck, and you get 100% sure that you will not even make a half of what I'm making. Wakacheka blacks, lakini wazungu walimwambia no. Sasa akakasirika for the answer I gave him. That it is a very clear story. Mzalendo bila kuambia. You know, you
most jobs, you can get fired for discussing. By the way, you know that.
That what Ashley unasemaje?
At that time,
you can get fired for discussing salary with employees. In fact, most jobs are not supposed to.
Yeah, the question he asked me was dumb, so I gave him any answer I can come with that was stupid. And at that time, the office hata angenishinda for asking me a stupid question like that.
Okay, majamaa bana, wacha tumalize show. Tumepiga 6 hours. Wacha tumalize show leo bana. Leo tumekuwa ni marathon. Ashley Mande, usikose kukuja kwa show whenever we have a show.
Okay, let me end by saying this. When in Kenya, he's always on top of cars or jetting off. He has not down. I think sometimes I sit down and say, what can we do in Kenya? Or who can we elect to get us to that next level? I don't think he has sat down to think, how can he create jobs in Kenya? It's not bad for people to go outside, but it shouldn't be the only choice. It should be a choice among others, that they can go because they want to, not because they have to. And we are losing a lot of people who will never come back. And that is very sad. And I hope if God opens a door that we get somebody else, because I don't see, Ruto thinks it's a good idea what he's doing, sending people out and leaving our country dilapidated. As we speak, I saw that the TSC are complaining they don't have science teachers. I do know where Julia from the other show, that they want a lot of science teachers. And now the effect has started to be felt on the ground because there is a lack, there is a shortage of science teachers in Kenya. How can we take people out until we have a shortage? That means our children are not getting access to the education that they need. That president has violated our constitution. I don't know why he's still sitting in office. And today he was jetting out of the country. Yesterday and the day before, he was on top of cars. He has no time to sit in the office and think how to change this. When Obama came into power in 2008, we remember he sat down with a group, like in a conference hall with economies. I mean, like what are they called? People who've done economy. Yes, and he sat down with them trying to see, how he's going to change and turn around the economy. And he was able to do that because he consulted with experts. When is Ruto going to sit down with experts and see how to create jobs in Kenya? Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Ashley. Everyone, a picture of governor. Huyu ni governor anaenda function. This is a governor.
That's his
And
entourage.
Yeah, and this is a constituency where there's no water at all at all. Hakuna maji, hakuna nini. Huyu ni governor anaenda function. Governor wa Narok anaenda meeting ya kuongea ufupi ya siasa ya Narok. Look at all this. Look at the rest.
Which county?
This is Narok County. This is the expose Morara was doing the other day. Angalia, ndio huyo. Umemwona? We will cover more of that function tomorrow.
Yeah.
More of that function.
And you see, that's what we need to do. I think even when the money is sent to the counties, they have to be told only 25% can be used or 10%. Huh?
Yeah, this is what they do with the money. They make those stupid rounds ya kuongea siasa. Anyway, actually kesho I will make sure that ninakuvuta kwa show tunaongea. Let me tell you, Ashley, never give up. That information that you give out there is so powerful. It will change people's perception. When we talk about Morara, when we talk about all those leaders openly, is when we will get the answers or they can rectify their mistakes. So thank you for coming for the show and see you next time. Asante sana.
Okay, good night.